560. On Luopa Mountain, the young mountain lord and the old man on the second floor had traveled far away. No one lived in the bamboo house. Recently, Chen Lingjun no longer wandered outside. From time to time, he would sit at the stone table by the cliff. He knew that he was the most unlikable existence on Luopa Mountain. He was not as diligent and smart as the little fire python from the Chao clan's Xilan Lu. He was not even as cute as Zhou Mili. Xin Yuanji was brought up the mountain by Zhu Lian. He had a good aptitude and could endure the hardships of training. His daily life was busy and fulfilling. Shi Rou managed a shop in the small town. She did not earn much, but she was helping Luopa Mountain earn money. She also had a good relationship with Pei Qian. When Pei Qian was free, he would visit Shi Rou. He said that he was worried that Shi Rou would pocket money, but he was afraid that Shi Rou would feel neglected by Luopa Mountain. Only Chen Lingjun wanted to keep up appearances. No matter what he did or said, he was unlikable. After the three gods' night banquets, the imperial river god brother became more polite to him. However, this politeness made Chen Lingjun feel disappointed. Some of the flattering words made Chen Lingjun feel uncomfortable. He preferred the drinking and eating of meat at the water manor. Their words were vulgar, and they cursed each other. However, Chen Lingjun was not a fool. He could see many things. For example, once Senior Chui left for the Lotus Root blessed land, he would definitely not return. However, he, Chen Lingjun, could not even say a word of farewell. When the old man in green left with Pei Qian, he could only sit there in a daze, pretending that he did not know anything. Early in the morning, it should have been the time for Pei Qian to go up the bamboo house and eat a fist. However, the bamboo house was silent. Chen Lingjun was sprawled on the table. In front of him was a pile of melon seeds that he had snatched from Chen Rishu. The warm sun made him feel weak. He could not even crack the melon seeds. He wondered if he should go to the mountain gate and have some fun with the Defeng brothers. The Defeng brothers still had the temperament of the Jianghu. It was just that some of their dirty words were too confusing. He had to ponder for a long time before he could figure out what they meant. Chen Lingjun turned his head and looked at the mansions. The old chef was not on the mountain, nor was Pei Qian. Xin Yuanji did not know how to cook and thought it was troublesome, so he asked Chen Rishu to prepare a lot of pastries. Zhou Mili was a little water monster who did not need to eat, so there was no smoke on the mountain. There were layers upon layers of peach blossoms on the mountain, and the fireworks in the clouds were people's homes. Chen Lingjun felt that at this moment, there were fewer people on Luopa Mountain, and everyone was busy with their own things. Chen Lingjun shifted his gaze and looked at the second floor of the bamboo building, feeling a little sad. When the old man was around, he always felt uncomfortable all over. Chen Lingjun felt that he would never be able to take 2 punches from the old man in his life. Now that the old man was gone, his heart felt empty. Chen Lingjun sighed heavily and reached out to pick up a melon seed. He planned to chew it without peeling the shell to relieve his boredom. Then Chen Lingjun's movement stiffened. He gently put the melon seed back and gently moved his butt. He quietly turned his head, preparing to turn his face away from the cliff. He did not expect that the old Confucian in a green robe who appeared out of thin air would smile at him. Chen Lingjun swallowed his saliva, stood up, and bowed. Chen Lingjun pays his respects to the imperial tutor. Dolly embroidered tiger, Chui Dong. He was so powerful that he could crush him with a single finger. Chen Pingan was not on Luopa Mountain, the old man was not in the bamboo house, and Zhu Lian and Wei Pai had gone to Zhongyue. He, Chen Lingjun, had no backing for the time being. Chui Dong smiled. Go about your business. Chen Lingjun glanced at the small limestone path that led from the bamboo house to the mansion. He felt that it was a little dangerous, so he bid farewell and actually climbed down the cliff. Taking this path, he was a little further away from the imperial tutor. It would be much safer. Cui Dong recalled the expression of the little snake in green when it looked at the bamboo house and smiled. Thus, he came up with a small plan. He would do it casually and not make a big fuss. In the great mountains to the west of Longquan County, there was a mountain that was temporarily occupied by people. It seemed to be suitable for flood dragons to live in. Cui Dong stood in the corridor of the second floor, quietly waiting for a certain person to arrive. A white streak of light came from the distant horizon, its momentum like spring thunder exploding as it swiftly swept over. He no longer cared about the rules set by Ruan Ting. Cui Dong shook his head and sighed in his heart. Fortunately, he had greeted Ruan Ting. A white-clothed youth with a mole between his eyebrows held a green bamboo staff made of ordinary materials. He was travel-worn and his face was full of fatigue. Cui Dongshan landed on the empty ground on the first floor, his eyes bloodshot. He said angrily, "You old bastard, do you only care about eating shit every day? Don't you know how to stop Grandpa from going to that blessed land?" Cui Dong asked back, "So what if I stopped you?" Cui Dongshan was so angry that his face was ashen. "Stopping for one day is one day. Can't you wait for me to rush over? Then scram as far away as you can." Cui Dong's expression was indifferent. Cui Dongshan suddenly calmed down and took a deep breath. Grandpa studied, practiced martial arts, and conducted himself with indomitable will. The only time he stepped back was for us two idiotic grandsons with holes in their heads. With this step back, it's all over. The 11th level of martial arts is gone. Without the 11th level, people will also die. Cui Dong said, "And for your teacher and this Luopa mountain." Cui Dongshan stepped back step by step and sat down beside the stone table. Both hands holding the bamboo staff, he lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Perhaps because he couldn't sit still, Cui Dongshan stood up and walked around in circles, walking away quickly. Cui Dong looked at the anxious guy walking around in circles and said slowly, "You're not even as good as me. You can't even figure out what Grandpa cares about and why he has to make such a choice. What's the point of coming? What's the use of letting you go to Lotus Root blessed land and find Grandpa? If it's useful, maybe it's really useful. That's to make Grandpa feel uneasy when he leaves." Cui Dongshan stopped in his tracks, his eyes sharp. "Cui Dong. You'd better be careful with your words." Cui Dong said, "Cui Dongshan, you should be more careful and be more sensible. Just because you've re-entered the upper 5 realms, you're not qualified to jump around on my side." Cui Dongshan sat down lightly, hugging the green bamboo staff. He didn't look at the second floor anymore and said to himself, "Why did Grandpa have to get involved in that fight for 3rd and 4th place? Why did Grandpa lose his mind? Wasn't it because of us? Grandpa was a scholar and always wanted us to be true scholars. Grandpa's lifetime of learning, the root of his knowledge, was the lineage of the secondary saints. Why did he have to fight for the lineage of the literary saints in the Central Plains? Why did we have to betray our teachers and ancestors and make Grandpa even more disappointed?" Cui Dong slapped the railing and finally flew into a rage. "Ask me. Ask heaven and earth, ask your conscience." Cui Dongshan's eyes were dull, his hands clenching the mountain staff. "I'm a little tired, I can't ask anymore." Cui Dongshan remembered that when he was young, he had to be brought by that strict and old-fashioned old man to visit mountains and climb mountains. The journey was long and the child suffered unspeakably. One time, the old man went up the stairs, completely ignoring the child behind him who was drenched in sweat, and walked up by himself. The old man seemed to be purposely angering his grandson. Not only did he walk far away, He even recited a poem by a literary hero of the Central Plains loudly, saying that the husband's integrity was like young Master June's sai. I wish to say that N's brush was like a long bar. The child remembered that poem well. Later on, he never thought that when the child grew up, the youth would leave home in a fit of anger and become the disciple of the old scholar. The old scholar would mysteriously become the literary saint, and the youth would mysteriously become the first disciple of the sage. He finally had the chance to meet the renowned Confucian sage of the Central Plains. However, at that time, the youth who was more high-spirited than any of his peers actually only had one thought in his mind, and that was if he had the chance to return to his hometown in the future, he would definitely tell his grandfather about this matter. He would say that the person he admired had lost to his grandson in terms of writing, and in chess, he had lost to the point of breaking his beard. However, he had accumulated a lot of words in his stomach. When he could say them, he wasn't willing to say them, but when he wanted to say them, he couldn't. In the distant Lonquan County, the morning bell rang from afar. Once the bell rang, the city gates would be opened according to the rules. Tens of thousands of people would work until the drums beat in the evening. Then, there would be family reunions and happiness. The Yuchun County near the foot of Dali's New Zhongyue mountain was a medium-sized county. In the old Zhuiying dynasty, it wasn't considered a rich land. Its literary and martial fortunes were very ordinary, and its feng shui was mediocre. It wasn't able to bask in the limelight of the great Zhongyue mountain. The new governor, Wu Yuan, was an outsider. It was said that he was a governor in Dali itself, and it could be considered a transfer. However, the smart people in the officialdom all knew that he was demoted. Once he was out of the sight of the imperial court, he would lose the chance to quickly enter the center of the Dali court. An official sent to a vassal state, yet he didn't get promoted. It was obvious that he was sitting on the cold bench, probably because he offended someone. However, no matter how bleak County Governor Wu's official career was, he was still a native of Greatly. Furthermore, he was young. Therefore, the provincial governor of Liang Province, where Yuchun County was located, had privately instructed the officials of Yuchun County to treat Wu Yuan with respect. If there was a new official who made drastic changes after taking office, even if it was against local customs, they had to tolerate it. Fortunately, after Wu Yuan took office, there was almost no movement. She only did the roll call on time. All matters, big or small, were handed over to the old people of the Yamen to handle. Many of the opportunities to appear in public were given to the old and experienced auxiliary officials of the Yamen. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. However, with such a soft personality, it was inevitable that his subordinates would look down on him. On this day, the young governor sat in the Yamen as usual. His desk was piled with county records and maps of various places. He slowly flipped through them and occasionally picked up his brush to write something. Wu Yuan sensed something and raised his head. He saw a familiar face leaning against the door of the hole. Wu Yuan was in a good mood. He stood up and bowed. "Mountain Lord, you have arrived. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you." It was Wei Pai, who had removed the camouflage. Wei Pai stepped over the threshold and smiled. "Official Wu, you are a little disloyal. You only sent a congratulatory invitation to this night banquet." Wu Yuan smiled calmly and said, "My salary is meager. I use 10 to 20% to feed myself and 50 to 60% to buy books. The remaining money I have left every month is painstakingly accumulated because I have taken a fancy to an ancient inkstone in the neighboring Yunqing County. Even if my face is swollen, I am not a fatty. I thought that it would be difficult for official Mountain Lord to rush over and denounce me. Who would have thought that official Mountain Lord Wei would be so persistent and really come?" With a twist of his wrist, an old banana inkstone that was famous in the old Zhuiying dynasty appeared in his hand. He gently placed it on the desk. "Lord Wu is not loyal, but I, Wei Ba, am very different. I came all the way here to reminisce about the old days, and did not forget to take a detour to buy gifts. Wu Yuan bent over and stared at the cute and amiable ancient inkstone. She stretched out her hand and carefully stroked the lines. She said in pleasant surprise, "My goodness, this is a first-class banana inkstone taken from the bottom of the Green Flood Dragon Pit. The key is that the military general stationed in the Li dynasty has already sealed off this old pit and sent martial artists to guard the pit. It is obvious that it will soon become a tribute to His Majesty the Emperor. Therefore, there are only a few ancient inkstones of this pit on the market, and the price is getting more and more frightening. Even if I, as a governor for 100 years, I may not be able to gather enough silver." Wu Yuan reluctantly retracted his gaze and looked at the white-clothed deity. He smiled and asked, "Official Mountain Lord, if you have something to say, just say it. With this priceless Bajiao inkstone, I promise to tell you everything I know." Wei Pai said, "How about Jin Qing, Mountain Lord of Zhongyue?" Dali's new Zhongyue, Mountain Lord Jin Qing, was once the first mountain deity of the Zhuiying dynasty. Halfway up the mountain, there was a unique sword cleansing pool. Many sword cultivators came here to temper their swords. Jin Qing would often secretly protect them. As a result, not only did he have an extremely good relationship with the Zhuiying dynasty, which had the highest number of sword cultivators in the continent, he also had many ties with many golden core sword cultivators. Among them, Mountain Lord Jin Qing had a close relationship with Li Tuanjing of the Wind Thunder Garden. He was famous in the world. Li Tuanjing had traveled the Zhuiying dynasty in his early years and had many conflicts. He had angered a northern mountain deity. There was once a dangerous moment. Because of this, Jin Qing did not hesitate to become enemies with his two colleagues, the northern and southern mountain lords. He insisted on escorting Li Tuanjing, who was only at the Dragon Gate realm at the time, out of the dynasty safely. Wu Yuan laughed heartily. She turned around and took out a stack of paper from the desk. She wrote neatly in small regular script and handed it to Wei Pai. "It's all written here." Wei Pai lowered his head and flipped through the contents of the paper. He clicked his tongue and said, "Along the way, the local people have been saying that a parental official that no one wants to meet has come to Yuchun County. So County Chief Wu hasn't been idle either." Messy news that came from hearsay had little meaning and could easily cause problems. What Wu Yuan wrote on the paper was a record of what Zhongyue's Chaizishan and Mountain Lord Jin Qing had done in history. Wei Ba carefully skimmed through what was written on the paper. It was all about which dynasty Jin Qing was from, which era, and what he had done, one by one. Other than that, there were also annotations written in red ink. Wu Yuan had written down detailed annotations as if she was reading a history book as a bystander. Wu Yuan had also written down some rumors and deeds that had been passed down among the people. However, she had circled them and added the words mystical and supernatural at the end. Wei Pai read carefully and quickly. He finished reading the large stack of paper very quickly. After returning it to Wu Yuan, he smiled and said, "I didn't give you a gift for nothing." Wei Pai stood on tiptoe and glanced at the pile of paper on the desk. "Oh, what a coincidence. Official Wu has been studying the origins of the many inkstone pits in Yunqing County recently." "Why? Are you going to make a book out of it?" "It's not very appropriate for the county chief of Yuchun County to secretly make money off of Yunqing County's specialties, right?" Wu Yuan said honestly, "I had nothing to do. I wanted to use this small matter as an entry point to learn more about the changes in the bureaucracy of the Zhuiying dynasty. The secret archives of the fallen country's imperial palace have already been sealed up. I didn't have the opportunity to look through them, so I could only find another way." Wei Pai nodded and praised, "It's such a pity that you didn't become the new provincial governor of our Dragon Province, Sir Wu." Wu Yuan smiled. "That's how it should be. I'm already very satisfied to be able to keep my position as provincial governor, and I don't get in the way of certain important figures in the court either. You can call it a blessing in disguise. I'm more than happy to hide here. Wei Pai had no intentions of staying. Wu Yuan said, Mountain Lord, you'll definitely visit Su Ruo when you leave this time, right? It's best if you visit the ancestral temple of Zhongyue first. It won't be too late to visit your old friend after that. Wei Pai nodded. That's what I plan on doing. When I entered secluded cultivation on Cloud Padding Mountain earlier, Sir Su helped me keep watch. When I was about to emerge successfully, he left silently and returned to your Chazishan Mountain. It'll be inexcusable if I don't thank him in person. Wu Yuan smiled. Then I'll have to trouble you to leave quickly, Sir Mountain Lord. Don't get in the way of me admiring the ancient inkstone. Wei both smiled and departed, his silhouette vanishing. Actually, when Wei Pai left the ferry and appeared in Yunqing County, the lofty statue in the ancestral temple at the top of the mountain had opened its golden eyes. However, the mountain lord Jin Qing chose to ignore the visit of the god in white. When Wei Pai appeared at the foot of the mountain in the Yunqing County, Jin Qing strode out of the golden statue. He was a tall, burly man in purple clothes and a jade belt. Incense burned brightly on the mountain, but no one could see this. Jin Qing walked through the crowd of devotees in the main hall. After crossing the threshold, he stepped out and arrived at the relatively quiet Chazishan Mountain secondary peak. The 5 peaks of the various countries in the world were almost never isolated mountains with only 2 or 3 peaks. They usually had vast territories and extended mountain ranges. For example, Chazishan Mountain was made up of 8 peaks. The main peak was known as the Master of all mountains in the central territory of the Zhuang dynasty. There was a Zhongyue temple at the top of the mountain, which served as a place of worship for generations of emperors and subjects. The secondary peak was called Stacked Cliff Peak. There was no Daoist temple at the top of the mountain. It was the mountain god's palace that Jin Qing built the earliest. Now, there were only a few mountain lords' female envoys taking care of the buildings there. When the buildings were first built, Jin Qing wasn't the mountain lord of Zhongyue yet. Chazishan was already the ancient Zhongyue of the Zhuang dynasty. After the old mountain lord's golden body collapsed, the authority of the mountain was handed over to Jin Qing. At that time, the famous Zhuang minister who held the authority of the country had built a thatched cottage on the northern side of Stacked Cliff Peak. Jin Qing's expression was indifferent as he overlooked the mountains and rivers. Everything was as fleeting as the clouds. Jin Qing's gaze shifted. In the dragon-sealing peak's Laojun cave, the Mahist hero Su Ruo was alone there. He said that he was concentrating on cultivation, but in fact, the mountains and rivers of Chazishan knew that Su Ruo was monitoring Zhongyue. Compared to the earth-shattering battle at Mount Qi of the New East Peak, where countless cultivators from both sides were killed or injured, Mount Qizi was not stained with blood. Jin Qing only knew that Su Ruo had left the territory of the middle peak twice. The most recent time was when he went to Mount Biyun to guard the pass for Wei Bian. The first time, his whereabouts were unknown. After that, Jin Qing originally thought that the old sword immortal who could be said to be the stabilizing force of the Zhuang dynasty would definitely show up. However, Jin Qing was not sure if it had something to do with Su Ruo. If it was really Su Ruo who stopped the old sword immortal. As the abyssal mountain lord of the Aquarius continent, Jin Qing would feel better. As for Su Ruo's cultivation level, no one could tell, and there was no definite explanation. If Ruan Zhao of the Dragon Spring Sword sect was the most famous cultivator of the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent, then Su Ruo was the one with the most hidden strength. The only clue was when Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple challenged the Heavenly Lord Xie. After that, there were only a few words that spread out, saying that there was someone behind him, and that Wei Jin might not be able to win. Even if Su Ruo was cultivating right under Jin Qing's eyes, Jin Qing was still the same as before. He was like a layman looking at the abyss, unfathomable. Jin Qing glanced at the Yechen Prefecture Yamen and sneered. As expected, after this northern mountain lord met Wu Yuan, he would first go to Dragon's Ceiling Peak to thank Su Ruo. If he came to find him, he would have more confidence. Jin Qing frowned. The next moment, a white robe fluttered and landed on the stacked cliff peak. He slowly walked toward Jin Qing. The man smiled and said, "Greetings, Mountain Lord Jin. Sorry to disturb you." Jin Qing said, "We are all mountain lords, but the 5 mountains are different. There is no need to be so polite. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then I won't keep you." Wei Pai nodded. "That's good. I came to Mount Purple to remind you, Jin Qing, not to be the mountain lord of the Middle Mountain. I am not happy." Jin Qing did not look at the handsome man in white. He just looked into the distance and asked, "So what if you are not happy?" Wei Pai stretched out his finger and tapped the golden earring on his ear. He smiled and said, "Then the Middle Mountain will be sealed." Jin Qing turned his head. "Do you have a secret decree from Emperor Dali? Or do you have a decree from the Imperial Court's Ministry of Rights?" Wei Pai nodded. "Of course." He then shook his head and added, "Neither." Jin Qing stretched out his hand and sneered. "Then you are casual." Wei Pai really was casual. The fate of the North Mountain was like a mountain and an ocean. It rushed towards the Middle Mountain from the south to the north. It was like Dali's cavalry on the clouds. From the looks of it, it was not an act to scare people. Jin Qing knew that once the fate of the 2 mountains and rivers collided, it would be a huge problem. He could not hold it in anymore and shouted angrily, "Wei Pai! Think about the consequences yourself." Wei Pai put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "I should be calling you Mountain Lord Wei." Jin Qing did not waste any more time. A huge golden figure of a god appeared in the Middle Mountain Temple on the main peak of Mount Purple. It raised its arm high and wanted to slap the stacked cliff peak. Behind Wei Pai, on the peak of Stacked Cliff Peak, there was also a huge golden figure. Even though they were not in the Middle Mountain's territory, Wei Pai's golden figure was still 500 feet taller than the Middle Mountain's godly spirit. The North Mountain godly spirit that Wei Pai manifested with his special ability grabbed the Middle Mountain's godly spirit's arm with one hand and pressed down on the latter's head with the other. Then, it stomped heavily and pushed Jin Qing's golden figure back. It was about to fall towards Mount Purple's Dragon's Ceiling Peak. Wei Pai's huge golden figure had a golden halo behind it. He stretched his hand and held the golden halo, wanting to smash down on the Middle Mountain godly spirit's head. Both sides were still holding back. The golden figures had already turned into nothingness. Otherwise, the 3 peaks of Mount Purple would have destroyed countless buildings. At this moment, at the Dragon's Ceiling Peak's Laojun Cave, an ordinary-looking man walked out of the thatched cottage. He had a weird posture with his sword behind him. He seemed to be helpless. He shook his head and grabbed the sword hilt behind him. He gently pulled the sword out of its sheath. In the blink of an eye, a mountain range appeared between the golden bodies of the 2 mountain gods. He advised, if the 2 mountain godly spirits really don't like each other, it's better to choose a civilized way of fighting. Otherwise, if you roll up your sleeves and fight, it'll be a disgrace to the 2 mountain godly spirits. I, Su Ruo, will also be suspected of not doing enough to protect the mountain. Jin Qing's face was gloomy. He withdrew his golden figure. Wei Pai also withdrew his towering godly spirit. However, the momentum of the North Mountain's fate still did not decrease. Jin Qing asked, "Wei Pai, I advise you to stop before you go too far." Wei Pai said, "Jin Qing, if you still act according to your previous mindset, you won't be able to protect the peace of the old mountains and rivers. The Dali imperial court is not stupid. They know very well that you, Jin Qing, have never truly submitted to them. If you can't understand this, I'll just help Dali change to another mountain godly spirit. Anyway, I really don't like you. Su Ruo has already done her best to stop you once. Jin Qing turned his head and looked to the north. At the border between the two mountains, there was already a phenomenon of wind and rain. Jin Qing said dejectedly, "Tell me, what should I do to make you withdraw the North Mountain's feng shui?" Wei Pai smiled and said, "If you don't even show some respect to the North Mountain, do you really have any loyalty to the Dali imperial court? Do you think the people in the Dali imperial court are 3-year-old children? Do you want me to teach you what to do? Bring a big gift, go to the Cloud Pall Mountain, apologize, and apologize." Su Ruo touched his forehead and returned to the cottage. He had really made the wrong choice to have such a friend. Jin Qing was puzzled and asked, "That's it?" Wei Pai asked back, "What else? Besides, you're already in the North Mountain. How far can you be from the capital of Dali? Won't you be there by just lifting your feet? As long as the North Mountain is not in chaos, the Dali imperial court is not crazy. Why would they deliberately start a massacre here? Do you know that your vague attitude, which seems to be loyal and righteous, will make many survivors of the perished country feel lucky and hope that their generous sacrifice will wake you up and raise an uprising with them in the end? If you really have such thoughts, then you're a man." Su Ruo did not return to Sealed Dragon Peak. He left Zishan and rode the wind to Dali's capital. He did not like to ride the sword. Because Su Ruo always felt that swords and swordsmen should be on equal footing. The Zhuyin dynasty's unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal who had been in isolation for many years tried to assassinate Dali's new inspector, Chao Gu. He died before he could do anything. In fact, he did not have to die. Su Ruo only injured him. The old man who had been in isolation for 100 years was unwilling to be a prisoner. He would not surrender to the enemy, the Song clan. Therefore, after he broke his sword, he had no chance of winning. He even laughed and said that he knew he would die at the beginning of this plan. It was not too bad to die in the hands of the Mahist's #1 swordsman, Su Ruo. Su Ruo made an exception and said something. In the land of a continent, the emperor, generals, ministers, nobles, and commoners would all die. At the foot of the mountain, there would be no more smoke. After the old man heard about it, he only felt disappointment before he died. Pei Qian sat on the bench and looked around. The small house and courtyard were all the same. Pei Qian almost had an illusion that he and Chao Qinglang were still the same as before. He was just asked by his master to go to the well to get a bucket of water, and then he went out and came back to see Chao Qinglang. That was all. When she was waiting outside for Chao Qinglang, she had looked at the Spring Festival couplets 100 times. The handwriting was good, but not good enough to make her feel ashamed. Chao Qinglang looked at the tanned girl and actually had a lot of questions to ask her. Why was she still not much taller after being away for so many years? In terms of height, the difference between the two of them was as much as a head. Why did Pei Qian suddenly carry a bamboo box on her back and carry a bamboo sword? How was Mr. Chen doing during his study abroad? Pei Qian took the bamboo box and put it behind her. She placed the walking stick on her lap and sat upright. She looked straight ahead and did not look at Chao Qinglang. She went straight to the point. Did you know that my master wanted to take you away from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land? He didn't want to take me with him at all. Chao Qinglang hesitated. She was not in a hurry to answer. She smiled and asked, "Did Mr. Chen take you as his disciple?" Pei Qian's eyes shone like the sun and moon. She nodded and said, "Yes. I went through thousands of mountains and rivers with my master, and he never left me behind. Chao Qinglang gently clenched her fists and rested them on her knees. She smiled gently. Although it's a pity that Mr. Chen didn't take me away from here, I think it's a wonderful thing for you to travel thousands of miles with Mr. Chen. I envy you. Pei Qian was silent. Chao Qinglang turned her head and asked, now that Mr. Chen wants you to carry water, will you still carry the bucket and sprinkle water to clean the streets? Pei Qian abruptly turned her head. She was about to get angry when she saw the smile in Chao Qinglang's eyes. She felt as if she had good martial arts skills and her fists weighed 100 catties, but she could not exert any strength in front of a ball of cotton. She snorted coldly and crossed her arms over her chest. What do you know? I've learned thousands of skills from my Shifu. I've never been lazy. Every day I not only copy books and learn how to read and write, but also practice martial arts. Chao Qinglang pretended to be enlightened. I see. Pei Qian was a little sullen. Chao Qinglang was still an eyesore after all these years. She seemed to have become bolder than the timid girl she used to be. Pei Qian's eyes lit up. She asked, iron flowers embroidered on the cliff, killing intense silenced the frogs. Have you heard of this poem? Chao Qinglang shook her head. He was now half a Taoist cultivator, so he could remember everything he saw with a single glance. He had liked to read since he was a child. As time went by, the headmaster of the academy was willing to lend him books. Before this world was separated, Mr. Liu would often send him books from other places. Chao Qinglang was not boasting, but he had read a lot. Pei Qian asked again, do you know how to write the word swastika? Chao Qinglang smiled and stretched out a finger to write the word in the air. She said, according to the Confucian classics, in the middle of autumn, the cold air is strong and the young air is weak. That's why it's called killing intent. The frogs make the sound of frogs. The ancient sages had a saying, palm to get rid of the frogs. I once heard a gentleman say with a laugh, sure Yu Ci Dao talks about literary works, he likes to ask about his ancestors from the bold Su Zi and the soft Lu Zi. At that time, that gentleman clapped his hands with his folding fan and said with a big laugh, my laughter is as noisy as a frog, a little better than a parrot repeating its words. Pei Qian remained calm and said with a straight face, so you know it too. The essence of this saying was in the word too. Chao Qinglang was not deliberately showing off his knowledge. He just wanted to know what kind of person Pei Qian was now. It was strange. Pei Qian seemed to have changed a lot, but many things did not change. Pei Qian suddenly said, the last time we met, I actually wanted to kill you because I was afraid that you would steal my master. My master has always been worried about you. He doesn't talk about you. Other than drinking, my master would talk a little more. Most of the time, my master would only look into the distance and stare blankly. At that time, my master's eyes would whisper to me. So I know that my master misses you very much and has always wanted to keep you by his side so that you would not be alone in the lotus flower blessed land. He was afraid that you would suffer. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment. He grabbed the walking stick with both hands. His knuckles turned white and the veins on the back of his hands were exposed. He said slowly, I'm sorry. Chao Qinglang nodded gently. I accept your apology. It's wrong for you to think that way. But I think it's good that you were able to hold back and protect your heart. In the end, you didn't make a move. So you don't have to worry that I will steal your master. Since Mr. Chen has accepted you as his disciple, if one day you don't even have such thoughts, no one in the world will be able to take Mr. Chen away, let alone me. Pei Qian said loudly, I'm the first disciple, not an ordinary disciple. Chao Qinglang said helplessly, okay. Amazing, amazing. Pei Qian looked at him from the corner of his eyes and said slowly, boring guy, you're really not angry. Chao Qinglang slightly propped up his elbows and looked at Pei Qian. He made an angry face, like a door god looking at the mortal world with his eyes wide open. I'm very angry. Pei Qian's mouth twitched. Isn't that childish? Chao Qinglang asked, did you come to the Nanyuan kingdom alone? Mr. Chen didn't come. Pei Qian shook his head and said sullenly, I came to the Nanyuan kingdom with an old man who taught me fist techniques. We walked a long way to get here. Chao Qinglang asked curiously, where is the old man? Pei Qian turned his head and looked in the direction of the Temple of Heart, not saying a word. After a while, Chao Qinglang was shocked. Pei Qian, who was slightly taller and less charcoal, opened his mouth. He did not cry, but his tears and snot were running down his face. In an instant, Pei Qian stood up. His movements were too hasty, and he knocked away the walking stick on his knees. She didn't care about it. Then, the ground of the small courtyard shook, and Pei Qian's figure instantly disappeared into the distance. Chao Qinglang was worried about her, so he flew up like a bird. His green robe fluttered in the wind as he followed the skinny figure from afar. Pei Qian landed outside the corridor of the Temple of Heart. He looked at the old man with his eyes closed and said angrily, Old man, don't sleep. Pei Qian stomped one foot on the ground and took a step back. He pulled out an ancient fighting stance and cried, Grandpa Chui, get up and give me a punch. Chao Qinglang stood behind Pei Qian. A middle-aged monk came over. Chao Qinglang put his palms together and apologized. The abbot of the Temple of Heart nodded slightly. He lowered his head and put his palms together. After a Buddhist chant, he left slowly. Pei Qian maintained his fighting stance for a long time. Chao Qinglang walked to Pei Qian's side and reached out to press down on his fist. The old man has left. Chao Qinglang realized that she could not press down on his fist at all. Pei Qian said to himself, Grandpa Chui, don't sleep anymore. Let's go home together. This is not home. Our home is at Luopa Mountain. Chao Qinglang had already sensed Pei Qian's abnormality. He could only press down on Pei Qian's fist and call out softly, Pei Qian. Pei Qian's natural fist intent burned Chao Qinglang's palm like charcoal. Chao Qinglang's expression did not change at all. He moved his feet like an immortal using the dipper steps. His two sleeves were like a breeze. He made a sword sign with one hand behind his back and actually pressed down Pei Qian's fist by more than an inch. Chao Qinglang said in a low voice, Pei Qian, do you still want the old man to leave in peace and worry? After Chao Qinglang interrupted his waterfall-like fist intent, Pei Qian seemed to wake up a little. He squatted down and hugged his head as he cried bitterly. His eyes were still fixed on the green-robed old man sitting in the corridor. In the next moment, the green-robed old man who was in deep sleep after death seemed to be attracted by Pei Qian's drum-beating fist intent. The silent fist intent of a dead person seemed to come back to life. From Chui Cheng's hands that were gently folded in front of him, two balls of brilliant light that were like the sun and moon hanging in the sky appeared. All the fist intent of the martial artist at the peak of the 10th realm, from the withered body, from the palace of 100 bones, rapidly surged into the two balls of light. Chao Qinglang was blinded by the light and could only close his eyes. Not only that, the fist intent that was about to topple like a mountain forced Chao Qinglang to be unwilling to retreat, and could only slide backwards. In the end, his back was against the wall, and he could not move. He could not gather the spiritual qi that came from his cultivation. However, the vigorous fist intent that seemed to be unrestrained by the heavens and earth did not affect Pei Qian at all. Pei Qian clenched his fists and stood up. A bead hovered in front of him and eventually circled around him. The other bead soared into the sky and collided with the sky. It shattered with a bang. It was like a martial arts reign in the blessed land of lotus roots. This half of the martial arts fate should have been given to Zhu Lian and the old man to enter this new blessed land of lotus roots together. After the old man died, Zhu Lian was a martial artist in the far travel state and the top martial artist in the world. Naturally, he could get a lot of the martial arts fate. However, Zhu Lian refused. Pei Qian did not dare to take the martial arts fate bead that the old man left for her. What if Grandpa Chui was not dead? What if she accepted this gift? Then Grandpa Chui would really die. Why did they have to be separated by life and death when they were young? Now that they had grown up, it still had to be like this. Chao Qinglang looked at the back and said softly, "No matter how sad it is, don't lie to yourself." She was gone. She was gone. The only thing we can do is to make our lives better. Pei Qian, who had her back to Chao Qinglang, nodded slightly. She reached out her trembling hand and held the martial arts fate bead. Pei Qian turned to look at Chao Qinglang and said, "Grandpa Chui actually has a lot of things that he didn't have time to tell you." In the small temple, the melodious evening drum sounded. 561. Li Er fed Chen Pingon his fist for the last time, and it was very different. Li Er let Chen Pingon do his best, and he could use any means to try and see if he could last longer under his fist. Chen Pingon was a little confused. He was at the bottleneck of the 6th realm of martial arts, but Li Er was at the 10th realm of martial arts. Even if he used any means, what was the point? Li Er smiled and said, "My fist this time will be measured, and will only break the connection of many of your methods. Simply put, you only need to attack. You can treat it as a confrontation with a life and death enemy, and the enemy looks down on you because his realm is much higher than yours. At the same time, he does not know your current foundation, and only sees you as a pure martial artist with a good foundation. He only wants to exhaust your pure vital energy first, and then slowly torture you to death to vent his anger." Chen Pingon was even more puzzled. Could it be that he was saying that he could use any tricks, underhanded methods besides punching? Li Er did not explain further, "Don't be careless, or else if I feel that you dare to look down on your mortal enemy, my last punch will make you cough blood in bed on the Lion's Peak for half a year." Li Er turned and went to the ferry, leaving Chen Pingon at the door of the hut. Li Er held the bamboo wormwood and stood at the end of the small boat, and began to hold his breath and concentrate. After half an hour, Chen Pingon walked to the ferry. Li Er looked and could not help but laugh. The young man was barefooted, and he rolled up his trousers, but did not roll up his sleeves. He did not forget to carry the sword fairy from the Fu family in the old dragon city. Li Er nodded and said, "Get on the boat." In an instant, the bamboo shoot in Li Er's hand chopped down. Chen Pingon, who had already rolled up the mind talisman in his sleeve, had already disappeared into thin air. He stepped on the stone wall of the Immortal Cave's waterway and used the momentum to bounce away. After a few trips, he was already far away from the boat, the man, and the bamboo shoot. When Chen Pingon landed on the surface of the water, he bent his waist and stepped on the water, sliding backward. One hand pressed against the water, creating a ripple. The other hand stopped abruptly. The two walls matchmaking talisman and the water-flowing talisman, the spiritual light of the talisman's gallbladder exploded with a bang. Chen Pingon slightly twisted his wrist, a short knife appeared in his right hand, engraved with the two characters Morning Dew. Together with the other knife that had not yet appeared, it was taken from the Deer Mountain assassin. The front end of the bamboo shoot seemed to have landed on the ground, but it did not really touch the ground. The Gangchi not only did not cut a gully on the ground, but also did not even raise a speck of dust. This was the fist intent of a great grandmaster who had reached the peak of martial arts. He had already reached the realm where he could do as he pleased. In front of the small boat, the water surface rose sharply, and gravel flew everywhere. A man in a green robe, his figure as fast as lightning, rushed in a straight line, holding a knife in both hands. Li Er put away the bamboo shoot and turned his head to look. He laughed and said, "Fancy, but it's quite scary." Li Er casually poked the bamboo shoot, and the small boat under his feet slowly moved forward. Chen Pingan turned his head to avoid the bamboo shoot, his left sleeve twirling the mind talisman, and disappeared in a flash. Li Er loosened his grip on the bamboo shoot, then clenched it again. He did not turn around, nor did he turn his head, and the bamboo shoot stabbed backward. Chen Pingan, who had appeared behind him, was directly stabbed in the chest, and crashed into the water with a bang. If not for the fact that Chen Pingan had turned his body slightly, and only his green robe was torn, revealing a trace of blood and white bones, Li Er, who said that he had underestimated the enemy and had a sense of propriety, would have nailed the bamboo shoot directly into Chen Pingan's chest. The small boat under Li Er's feet continued to move forward slowly. There was no need to hold the bamboo shoot at all. A pure martial artist of the 10th level was what Li Er meant by, full of spirit, man is perfect. Once he took out his true chi, Li Er could casually fill the entire waterway with fist intent and gang chi. Li Er smiled. "All right, you brat, you have the advantage of the geographical location. You actually used dozens of water talismans at once, and if they all exploded at the same time, it could barely be considered as overturning rivers and seas." Li Er gently held the bamboo shoot tightly. It buzzed and vibrated with gang chi. One man and one boat continued to move forward, neither fast nor slow. Not a drop of water came close to Li Er and the boat. Li Er stomped his feet and a muffled thunder sounded from the bottom of the water. Li Er was slightly surprised. He no longer cared about Chen Pingan underwater and went from the stern to the bow of the boat. He glanced at the wall in the distance and the small boat under his feet shot forward like an arrow, smashing towards the bamboo shoot. The Yin spirit that had silently left his body and traveled far away had already hidden on the wall with the Ghost Axe Palace's carrying tablet talisman. Everything that had happened before was just a smokescreen. He did not expect Li Er to see through it so easily. The Yin spirit had no choice but to avoid the heavy bamboo shoot. With this move, his true body was revealed. It was a young man in white with a folding fan at his waist. Even though he was running away in a sorry state, he still had a smile on his face. His figure was ethereal, like an immortal on the mountain. When he left the stone wall, Chen Pingan's Yin spirit made a sword sign with 2 fingers. A snow-white sword light swept out from between his eyebrows. It was the flying sword that had not been completely refined into a natal item. Although it was not a sword cultivator's natal flying sword, after being sharpened by the dragon beheading platform, it reappeared in the world with an imposing aura. Li Er's bamboo shoot still did not touch the stone wall. His arm bent slightly and withdrew the bamboo shoot. The flying sword vibrated non-stop and crashed into the stone wall. It was just an ordinary bamboo shoot with fishwill, so it was not damaged at all. Li Er smiled and said, again. A swift and fierce flying sword that looked like a sword immortal stabbed towards Li Er's back from behind. Li Er did not care at all. His fistwill was like the protection of a deity. It was the most indestructible armor in the world. Li Er made a sound of surprise. Is it just an imitation sword made by the hateful Sword Mountain? Because the flying sword that was coming at him was casually bounced away by the fistwill. The third flying sword with the fastest speed went straight to the back of Li Er's head. At the same time, the first flying sword that was like a white rainbow wanted to get close to him again. Li Er was also a little helpless. This is a little annoying. Li Er let go of the bamboo shoot and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he was holding 3 flying swords in his hand. Brilliant sparks splashed out from his palm. When Li Er returned to the small boat, the bamboo shoot seemed to be suspended in the air and did not fall at all. Li Er's return was really too fast. Li Er imprisoned the 3 flying swords with one hand and pressed the palm of his other hand against one end of the bamboo shoot. He pushed heavily and the small boat under his feet swayed slightly. The bamboo shoot flew out slightly at an angle and directly pierced Chen Pingan's abdomen, nailing him to the bottom of the water. The bamboo shoot's momentum was shocking. Not only did it knock Chen Pingan's entire back close to the bottom of the water, the bamboo shoot still pierced through his abdomen. Li Er's attack was ruthless. Chen Pingan's response was even more ferocious. He slapped the bottom of the water heavily with his palm, as if pulling himself out of the bamboo shoot. Using the mind talisman, he disappeared in an instant. Li Er smiled and did not beat up a drowning dog. He had already agreed to look down on him. One good thing about Chen Pingan was that he did not know pain. In other words, before he died, his attacks would be very steady. Some so-called martial arts geniuses fought bravely the more they were injured. However, it was inevitable that there would be some sequelae. It was not after a great battle but during a great battle. It was a type of battle where they exchanged their fist intent for battle strength. If both sides were at the same level, such people could certainly survive to the end. This was because a pure martial artist could not only have the courage of blood and vigor, but if one did not have the slightest bit of anger, one should not walk the path of martial arts. However, once the gap between the two sides was slightly widened, such actions had both advantages and disadvantages. Perhaps the best result would be to successfully exchange lives with a stronger opponent. The battle between martial artists seemed dull and tedious. They exchanged injuries and life and death. There were not many moves, but in fact, there were mysteries everywhere. Every punch was interesting. Especially after entering the 10th level, the sky was wide and the ground was wide. There were many wonders and endless scenery. Song Zhangqiang was ambitious and had a big picture. He could give up the country and the throne for the purity of martial arts. His obsession was far greater than that of a normal grandmaster. What he wanted with his fists was to make those immortals at the peak of the mountain walk down the mountain and kowtow to him, Song Zhangqiang. Therefore, he was full of vigor. Li Er admitted that in this level, he had indeed lost to Song Zhangqiang by a lot. After a pure martial artist reached the top, no matter how many types of fists one had and how many different types of martial courage one had, there were only 2 paths one could take. The first path was like opening up a blessed land. One's fists were vast and boundless, and one's chi was respected. The second path was like opening up a cave for immortals. It was easier to return to the origin. If there was no path beneath one's feet, one would continue to fly up. It was not that Li Er did not want to walk more in the vigor realm. It was just that his temperament dictated it. His fist intent was pure enough. If he deliberately cultivated the vigor realm, the benefits would not be great. It was better to take advantage of the situation and directly enter the origin realm. Previously, when he was drinking and chatting with Chen Pingan, Li Er heard that there was a wonderful person called Zhu Lian in Luo Mountain. His nickname was Martial Madman. When he fought, it was a matter of life and death. However, on normal days, his temperament was as carefree as an immortal's. Chen Pingan thought a lot and thought a lot. He rarely spoke with certainty. When he mentioned Zhu Lian, he said that Zhu Lian was a pure martial artist who would not go crazy. Li Er felt that Zhu Lian must be a rare genius. A genius in the eyes of a 10th level martial artist. If there was a chance in the future, he would like to meet Zhu Lian. Li Er put away the bamboo wormwood and casually threw out 3 flying swords. He continued to push the boat forward slowly. The simple man felt a little guilty for using too much force. Later, when he was dealing with Chen Pingan who came and went like a ghost, he intentionally held back his strength. One of his punches only sent Chin Pingan into the stone wall. However, he did not change the location of the bamboo wormwood and punch through his opponent's intestines. Not only that, the boat continued to move forward. He left behind the young man who could definitely continue to attack, allowing him to convert a breath of pure vital qi. Li Er had always felt that practicing martial arts did not have too many tricks. Diligently tempering one's body was nothing more than suffering. It was similar to the farmer taking care of the fields. However, whether the harvest was good or bad depended on the mood of the heavens. How far a martial artist could go in practicing martial arts depended entirely on himself. Li Er turned his head to look and saw a strange scene. Chen Pingan put on a golden robe and covered it with the black robe of the hundred-eyed Tao Tai. He did not stop there. Even the snowflower robe of the greasy city ghosts and the extremely fancy sparrow manor. He put on all the robes together. Fortunately, after the minor refinement of the worldly robe, it could change slightly according to the cultivator's wishes. However, with the addition of these 4 robes, how could he not look bloated? No matter how he looked at it, Li Er felt awkward. Especially the outermost robe that was worn by a girl. Wasn't Chin Pingan a little too much? However, this choice was not wrong. If he had put on the robe from the start, with Chin Pingan's current martial artist realm, it would have delayed the flow of his fist intent. Perhaps if he had attacked a little slower, it would have been the difference between life and death. Now that he was heavily injured, it was a different story. After all, he could take 1 or 2 more punches. Li Er stopped the boat beside the water mirror. Holding the bamboo wormwood, he stepped onto the mirror at the center of the lake. Li Er looked towards the entrance of the karst cave. There was some movement. In the distance, Chen Pingan stood on the water's surface with a sword on his back. He did not use the water-repelling divine ability or any immortal water techniques. His feet did not move and he continued to move forward slowly. Li Er looked at Chen Pingan's feet. After a while, Chen Pingan's figure suddenly rose. It turned out that he was stepping on a huge green creature. It was a flood dragon. This water dragon was worthy of being a cultivator's water technique. On the flood dragon's body, there was a snow-mud talisman as the foundation and more than 100 great river-flowing talismans as the dragon's bones. It seemed that a little bit was used as the talisman gallbladder of this strange but spectacular talisman. It was the immortal fire dragon who wanted Chin Pingan to ponder over the 2 superior Taoism formulas of refining objects. The incantation of refining the 3 mountains and the celestial incantation of the immortal praying for rain tablet of the Azure Palace should not only be used as a means of refining objects. Therefore, at this moment, the spine of the flood dragon was like 2 ropes intertwined with each other, becoming tighter and tougher. One was the mountain refining method and the other was the water refining method. With the gist of trueness of the great dragon fist as the finishing touch, the flood dragon under the young man's feet vaguely had the immortal aura of piling up soil into a mountain and rising wind and rain. Think more and think more about everything in the world. In the end, it was Chen Pingan who created this colossus. Chen Pingan habitually held the saber in his right hand. But in reality, he was left-handed. The flood dragon under his feet crashed into Li Er in the water mirror. Wherever it went, huge waves splashed up. Li Er twitched the corner of his mouth and tapped the ground lightly with the end of the bamboo wormwood, showy but useless. Li Er leaped up lightly, swung the bamboo wormwood and smashed it heavily on the ground. Even though the flood dragon was hundreds of feet away from the water mirror, it was still cut into 2 by the Gang Qi. It could only rely on inertia to continue forward. Li Er swept the bamboo wormwood horizontally. Chen Pingan, who appeared on the left side of Li Er in the mirror, suddenly lowered his head. His body seemed to be about to fall to the ground. As a result, he twisted his body and avoided the sweeping bamboo wormwood with the power of wind and thunder. Chen Pingan faced the bamboo wormwood that flashed and disappeared. He flipped his sleeves and 3 flying swords flew out from 3 different acupoints. He stepped on the ground hurriedly. The short saber in his right hand stabbed towards Li Er's heart. The second short saber slipped out from his left sleeve quietly. Li Er did not look at the 3 flying swords at all. He kicked Chen Pingan in the chest. The latter slid back hundreds of feet. His knees were slightly bent and his toes were on the ground. He increased his strength so that he would not let go of the short saber in his hands. His shoulders shook and he suddenly stood still. He forcibly pushed back the remnant of Li Er's fist aura on his chest. After all, he was a man wearing 4 robes. Li Er said, "I told you earlier. Martial arts with showy but impractical moves. Only those who want to kill the master with random punches. The master does not fight. It's just a move." Li Er casually threw the bamboo wormwood more than a foot into the mirror. That interesting flood dragon, which had just reformed on the mirror, was poked by the bamboo wormwood. It fell apart and turned into water again. Many of the talisman that had already cracked were completely turned into fine powder. Chen Pingan began to move. Li Er changed his trajectory a little and still appeared in front of Chen Pingan. He knocked the latter into the air with his knee. Li Er seemed to be moving forward slowly, but when he came to Chen Pingan's side, he threw a punch. He hit Chen Pingan, whose genuine qi was stagnant and whose robes were cracking, and made him fall into the lake hundreds of feet away. Like a stone skipping on water, he slid on the surface of the lake for another 7 or 8 feet. Li Er began to run wildly. Every step he took shattered the spiritual qi in the lake. He rushed straight to the place where Chen Pingan fell into the water. His body suddenly moved horizontally. Li Er used his shoulder to hit Chen Pingan's chest, who had used a mind talisman. Chen Pingan felt as if his chest was hit by a hammer. His yin spirit flew out of his body and used a natural and strange fish technique. It seemed to draw slow arcs, but the arcs were close to a circle. In fact, it was dazzling. It directly helped Chen Pingan to remove most of the fist aura. When Chen Pingan stabilized his body, his yin spirit returned to his body. It was done in one breath. Li Er did not pursue. He nodded. This was right. Otherwise, if one practiced martial arts and cultivated Tao, it would only hinder one's progress in martial arts. The two would always be in conflict and it would cause harm to others. What Li Er wanted to do this time was to let Chen Pingan find the mysterious balance point. People who practice martial arts could not be led by the fist stance and fist intent. Since he was already a qi cultivator, he could not feel that his fist intent was not pure because of this. People who practice martial arts could only rely on their fists. However, it did not mean that they did not care about anything. A true grandmaster should have the great aura of having all the skills in his body and using his hands. The human body was a small world. I was the heavens. What could not be controlled? What could not be controlled? Since Chen Pingan had taken the first step in the right direction, Li Er was relaxed and punched. The punch was not heavy, but it was faster. I won't give you, Chen Pingan, the slightest chance to think about it. I am a martial artist. I am a martial artist. If you want to exchange blows with me, Li Er, to improve Tao, then you have to take out something that no other martial artist in the world has. Yes. Just take a few more punches. No. Just lie down and recuperate. On the other side of the ferry, Li Lu walked on the waterway and looked at the traces of fighting. As for the movement on the other side of the water mirror, she did not even need to look. She was very clear about it. In the long years of the past, Li Lu was not unfamiliar with pure martial artists. She had died in the hands of a 10th realm martial artist. She had also personally killed a 10th realm martial artist. She knew a lot about the ways of martial artists. It was hard to say how great Chen Pingan's endurance was in the vast history of the world. However, as a 6th realm martial artist, it was really rare to see him take so many punches. In the world, there were only a few martial artists at the peak of the 9th realm and the end of the 10th realm who did not accept direct disciples like Gu Yu. There were also many martial arts masters who wanted to learn from his father and train their disciples' physiques. However, it was a pity that the disciples had to be able to withstand it. Some people's physiques could not withstand it, some people's temperament was not up to standard. Of course, most of them could not do either. They had seniors and masters who were willing to help or even drag them along, but they could not enter the room and could not cross the threshold no matter what. There were also some who seemed to have broken through, but in fact, they were the ones who fed the punches. When the disciples passed the threshold, it was as if they had lost an arm or a leg. The heart mirror had a subtle flaw that could not be detected. Therefore, once they reached the 8th realm and the 9th realm, all kinds of hidden dangers would undoubtedly be revealed. Li Lu reached the end of the waterway in the karst cave and did not continue forward. She turned around and began to walk. Li Lu arrived at the ferry and looked at the distant scenery outside Lion Peak at the edge of the mountain restriction of this immortal's cave. Li Lu vaguely sensed a strange phenomenon. She raised her gaze and looked at the sky. The 72 Confucian temples of the Confucian school had been the most pitiful existence since ancient times. They were neither alive nor dead, and there were many rules. Year after year, they watched the mortal world and were absolutely not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the world. Li Lu had landed in the northwest continent in his previous life. As the sect master of the Peak Immortal Realm, he had once chatted with a Confucian sage who was guarding the territory of the half-continent in the sky of the Liuxia continent. In the eyes of these sages who were silent and motionless like boats in the void, it was like mortals looking at the mountains and rivers under their feet at the top of a mountain. Even if they had limited eyesight, they would not be able to see the real scene. However, if they used the ancient magical power of watching the mountains and rivers, even if a man was wearing a jade pendant inscription or a woman's black hair was mixed with a strand of white hair, they would be able to see everything clearly. However, after watching the mortal world for thousands of years, there would be a day when they would get tired of watching. What's more, their duty was to monitor the cultivation grounds of those ascendant realm cultivators, as well as the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. They also had to have a plan in mind, so as to prevent the cultivators from being unrestrained in their spells and harming the world. If those great cultivators in the Blessed Enclave left the small world, they would be like exceptionally eye-catching lights that could be seen by the mortal teachers at the top of the mountain. Naturally, the sages in the sky would immediately pay attention to them and keep an eye on them. If there were any violations of etiquette, the sages would take action to stop them. If everything followed the rules, there was no need for them to appear. At that time, the Confucian sage who had a few words with Li Lu said with a smile that his greatest pastime was to go to a certain country, a certain county, a certain county, and a certain country every 10 years. He wanted to see the subtle changes on the stone tablet that people didn't care about after 10 years of being exposed to the wind, the sun, the rain, and the snow. Li Lu was speechless. The sages were lonely. The mortal world did not know. About 2 hours later, Li Lu, who had been wandering thousands of miles away, collected his thoughts and turned around with a smile. Someone was rowing a boat back. It was the somewhat miserable Chen Pingan. Li Er sat on the small boat and said, "You have to hold on until the martial arts fate arrives at Lion Peak. Otherwise, you won't be able to do that thing." Chen Pingan nodded. Li Er asked, "You really don't regret it? Li Lu might know some strange methods that can keep you for a while." Chen Pingon shook his head and said, no. The mountain-quaking fish was created by Senior Guyu of the northern continent. During my travels, he taught me 3 more moves. In the end, even if he died, he still wanted to give me the martial arts fate. So, I don't regret it. Li Er did not say anything else. The 2 of them arrived at the ferry. Li Lu smiled and said, congratulations, Mr. Chen. You've broken through in both martial arts and cultivation. Chen Pingon grinned. He had deliberately suppressed his true qi and spirit qi. With this slight movement, it was immediately broken. His face was covered in blood again. Chen Pingon walked past the mountain and river restriction at the entrance of the cave abode. He clenched his fist and looked up. A golden sea of clouds suddenly condensed above the clear and boundless sky of Leo Peak. Then, a sweet rain began to fall from the sky. Wisps of rain fell slowly, extremely slowly. Chen Pingon said softly, first day, 15th day. 2 flying swords flew out and disappeared in a flash. They hovered in front of Chen Pingon like 2 steps. Wearing a green robe and carrying a divine sword, Chen Pingon started to run. He stepped on the 2 flying swords and ascended step by step. When he was a few hundred feet away from the sea of golden clouds and the rain of martial arts fate, he suddenly stopped. Chen Pingon's fist intent surged. He was like a god in the sky. He punched upwards with the clouds steaming swamp style. After the punch, the sea of martial arts fate and the rain of martial arts fate were pushed back and scattered in the northern continent. The exhausted Chen Pingon took a deep breath and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He bent over and panted. His vision was a little blurry. He turned his head and looked towards the south. He laughed softly and said, Senior Gu, I didn't dare to tell you before. Someone in the bamboo house in my hometown said that our mountain-quaking fist was full of the smell of dirt and that it was nothing special. It was only the fist intent that was considered passable. He was the one who taught me the punch just now. Senior Gu, don't worry. I was not convinced back then. When I return to my hometown this time, I will definitely argue with him. Now that I'm in the golden body realm, I can take 2 more punches and talk more. 562. Huang Kai, the leader of Lion Peak, was already standing beside Li Lu. She chuckled and said, with Mr. Chen's punch, Lion Peak will become famous. It was rare for Li Lu to smile at Huang Kai. He said, Huang Kai, you don't have to call him Mr. Chen. If you feel awkward, Mr. Chen will feel awkward too. Huang Kai knew her master's temper, so she nodded. In one life, Li Lu picked up a child by the roadside and made him kowtow 3 times. Then, he accepted him as his only disciple. After that, the master and disciple established a sect at Lion Peak. After Li Lu Bing passed away, Huang Kai, who had just become a young golden core earth immortal, became the pillar of the sect. Lion Peak stood tall in the North Continent, where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. Back then, the child who was as thin as a bamboo pole and had a big head, which looked quite interesting, eventually became a famous and powerful nascent soul cultivator in the North Continent. Li Er suddenly said, of the 4 robes he has, other than the innermost one, the other 3 can't withstand the punch. They're quite damaged. Fortunately, before they returned to the ferry, they didn't forget to take off the cumbersome robes, especially the outermost robe of the Sparrow residence. Otherwise, if they were to fight so openly, half of the North Continent would soon hear that there was a pure martial artist in Lion Peak who liked to wear women's clothes. As for the far-reaching effects of Chen Pingon's punch that scattered the golden sea of clouds and left a strong martial arts fate in the North Continent, Li Er didn't deliberately tell Chen Pingon more about the inside story after he learned of Chen Pingon's decision. There was no need to. If he did, it might cause Chen Pingon's punch to have some impurities. Even the small group of 9th and 10th level martial artists at the peak of martial arts in Utarakuru who had sensed this would feel a little happy. Regardless of the temperament of these grandmasters and the level of their martial virtues, they would have to show some respect to the young man at the peak of Lion Peak today. All the martial temples in the continent would be grateful to this person. Not to mention others, just the scholarly sage, who was familiar with Huang Kai of Lion Peak, had to think highly of Chen Pingan. He felt that Chen Pingan's temperament suited him. Li Lu recalled Chen Pingan's flashy attire. She held back her laughter and said softly, "I will help Mr. Chen repair his robe." Li Er chuckled. Li Lu said helplessly, "Father, what nonsense are you thinking?" Li Er said, "I'm not thinking too much. I'm just happy that I'll have wine to drink when I go down the mountain." Chen Pingan swayed and stepped on the flying swords again and again before finally landing on the ground. Li Er said, "Recuperate on the mountain for half a day first. When you have stabilized the Jinshan realm, I will help you to open up your muscles and bones and temper your soul. Every time you break through a realm, there will be many changes in the small world of the human body that even martial artists themselves cannot imagine. It is safer to strike while the iron is hot." Chen Pingan smiled bitterly, "Uncle Li, we'll talk about it when the time comes. I'm feeling dizzy right now, and I feel sleepy whenever I think about practicing. Let me take a break first." Li Er smiled and waved his hand. Chen Pingan cupped his fists to Huang Kai and said apologetically, "I haven't had the chance to thank Yellow Mountain Lord." Huang Kai shook her head and said, "You're welcome, young Master Chen. It's our Lion Peak that has benefited from your fame. Young Master Chen, just focus on recuperating." Chen Pingan had a strange expression on his face as he left. Li Er also rushed down the mountain. Li Lu stood in the same place and said, "Fame? Isn't that a derogatory term? Huang Kai, did I tell you to read more and only focus on cultivation? I heard that you have a good relationship with Zhou, the Mountain Lord of Yufu Academy. Do you have a good chat?" Huang Kai was helpless. "Master, I've never liked to read books since I was young. Besides, I've never talked about essays or poems with Mountain Lord Zhou." Li Lu shook her head and said, "What a waste of your big brain when you were young." Huang Kai was stunned. She rubbed her head. Only then did she remember that when she was young, there was such an incident. At that time, she was sallow and emaciated. In the heavy snow, she begged along the way. Then, she met her master who was walking slowly in the heavy snow. Huang Kai would remember that scene clearly for the rest of her life. However, in the later years, she didn't remember many things. Li Lu turned her head and looked at the old woman who was working hard to guard Lion Peak. Lion Peak was just one of the abodes she left behind. It wasn't even as important as the southern Xuanshui Hall in the Dragon Palace Cave. The reason why the family of 3 settled here was that Li Lu had taken a fancy to the peaceful town at the foot of the mountain. If her mother opened a shop in the market there, it wouldn't be too strange. In fact, it had almost nothing to do with Lion Peak and Huang Kai. However, for some reason, when she looked at the skinny monkey-like child who had suddenly turned into a white-haired old woman, Li Lu felt a little sad for the first time. Huang Kai's aptitude wasn't too good and she was too stubborn. On the path of cultivation, she had killed too many people. Taking care of an ancestral hall in the North Continent wasn't an easy task. Huang Kai, who had hopes of reaching the pure jade state, had faced many sword cultivators and attacks in history. She had protected the Lion Peak Ancestral Hall from being destroyed and was unwilling to bow down. She had accumulated many side effects. Mending her chi abode after the war was of no help. She could only stay in the nascent soul state for the rest of her life. In fact, when Li Lu returned to the mountain for the first time, she didn't think much of this disciple. What was a dispensable Lion Peak Ancestral Hall? Even if it collapsed and became a ruin, so what if Huang Kai didn't rebuild it? She didn't spend so much effort to nurture her direct disciple and didn't spend so much effort and resources to help Lion Peak grow. Instead, she chose to cultivate on her own and focus on breaking through to the upper 5 states. She might even be rewarded by Li Lu with a great treasure. It wasn't that Li Lu didn't know Huang Kai's intentions. In fact, she knew very well, but Li Lu didn't care at all in the past. However, at this moment, Li Lu felt a little sad. She looked at her master, who had never had such a gaze before. In her impression, her master used to be a different person. She was always high and mighty and silent, as if she was thinking about something important that Huang Kai could never understand. Huang Kai didn't dare to look at her master. She looked into the distance and seemed to be talking to herself. She said in a trembling voice, "I'm really happy to be able to reunite with my master in this life." Li Lu nodded. "I'm not as happy as you, but it's still okay." Master and disciple were silent for a long time. Li Lu said slowly, "In the future, you don't have to care about the mountain and water restrictions in that cave. You're now the Lion Peak Mountain Lord and the cave is no longer my place of cultivation. You don't have to worry about this. If there are any good seedlings in Lion Peak, when Mr. Chin leaves the mountain, you can let them in to cultivate. The 3 books I gave you in the early years, you can teach them according to your disciple's potential and temperament. You don't have to adhere to the rules. Moreover, I didn't forbid you to teach the 3 ancient water spells. If you weren't so rigid and pedantic, Lion Peak would have had a second nascent soul cultivator." Huang Kai patted her head. "It's just as Master said. I've wasted my big brain." Li Lu smiled. Huang Kai didn't say anything else. She was in a peaceful state of mind and looked happy. She accompanied her master who she hadn't seen for a long time and watched the mountains and rivers of the human world. Half a day later, Li Er ascended the mountain again. This time, he wanted Qin Pingan to spar with him as a pure martial artist of the Golden Body realm. However, he was not allowed to use any fish stances or fist moves, not even leaving any traces behind. If Li Er discovered even the slightest clue, then he would have to eat a punch from the peak of the 9th realm. He wanted Qin Pingan to only punch quickly. If he was slow by even a little bit, then he would have let down the Golden Body realm that was hard to come by and he would have to eat a punch. Finally, Li Er dragged Qin Pingan to the small boat. This time, it was Li Er who returned to the ferry. He said that he was still lacking and that he would polish it again after half a day. Qin Pingan rarely rejected his kindness. He said that he really had to hurry on his way. Since Qi Jinglong had broken through and was about to face the first sword challenge, he had to hurry to the Tai Hui sword sect to take a look. Then, he would go to Crouching Ground Peak to visit Venerable Fire Dragon and another good friend. He also had to go to the Dongxian Street in the capital of the Qinghao Nation to meet Li Shixing. After that, he would go south and return to the Skeleton Beach. Li Er did not make things difficult for Qin Pingan. At dawn, the 2 of them walked down the mountain quickly. Li Er asked curiously, "Since you are in such a hurry to go to the inverted hanging mountain, why don't you just go from the North Continent? You still have to go to the Aquarius continent. Luopa Mountain does not have legs. There is also Zhu Lian and Wei Pai, one inside and one outside to help. Actually, you don't have to worry about anything. If you miss the Skeleton Beach and go to the Aquarius continent, only the old Dragon City has a cross-continent ferry. It is also a long journey. Don't you think it is troublesome?" Qin Pingan laughed. "If I don't go back home to take a look, I will not be at ease." Li Er did not say anything else. These days, he helped Qin Pingan to punch. He had spoken too much and it was more tiring than punching. When they reached the cloth shop at the foot of the mountain, Li Lu helped in the shop. The business was slow. Chen Pingan wanted to say something but stopped. Finally, he could not help but ask, "Miss Li, do you know why your business is not good when you sell cloth in the shop?" Li Lu nodded. The women and young ladies in the small town were not happy to see her. Even if she was willing to be stubborn and praise her shop's cloth to the heavens, those ordinary ladies, as long as she stood in the shop, they would inevitably feel uncomfortable. So what if they bought cloth and added a bit of beauty? As long as they saw her, they would be discouraged. Li Lu liked to stay at the shop, but more so she wanted to spend more time with her mother. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "You can let one or two of the fairies on Lion Peak, who are not so good-looking, choose a time when the street is lively and buy silk and satin here twice. The first time, they buy less, and the second time, they buy more. Remember to wear the clothes made of silk and satin that the shop bought here. In this way, Miss Li won't have to worry about the shop's business, and she can chat with Aunt Lu in the backyard." Li Lu laughed. "We can follow Mr. Chen's plan and give it a try." Previously, when the woman saw Chen Pingan's complexion and served tea to the table, the first thing she said was, "Are you sick?" Chen Pingan quickly smiled and shook his head, saying, "No, it's just a little cold. Aunt Lu does not need to worry." The woman then told Chen Pingan some of the traditional healthcare methods in her hometown, and told him not to ignore it. That day, there were 4 people at the table. When Aunt Lu heard that Chen Pingan had eaten and was leaving the small town today, she was a bit disappointed. At this moment, the woman was overjoyed when she heard that Chen Pingan was willing to write a letter for her and send it to the Great Sui Kingdom Academy. Li Lu turned to look at Li Er. Li Er just smiled and took a sip of wine, enjoying it. In Li Huai's room, Chen Pingan took out a pen, ink, and paper. The woman sat at the side, while Chen Pingan and the woman sat on a long bench. Li Lu sat opposite Chen Pingan's table. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Aunt Lu, you tell me and I'll write. Let's write more trivial family matters. Li Huai will feel more at ease when he sees it." The woman looked at the clean young man in green with a gentle smile on his face. For some reason, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. She said softly, "Ping An, if only your parents were still here, how good would that be? Auntie Lu doesn't have much knowledge. She's a woman who only knows how to blabber, but she's still a mother. I dare say that no father or mother in the world would be unhappy to see a son like you." Chen Pingan lowered his gaze, his expression calm. Then, he raised his head slightly and laughed softly. "Auntie Lu, I also wish that my parents were still around. However, I was still young at that time and couldn't do more. In fact, I've been suffering all these years." The woman felt very guilty for bringing up such a sad matter. She hurriedly said, "Ping An, Auntie is just speaking casually. If you can write it down, then write it down. If you can't write it down, then just skip it." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "There's a lot of paper. Aunt, you can say more. If you write a longer letter, you can get a good omen." The woman was very heavy. She sighed heavily and then turned to stare at Li Lu. "Did you hear that? In the past, when I asked you to help me write a letter, 1 or 2 pieces of paper would be gone. Do you still have your brother in your heart? Do you still have me, your mother? I raised a heartless daughter like you for nothing." Chen Pingan smiled apologetically at Li Lu, who was sitting across the table. Li Lu nodded quietly and then put her hands in front of her. She begged the woman for mercy. "Mother, I know I was wrong." Then, in the small room, there was only the woman's nagging and Chen Pingan's meticulous writing. The green-robed young man, who had traveled thousands of miles and read thousands of books, sat upright and still. His back was straight, and his expression was serious. In the end, Chen Pingan left the shop with the bamboo box on his back and the mountain walking stick in his hand. The woman and the man stood at the door and watched Chen Pingan leave. The woman insisted that Li Lu send him off. Li Lu had a package in her hand. It was filled with items prepared by her mother. Most of them were the town's specialties. Of course, there were also 3 robes that she had personally repaired. The woman whispered, "Li Er, will our daughter be able to find such a good man in the future?" Li Er thought for a moment, difficult. The woman stepped on the back of Li Er's foot and used her finger to poke Li Er's forehead again and again. "Then why didn't you put in more effort? You just stared and let ping and leave. I don't see you drinking less and you're not reliable at all. I have a man like you, Li Lu and Li Huai have a father like you. Is it because the heavens don't open their eyes, or did the 3 of us not accumulate good karma in our previous lives?" Li Er did not say anything. Of course, he did not dare to avoid it. The woman sighed and resentfully withdrew her hand. She couldn't poke anymore. Her man was originally a blockhead who didn't understand things. If he accidentally poked her head again, wouldn't she be the one to suffer? On the town's main street, the 2 of them walked side by side. Li Lu said softly, "Mr. Chin, Huang Kai will bring you to the ferry. You can reach the eunuch ferry around the Tai Hui sword sect. Once you get off the boat, you will only be a few steps away from the Tai Hui sword sect. The first person to visit the Tai Hui sword sect is Fu Ping Sword Lake Si Kai. This kind of thing is an old rule in the North Continent. Mr. Chen, don't think too much about it." At this point, Li Lu smiled and said, "I forgot that Mr. Chen values rules the most." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "But when it comes to reasonable rules, your understanding is still too shallow. You're far from knowing what real etiquette is." Li Lu did not comment on this. The main reason was that she did not want to criticize. Li Lu asked, "Mr. Chen, don't you yearn for pure and absolute freedom?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Actually, I envy that kind of freedom. But I've always felt that absolute freedom without enough knowledge to support it is not stable and is also a disaster." The 2 of them walked past the corner of the main street. Not far in front of them stood the old nascent soul mountain master of Lion Peak who had cast a camouflage spell. Li Lu took off the package in her hand. Chen Pingan had already taken off the bamboo box. Li Lu originally wanted to let him stand while she opened the bamboo box. Now, Li Lu handed over the package and smiled. "Mr. Chen, are you afraid that people will misunderstand?" "Actually, the neighbors have already misunderstood." Chen Pingan placed the package in the bamboo box and carried it on his back. He smiled and did not say anything. Finally, Li Lu said telepathically, "There's a Xuandu temple in the Green Netherworld. It's the ancestral court of the Daoist sword immortals. The temple master is called Sun Huaizhong. He's magnanimous and has the aura of a pugilistic world." Chen Pingan answered, "Thank you for giving me such a reassuring pill, Miss Li." Accompanied by Huang Kai, Chen Pingan chatted with the Lion Peak Mountain Master along the way. After that, they bade each other farewell. Finally, they boarded a richly ornamented celestial ferry and headed towards the eunuch ferry. There were many people, many of whom were heading towards the Tai Hui sword sect. They were discussing animatedly on the ferry. It was very normal. Since the land dragon of the North Continent had come out of seclusion and broken through, 3 shocking sword immortal quizzes would follow. They were the female sword immortal Xiao Kai, Dong Zhu, and the number 1 sword immortal of the North, Bai Shang. Other than that, they would talk about the golden sea of clouds and martial arts reign on Lion Peak. They were all guessing whether the Lion Peak had deliberately hidden a pure martial artist or a passerby guest. Chen Pingan went to the house and opened the bamboo box. He was about to take out the 3 robes and keep them in his pocket. However, when he opened the package, he found that other than the various food and specialties prepared by Aunt Lou, there was also an exquisite jade token in emerald green. Li Lu had cast a mountain water restriction spell on it, so the spiritual energy was not obvious. Chen Pingan did not notice it in advance. Chen Pingan sighed. Not only did he freeload on food, drink, and martial arts, he even freeloaded on such a precious gift in return. How could he be a guest? The jade token was inscribed with the words, "Old Dragon calms the disturbance." After keeping the jade token and the robes, Chen Pingan began to refine the spiritual energy in the 3 key acupuncture points. Nothing happened along the way. They arrived at the eunuch ferry that was less than 300 miles away from the Tai Hui sword sect. Chen Pingan found that it was overcrowded. As expected, they were all cultivators who had come to join in the fun. After the ferry entered the territory of the Tai Hui sword sect, Chen Pingan sent a message to Qi Jinglong with his flying sword. On the ferry, he did not see Qi Jinglong. Chen Pingan only saw the young man from the deer-reaping mountain, the white head. The white head dashed over and shuttled through the crowd like a fish. When he saw Chen Pingan, he grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Chen Pingan was puzzled. "When did I make you so happy?" The white head laughed and said, "Chen, do you know a person called Su Xingzhou from the cloud above city?" Chen Pingan laughed. "Yes." The white head held his belly and laughed. "Good fellow, the Lu guy is in the limelight now. He has to greet the guests who climb the mountain all day long. At first, I heard that Su Xingzhou sent an invitation to visit the mountain and claimed that he knew Mr. Qin. The Lu guy rejected many social engagements and went down the mountain to meet him. I followed him. Guess what? The guy also carried a big bamboo box like you." After some polite greetings, he said, "I heard that Mr. Lu likes to drink, so I took the initiative to bring some wine brewed in the cloud above city." The white head laughed until tears came out of his eyes. You don't know the expression on the Lu guy's face at that time. He didn't bring any toilet paper when he went to the toilet. Chen Pingan sighed. This Su Xingzhou, she's so gullible. She must have misunderstood me. The white head raised his hands high and clenched his fists. He shook them hard. "Chen, I admire you." Chen Pingan asked softly, "Is your master very busy now?" "He's so busy that he can't come here to welcome me, so he sent a small fry like you to make up the numbers." The white head bared his teeth and said, "Chen, you're the small fry. I'm now in the Tai Hui sword sect. I'm a genius that everyone praises. The Lu guy has to secretly burn incense every day to congratulate himself for taking in such a good disciple like me." Chen Pingan smiled and rubbed the youth's head. The white head did not dodge and said angrily, "Don't be rude. Chen, I'm doing you a huge favor so that we can address each other as brothers. If you continue pushing your luck, you can go to the Tai Hui sword sect yourself. I don't care to lead the way for you." When they arrived at the Tai Hui sword sect's entrance, Qi Jinglong was standing there with a stoic expression. Chen Pingan jogged over with the bamboo box and said with a smile, "Not bad. You broke through so quickly." Qi Jinglong twitched the corner of his mouth. "You flatter me. Compared to great sword immortal Qin, I'm far inferior. You broke through 2 bottlenecks in martial cultivation in one go." Chen Pingan waved his hand and said, "You flatter me." The white head said unhappily, "Are you done yet? Is there a point in sucking up to each other the moment you meet?" The youth chuckled and said, "Why don't you take out 2 jugs of wine and chat while drinking? Lu, you have to take it easy this time. Drink slowly." The youth was impressed by Su Xingzhou. When they arrived at the thatched cottage on the mountain, the fellow did not say a word and downed 2 jugs of wine in a row. If not for the Lu guy stopping him, it looked like he would have downed 3 jugs in a row. Although the jugs were small, For a cultivator to deliberately suppress his spiritual energy, drinking in such a manner was truly extraordinary. The three of them slowly ascended the mountain. Along the way, Qi Jinglong often greeted others but did not deliberately stop to exchange pleasantries. Chen Pingan asked, "Is Su Xingzhou back?" Qi Jinglong said helplessly, "He drank and got drunk for a day. After he sobered up, I finally made things clear. In the end, he started drinking again. I still could not stop him, so I could only accompany him to drink some more." Chen Pingan laughed. Qi Jinglong snorted and said, "Just this once." Chen Pingan was secretly happy and gave the whitehead a high five. The whitehead felt that this Chen guy was more interesting. He could often come to Taihui Sword Sect in the future. If he did not come himself, it was not bad to let others bring wine up the mountain to find the Lu guy. The Taihui Sword Sect occupied a vast area with a group of towering mountain peaks. The scenery was beautiful and the spiritual energy was abundant. Chen Pingan was unable to travel with the wind, so he took out the talisman boat and headed towards Qi Jinglong's cultivation place. Over at the thatched cottage, the whitehead brought 3 bamboo chairs and sat down. Qi Jinglong suddenly said, "Can you lend me a grain of money?" Chen Pingan threw over a grain of money and asked curiously, "You are so poor on your own mountain." Qi Jinglong caught the grain of money and pinched it with 2 fingers. He drew a talisman in the air with his other hand and threw the grain of money into it. The light of the talisman dissipated and the money disappeared. Then he said in a bad mood, "The disciples of the ancestral hall receive money every 10 years. If you urgently need immortal money, of course you can also pay on credit, but I do not have this habit. I am too lazy to pay back the money that I borrowed from you, Chen Pingan." Chen Pingan turned his head and looked at the whitehead. "Listen, is this what a master should say in front of his disciple?" The whitehead wanted to add insult to injury, but he found that the Lu guy was looking at him with a smile. The whitehead swallowed his words back into his stomach. "Damn it, when the time comes, you can just leave. I still have to stay on this mountain and stare at the Lu guy every day. I must not be impulsive and talk too much." Because Lu Jinglong said before that when he came out, he should talk about the rules of the Taihui Sword Sect in detail. Chen Pingan smiled at the whitehead. "Go away, I have something to talk to your master." The whitehead refused to move and sneered, "What, 2 girls are whispering in the boudoir, can't I hear it?" Chen Pingan crossed his fingers and said with a smile, "Whitehead, I suddenly found that you are a martial arts genius. It is a pity that you don't practice martial arts. Let me help you." The whitehead spat, "I don't want to be a sword immortal. Why would I want to practice martial arts?" But he still got up and wandered elsewhere. This mountain was named Peron Peak. It was a treasured land that Qi cultivators dreamed of. It was located at the back between the main peak and the secondary peaks of the Taihui Sword Sect. Every spring and autumn, there would be 2 strange phenomena where spiritual energy would surge towards Peron Peak like a tide. In particular, there were wisps of pure sword intent contained in it. Practitioners could lie down and enjoy life on the mountain. After the second master of the Taihui Sword Sect passed away, no cultivators were allowed to stay on this peak. In history, there was a sword cultivator of the pure Jade realm who took the initiative to say that as long as the Pian Ran Peak was given to him for cultivation, he would be willing to serve as the master of the Taihui Sword Sect. But the sect still did not agree. The Lu guy did not know what was good for him and was unwilling to leave the ancestral mountain of the Taihui Sword Sect. He moved to the Pian Ran Peak, saying that he was used to the old house there. When he became a nascent Soul Realm sword cultivator, he was urged by the ancestral hall to open the peak. In the end, he built a shabby hut, which could be considered as a mansion. At the beginning of spring this year, the Lu guy was still in seclusion. Originally, all the disciples of the Taihui sword sect could come here every year to share the spiritual energy. But this year, they did not dare to come. Whitehead went to the ancestral hall and told the words of the Lu Gai to an amiable old ancestral master. Therefore, in the end, there were still many young cultivators who came to the Pian Ran Peak this spring. But compared to the liveliness of the past, everyone was quietly cultivating and tempering their sword intent. At that time, the young man who was half the owner of the Pian Ran Peak did not move at all. He crossed his arms and sat on the small stool in the hut for a day and a night. Therefore, the young cultivators of the Taihui sword sect increasingly felt that this martial Uncle Lu of the Pian Ran Peak had taken in a very strange disciple. After the white-haired old man left, Chen Pingan told Qi Jinglong about his journey. He did not hide many people and things, but the details were different. After Qi Jinglong listened patiently, he helped to find and fill in the gaps, as if the two were reviewing a game of Go. When he mentioned He Xiaoliang and the Qingliang sect, as well as the enmity between Bai Shang and Su Xian, Qi Jinglong said, "Now, there is no news from the ordinary mountain and mountain bulletin. In fact, the heavenly Lord Xie Shi has already returned to the sect." The disciple who had some bad blood with the Qingliang sect was not only reprimanded by the Heavenly Lord, but also immediately went down the mountain and took the initiative to apologize to the Qingliang sect. After that, the Chongxian Bureau of the Great Origin Dynasty, the Yang family, the Water Dragon sect, and the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, who were originally entangled in interests, respectively sent people to visit the Qingliang sect. The Cloud Palace sent the young Heavenly Lord Yang Ningxing, the Water Dragon sect sent the South sect Xiao Jingji, and the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake sect Master Shuai personally came. In this way, not to mention how Su Xian will feel, the Qianglin sect will not feel good. Chen Pingan frowned and said, "Then the rumor that Bai Shang is going to personally challenge the Taihui sword sect is a good thing for you." Qi Jinglong smiled and nodded. Firstly, Bai Shang has always been proud and arrogant. He would not rely on his realm and seniority to bully me, who is new to the unpolished Jade realm. Even if this matter did not happen, his willingness to fight is actually not a bad thing. Secondly, as you guessed, Bai Shang is indeed under some pressure. He has no choice but to take the initiative to form a relationship with my Taihui sword sect to help avoid that what if. After all, there are still sword immortal seniors in the northern continent who do not like me. With Bai Shang as the finale, and the two seniors Li Kai and Dong Zhu, I, Qi Jinglong, will not have to worry about these three sword challenges. I will only benefit greatly from them, and will not have to worry about my life. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "This is such a joyous occasion. Don't you want to drink some wine to celebrate?" Qi Jinglong nodded for the first time and extended his hand. Chen Pingan took out 2 pots of glutinous rice wine and asked doubtfully, "After becoming a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, your personality has changed so much?" Qi Jinglong took the wine pot and said with a smile, "It's not to celebrate our breakthroughs, but to be able to meet again." Chen Pingan's desecration was not easy. It was the same for a nascent soul sword cultivator to break through a bottleneck. The fact that both of them could survive and be reunited was more worth drinking than the breakthrough. Qi Jinglong was willing to drink such wine. The two of them held the wine pot and clinked it gently. They looked at each other and smiled. Without saying a word, they drank in the pugilistic world. Chen Pingan suddenly said softly, "There's nothing good in the pugilistic world." Qi Jinglong smiled and said, "Only the wine is all right." The white-haired youth seemed to be strolling away, but in fact, he did not go far. He had been pricking up his ears to listen to the boudoir talk. The youth shuddered and hugged his shoulders with both hands. He grumbled, "Why are these two men so lovey-dovey? This is outrageous, outrageous." However, he felt that the one surnamed Chen was a little too much. It turned out that he had such experience and ability at such a low realm. He talked about the fists of a 10th realm martial artist as though they were drinking wine. Was he addicted? Was there a hole in his head, or 2 holes? He could not afford to offend him. He had to be more polite when he spoke to him in the future. He had to be more sincere when he addressed him as a brother. When Chen Pingan became an Aurus Core Earth Immortal and a 9th realm or 10th realm martial artist grandmaster, he would be proud of himself. Qi Jinglong's words suddenly rang in the youth's ears. What do you think after eavesdropping for so long? Do you want to drink? The white-haired youth said seriously, why drink? You're so young. It'll hinder your cultivation. Chen Pingan clicked his tongue and said, as expected of Qi Jinglong's disciple. You're not much worse than my first disciple. The white-head disciple was a little unconvinced. He could tolerate it if they said that he acted according to the wind. But if they said that his ability to act according to the wind was not as good as others, he really could not tolerate it. He turned his head and said loudly, Surnamed Qin, what is your disciple's name? Help me pass a message to him. Tell him that I, the white-head disciple of the Pian Ran Peak, will meet him when I have time. Whether it's literary or martial arts, fists, or swordsmanship, he can choose. Chen Pingan smiled and said, literary combat is fine, but martial arts combat is out of the question. My first disciple is still studying in the school. The white-haired youth shook his head, he's lucky. The youth strode away. The youth did not know how many beatings he would receive in the future because of these few unintentional words. So much so that the white-haired youth of the Pian Ran Peak would become the popular catchphrase, trouble comes from the mouth. Chen Pingan drank his wine, stood up and said, I won't delay you any longer. Besides, I still have 3 fights to fight. I'll continue on my way. Qi Jinglong did not urge him to stay. He seemed to be prepared. He took out a book from his sleeve and said, about the cultivation method of sword cultivation, I have some of my own experience. You can look through it when you're free. Chen Pingan kept it in his sleeve and asked, will there be any trouble if I travel on a talisman boat in your Taihui sword sect? Qi Jinglong smiled and said, you still know that you're in the Taihui sword sect. Chen Pingan pretended to be surprised and said, after becoming a sword immortal of the upper 5 realms, your words are tough. If I were in Luopa Mountain, I wouldn't dare to say such words. Chen Pingan drove the talisman boat back to Guanyu Ferry. He wanted to go to Lying Ground Peak to see Zhang Shanfeng. Before rising into the sky, he shouted to the white-haired youth who was strolling on the Pian Ran Peak, your master owes me a grain of grain rain money. Remind him from time to time. The white-haired youth was still thinking of following the rules when he was with Chen Pingan, but now he could not help but raise his middle finger. At the thatched cottage, Qi Jinglong nodded and looked a little like a disciple. On the many mountain peaks of the Taihui sword sect, female cultivators gathered in 2s and 3s, whispering and looking excited. Compared to the male cultivators, they were curious about the young man's cultivation, realm and background. The content of the women's discussion was completely different. They were all talking about the distinguished guest who could make Martial Uncle Lu and Martial Granduncle personally come out to greet. After hearing that it was a man in a green robe who walked with a mountain staff and carried a large bamboo box, they could not help but ask about his appearance and demeanor. The woman who saw the 2 of them climbing the mountain from afar hesitated for a long time and said that it was passable. There were other women who were sad and felt that their martial uncle and martial granduncle had suffered a great grievance. On the Pian Ran Peak, of course, Qi Jinglong would never have thought that the juniors in the sect would have such messy thoughts. Even if he heard about it, he would definitely not understand. He reckoned that he would still have to ask Chen Pingan for advice before he could break through the confusion and be enlightened. The white-haired youth returned to the thatched cottage. He left just like that. Lu, did he not treat you as a friend at all? Qi Jinglong smiled and said, when you have friends in the future, you will naturally know the answer. The white-haired youth said, Chen Pingan and I are friends. No discord, no concord. We regret that we did not meet earlier. We drink and chat happily, and call each other brothers. Qi Jinglong waved his hand. Let's go to the ancestral hall. The white-haired youth immediately became sickly. Can we go tomorrow? Qi Jinglong did not speak. The white-haired youth was full of complaints but could only obediently follow Qi Jinglong to the ancestral hall of the main peak. Generally speaking, as long as Lu said something, perhaps the process would be very long-winded. Then, without saying another word, it would be the white-haired youth's turn to do things. Chen Pingan did not expect that Zhang Shanfeng had already followed his senior apprentice brother Yuan Ling down the mountain to travel. The person who received the guests was the peak master of the White Cloud lineage, an old immortal with a sage-like demeanor. He personally came to the mountain gate to apologize to Chen Pingan. When Chen Pingan found out that venerable fire dragon was still sleeping, he said that he would not be climbing the mountain this time. He would visit again next time and ask for the old immortal's forgiveness. If he came to the North Continent in the future, he would definitely inform the old immortal in advance. The old immortal did not say much. He looked amiable and only said that Chen Pingan's saying of Yuzhi was very interesting. Chen Pingan was a little embarrassed. He said that it was a saying from his hometown. The old immortal personally sent Chen Pingan all the way to the ferry before he bade farewell and returned to the mountain. Chen Pingan took a ferry to the Spring Dew Garden. He leaned on the railing and was in a daze. When he reached the Spring Dew Garden, he could directly go to the Skeleton Beach at the southernmost tip of the North Continent. However, during this period, Chen Pingan needed to disembark midway and make a trip to the Artemisia country. This was a small country and there was no immortal ferry. He needed to walk more than 1,000 miles. Li Shixing was now at the edge of a city. He lived at a place called Dongxian Street. Chen Pingan did not know that not long after he left the Taihui sword sect. A white-clothed young man with a mole between his eyebrows, holding a green bamboo walking stick, boarded a returning linen sect ferry to the Skeleton Beach. The teacher returned to the south and the student traveled to the north. The first thing that the youth did when he reached the Skeleton Beach was to tear open the sky of a small world in the Ghost Valley. He smashed a dazzling rain of magic weapons towards the top of Jingguan City. After he was done, he kept the magic weapons and ran away. For some reason, the spirit of Jingguan City, Gao Qing, did not chase after the white-robed youth. Gao Qing frowned as he sat on the white bone throne. Why was it that when he saw this person, his originally intermittent uneasiness became clearer? Not only did Gao Qing not rashly break open the sky again with his Dharma form, but he also felt an inexplicable restraint for the first time. In the city of murals at the foot of the Mui Mountain, that young man was in a shop. He wanted to buy a goddess painting. He looked pitiful as he bargained with a young girl, saying that he was young, that it was hard for him to travel and study, and that he was embarrassingly short of money. When he saw these goddess paintings, his heart was filled with joy and he would rather starve than to buy them. The young girl saw that his words were sincere and his eyes were sincere. She knew that if he continued to complain like this, he would probably cry. She had no choice but to make an exception and give him a low price. In the end, after the young man agreed on the price, his face showed gratitude. He waved his sleeve and said, "I'll buy all the goddess paintings in the shop at this fair price." The girl was stunned. The shameless white-robed youth turned his head. Zhu Quan, the leader of the linen sect, with a sword at his waist, stood not far away with a smile. This little brother is very bold. Cui Dongshan blinked his eyes, hugging the green bamboo staff. Of course, I am the proud disciple of my teacher. This sister, where are you from? Zhu Quan looked at the mountain staff with a strange expression. Your teacher, is his surname Qin? Cui Dongshan smiled brightly. Sister is really a fairy, you can predict the future. Zhu Quan joked. I have never heard him mention you. The next moment, Zhu Quan became more and more confused. Strange, this guy was just smashing magic weapons on top of Jingguan City's Gao Cheng's head. He looked very happy. But now, the handsome youth in front of him was wrinkling his face and crying. 563. Chen Pingon left the ferry midway and headed for the Artemisia Kingdom, which was located in a remote corner of the North Continent. Chen Pingon chose the mountain paths for the 1,000-li journey. He traveled day and night, and his figure was as fast as lightning. He soon found the city. When he walked into the narrow Dongxian street, the door of a house opened. A slender man in a Confucian robe walked out and waved at him with a smile. Chen Pingon looked up and was a little dazed. He gathered his thoughts and walked quickly. Li Shixing walked down the steps. Chen Pingon bowed and said, Greetings, Mr. Li. Li Shixing smiled and returned the greeting. The young Cui Ci stood at the door and looked at the two people who had been separated for a long time. Cui Ci was especially happy when he saw the smile on Li Shixing's face. After arriving at the North Continent, Li Shixing would always frown and think about things. Even if his brows were relaxed, there seemed to be many things waiting for him to think about. Unlike this moment, Li Shixing did not seem to be thinking about anything and was just happy. Li Shixing walked into the house with Chen Pingon. He turned around and said with a smile, I almost couldn't recognize you. Chen Pingon smiled and said, I guess I will feel the same when I see little treasure bottle in the academy next time. They arrived at Li Shixing's study. The room was not big and there were not many books. There were also no extra documents, calligraphy, paintings, or antiques. Li Shixing let Cui Ci read by himself. Li Shixing moved the chair behind the desk and sat opposite Chen Pingon, who had just taken off his bamboo hat and bamboo box. Li Shixing nodded and said, Very good, I feel more at ease. Chen Pingon scratched his head. Li Shixing smiled and said, There are some things that were not suitable to talk about before. Now it's time to talk about them with you. Chen Pingon, who was already sitting upright, became even more well-behaved. Please speak, Mr. Li, Li Shixing said, I've always been unclear about myself. Chen Pingon hesitated for a moment and said, That's true. Li Shixing smiled and shook his head. It's very different. Li Shixing continued, Do you remember when I wanted to give you a peach talisman? Chen Pingon nodded slightly. Li Shixing said, Before that, I fought the sword cultivator Chao Jun in Mud Bottle Alley, right? Chen Pingon laughed. Sir, you made Chao Jun feel very helpless. Li Shixing said slowly, In the Black Pearl Grotto Heaven, it is very difficult for Qi refinement warriors to cultivate. However, I am able to break through the realms very quickly. Ma Kuxuan of the Apricot Blossom Alley will be nothing compared to me. Chen Pingon stopped talking and quietly waited for the rest of the story. Li Shixing revealed the secrets of heaven with a single sentence, not stopping until his words shocked everyone to death. I also repeatedly deduced the reason after the matter, and only then did I figure out the reason. The karmic luck that originally belonged to you, or rather, the opportunity of the great Tao, fell on me. Like you, I have always felt that everything in the world is about balance. You gain something, I lose something. Every one, big or small, will definitely not disappear or increase out of thin air. Not even the slightest bit. Chen Pingon was just about to speak when Li Shixing waved his hand. Wait for me to finish first. Li Shixing said, The way you and I think about things is similar, and the way we do things is also similar. Knowing that, I have to do something to feel at ease. Although I didn't know that I had taken your karmic luck in advance, since my realm and chess skills gradually increased, I pushed them back step by step and deduced a clear result. Knowing that, of course, I can't accept it calmly. Although I still don't know the origin of that peach talisman, and I can't deduce the result no matter how I try, I am very clear that to me, the peach talisman must be very important. However, it is precisely because it is important that I wanted to give it to you. As a kind of exchange of state of mind, I will decrease your increase, and both sides will return to balance. During this period of time, if it wasn't because my realm was slightly higher than yours, or because the peach talisman was very precious, then it wouldn't have been equal, and I should have given you something else. It shouldn't have been like this. I have obtained your Great Tao Foundation, so I should return it to you with my own Great Tao Foundation. This is the true meaning of 1 for 1. However, you were unwilling to accept it back then, so I could only take a step back. Therefore, I told Lion Peaksley Air that whether it is a peach talisman or a peach talisman for the bamboo house, if you come to see me out of gratitude, it will only add to our troubles and make things even messier. It is better not to see you. Chen Pingan's expression was calm as he nodded gently. Li Shixing smiled. As for the true alchemy works and some peach talismans, they are not part of this list. I am only thanking you as Li Baoping's big brother for protecting her along the way. Chen Pingan still nodded. Li Shixing's expression suddenly became a little desolate. He said softly, Chen Pingan, aren't you curious why my younger brother is called Li Baozhen, and Little Treasure Bottle's name also has the word Bao in it, but only I am different? The 3 children of the Li family from Fulu Street, Li Shixing, Li Baozhen and Li Baoping. Chen Pingan shook his head. I have never thought about this. Back then, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket had nothing to hide from her youngest uncle. Chen Pingan heard that her mother seemed to be more biased towards Li Baozhen, and was not as close to the eldest son, Li Shixing. Chen Pingan was just like what he had said about Little Treasure Bottle's family matters. He would only hear about it, and would not delve into it. Li Shixing stood up, walked to the window, and looked into the distance. Every spring festival in the Li family, there was an unwritten family custom. The mother of the 3 siblings would let the maids and servants in the residence say some idioms and poems with the word Li in it. For example, peach and plum, which implied beauty, peach and plum, moved the heart, and peach and plum, was very likable. Even if a child accidentally said the not-so-complimentary ordinary peach and common plum, their mother did not get angry, and still gave them a New Year's money. Only when she heard the phrase, return the peach and plum, did her smile lessen. Later on, when she heard the phrase, peach and plum replace plum, the mother, who had always been amiable to the servants, could not hide her anger. At that time, Li Shixing was still a teenager. He happened to be standing at the corner of the handwriting corridor not far away. He saw the scene and heard the words. At that time, Li Shixing did not understand. He just buried his curiosity deep in his heart. At first, he did not think it was a big deal, but he vaguely felt uneasy. Since ancient times, it seemed that peach and plum were always next to each other. Li Shixing turned his head and softly said, there's a family surnamed Chen across the street. There's a Confucian disciple a few years older than Li Baozhen. His name is Chen Baozhou. If you see him, you'll understand why only I, Li Shixing, can take over your destiny. In truth, there was no need to see him. Li Shixing's words made Chen Pingan understand everything. Li Shixing suddenly smiled. I'm fine. North Continent's Dongxian Street, Chen Shixing. Aquarius Continent's Pearl Grotto Heaven, Li Baozhou. This was how it should be. This also explained why the Qin family's ancestral grave deep in the mountains would grow a tree that symbolized the birth of a sage. Because this Mr. Li was originally surnamed Qin. Li Shixing softly sighed. There are many things that I still don't understand. It's like the path of life, the mountains and rivers are filled with obstacles and obstacles. Only when one's cultivation is high enough can one step over them. Chen Pingan stood up and said, Mr. Li, you should be sad, but it seems that you don't have to be so sad. Li Shixing smiled. His eyes were clear and bright. These words are very comforting. Chen Pingan smiled as well. Then, Li Shixing suggested that the two of them play chess. The two of them played chess casually and chatted casually. Chen Pingan played chess slowly. When it came to the ending stage, he would only say a few words after each move. Before I came to the North Continent, I was actually quite afraid. I heard that there were many sword cultivators here, and they were all fearless on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. I wanted to come here to relax. Only then did I realize that as long as one's heart is not broken, one can travel freely with the wind, and one's feet will be in the mud. I was also afraid that I would go from one extreme to another, so I took on the alias of Qin Hao. It's not something fun, but a reminder. I came here to train, so I can't really be fearless and go with the flow. Perhaps deep in my heart, I've always secretly thought that it would be great if I could be a truly good person. Li Shixing was a man of few words. When he heard this, he said, I admit that I have selfish thoughts in my heart, but I can always do good. Chen Pingan, do you know what this is? Chen Pingan shook his head. Li Shixing picked up a chess piece and gently placed it on the chessboard. He said, this is what the sages of the Confucian school are always thinking about. Be careful of your actions, restrain yourself, and return to etiquette. Chen Pingan shook his head. He didn't think so. Li Shixing didn't say much. He just looked at the chessboard. But it's really a lousy chess player. Chen Pingan said, when it comes to playing chess, I really don't have much talent. Li Shixing smiled and said, is that really so? Chen Pingan nodded and said, because I don't have a plan when I play chess. I can't bear to lose time and place. Li Shixing said, everyone in the world plays their own chess games. There are many smart people who use everything and everyone as chess pieces in their hands. There's no lack of Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan smiled and said, Mr. Li's words are very comforting. Li Shixing said, I'm speaking the truth. You're flattering me. It's obvious who's better. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, we of Luopa Mountain travel the Jianghu. Everyone has the word sincerity carved on their foreheads. Li Shixing smiled and cupped his fists. Nice to meet you. Chen Pingan's smile suddenly became forced. Li Shixing inwardly sighed. He was probably thinking of that bamboo house on Luopa Mountain. Life between heaven and earth is suddenly like a traveler from afar. When the ferry went from north to south, it passed through the Great Seal Dynasty, the Jinfu Kingdom, the Lanfang Kingdom, and finally arrived at the Talisman Water crossing of the Spring Dew Garden. It was now autumn, and Chen Pingan had missed another year's Spring Dew Garden banquet. The Talisman Water crossing was much quieter than last time. The Spring Dew Garden was bustling with activity in spring. Chen Pingan walked down the ferry. Compared to last year's departure, his attire was not much different. However, instead of carrying the sword immortal, he was carrying a bamboo chest. He was still dressed in a green robe, with a bamboo hat and a mountain staff. Chen Pingan went straight to Laohui Street. The street was even more bustling than the ferry and bustling with activity. When he saw the small shop with a signboard hanging from it, Chen Pingan smiled knowingly. The two words on the signboard were written well. He took off his bamboo hat and crossed the threshold. There were no customers in the shop for the time being. This made Chen Pingan somewhat worried. He saw the acting shopkeeper who had already raised his head and greeted him with a smile. The young cultivator from the night illumination cottage realized that it was the new owner. His smile turned more sincere as he hurriedly went around the counter and bowed with cupped fists. Wang Tingfang greets the sword immortal owner. Regarding the greeting, Wang Tingfang had pondered over it for a long time. However, he did not expect that he would return so quickly with this young sword immortal surnamed Qin. After all, once the cultivators on the mountain traveled far away, they would easily disappear for decades. Chen Pingan returned the greeting with cupped fists. Shopkeeper Wang, thank you for your hard work. Wang Tingfang asked softly, Junior will go get the account books now. When a businessman talked about business, it was more practical than any small talk. Chen Pingan nodded and walked behind the counter together. Chen Pingan took off the bamboo box and placed his bamboo hat on top of his walking stick. Wang Tingfang took out 2 account books. When Chen Pingan saw this, his little worry vanished. If the business was really bad, how could there be 2 account books? Chen Pingan had already seen many of the items on the shelves of treasures in the shop. He understood in his heart and then began to check the accounts. When he saw one item, he said in surprise, there's really someone who paid such a high price to buy that pair of magic treasure-ranked golden crowns? Looking at the date of delivery, Chen Pingan had a strange expression. He asked, is it a young woman with a Wuling accent? And a retainer with a sword on her back? Wang Tingfang was shocked. Boss, you can even calculate this. Chen Pingan was a little helpless. He did not reveal the identity of Sui Jingqing and Rong Chang, the nascent soul sword cultivator of floating duckweed sword lake. He shook his head and sighed. She really doesn't care about money. She still sold it at a low price. Wang Tingfang was a little frightened. Chen Pingan leaned on the counter and slowly flipped through the account books. He smiled. Shopkeeper Wang has already done the best for this transaction. I am just familiar with the other party, so I said it casually. There is no need to be so close. If I were to personally sell the goods in the shop, I would definitely not be able to sell them at shopkeeper Wang's price. As he carefully flipped through the account books, he chatted with Wang Tingfang about the recent situation of Spring Dew Garden and the business of Shining Night Cottage. Wang Tingfang smiled. It was just a coincidence. Relying on boss's great face, I was able to sell the treasures of the shop, the golden crowns. Last year's business appeared beautiful in the account books. It has nothing to do with me. Junior boldly begs Master not to tell the truth in front of my master. Otherwise, Junior will definitely pack up and leave by Anne's shop. My master is very concerned about Senior's shop's business. Every quarter's profit and loss, he will personally check it and summon Junior to inquire. Chen Pingan nodded. This time, I brought some little profound wall tea cakes from Sparrow Manor. I will personally visit Immortal Master Tang to express my gratitude. The shop's business is much better than I imagined. If shopkeeper Wang is not worried that I will add to Immortal Master Tang's business, I will definitely put in a good word for shopkeeper Wang. Wang Tingfang took 2 steps back and bowed. Sword Immortal Boss's kindness is as heavy as a mountain. I can only continue to work hard and help Bai and shop earn more money. Chen Pingan closed the account book and did not flip through the second one. Since Wang Tingfang said that Shining Night Cottage would review it, Chen Pingan returned the favor. If he continued to read it, he would be slapping Wang Tingfang and Shining Night Cottage's faces. Gently pushing the 2 account books to Wang Tingfang, Chen Pingan smiled. There are no mistakes in the account books. They are recorded clearly. I have nothing to worry about. Also, shopkeeper Wang, when you do business in the future, you just need to make a steady profit. You don't need to be too strict about the shop's annual profit. The account books look good. After I leave Spring Dew Garden this time, I will probably be a hands-off shopkeeper for many years. I will have to trouble shopkeeper Wang. Wang Tingfang smiled and agreed. She kept the account books and carefully locked them in the drawer. Chen Pingan turned around and took out 2 items from the bamboo box. One of them was the jade bangle with the fire in the water phenomenon. It was engraved with a palindromic poem. The other item was an ancient bronze mirror. Without a doubt, it was the evil warding mirror. It was engraved with the most valuable 4 words, Gong family creation. Together with the tree gall pot and the vegetarian tablet, these 4 items were all given to him by the martial artist Huang Shi. Afterwards, when he thought back to the trip to the mountain to search for treasures, to be able to part ways with Huang Shi, it was definitely not a pleasant reunion, but a pleasant parting. The tree gall pot itself was not of a high grade. However, after the old Jinren Huan Yun examined it, he clearly said that this old item could help Qi cultivators to absorb the aura of wood-type spiritual treasures. To Chen Pingan, who was refining his 3rd wood-type natal item, it was something that could not be bought with money. When Chen Pingan was on his way to the south, he refined the tree gall pot into an auxiliary treasure for the key acupoint of the wooden house with the help of the fire dragon Jinren's art of refining the 3 mountains. He placed it in the wooden house. As for the fasting tablet, Chen Pingan also intended to refine it in the wooden house. However, refining it would take too much time. Chen Pingan was already very diligent in his cultivation to be able to refine the tree gall pot after spending 12 hours refining the water fate of the green bricks every day. During the few times he took the ferry, Chen Pingan spent almost all of his free time refining the items. Chen Pingan placed the jade bangle and the ancient mirror on the table. He briefly explained the origins of the 2 items and smiled. Since the 2 golden crowns have been sold, the buy-and shop no longer has a stabilizing treasure. Shopkeeper Wang, you can take these 2 items to make up the numbers. However, if you don't sell them, you can ask for a sky-high price. Anyway, they are only placed in the shop to attract Earth Immortal customers. Although the shop is small, there are many high-quality goods. Wang Tingfang smiled and nodded in agreement. She carefully put away the 2 items and said, "Then I will buy 2 matching wooden boxes with the best quality from the Spring Dew Garden. Otherwise, it would be a waste of these 2 treasures." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Wang, you don't have to talk to me about this kind of expenses in the future. I trust the Night Illumination Cottage's business acumen and I also trust Shopkeeper Wang's character." Wang Tingfang bowed again to express her gratitude. Chen Pingan left Bai Han's shop and went to see the young worker who helped to carve the 48 jade cliff pebbles. The worker was so grateful that he shed tears. Chen Pingan didn't say much and just chatted with him for a while with a smile. Then, he went to see the old pagoda tree and stood there for a long time. After that, he rowed the talisman boat that Huan Yun gave him and went to the Night Illumination Cottage and the old woman, the master of the Spring Dew Garden's fairy housekeeper Song Lanqiao. The gifts he brought for his visit were the small Xian walls that Wu Jiong, the patriarch of the Sparrow Manor's discipline, gave him later. The old woman was especially happy. Her disciple Song Lanqiao's status in the Spring Dew Garden had risen because of this young foreign sword immortal. Moreover, the young man took the initiative to visit her twice and gave her enough face. The old woman didn't return his gifts the first time and she still didn't return his gifts this time. It wasn't that the old woman was stingy, but the young sword immortal who always regarded himself as a junior said, "Don't do things more than 3 times and put them together," which made the old woman very happy. She personally sent him all the way to the foot of the mountain and went back to the mountain. The old woman, who had a high position in the Patriarch's Hall of Spring Dew Garden, thought for a while and decided to go back and visit the Night Illumination Cottage more often. She also told her disciple Song Lanqiao to take care of the business of Bai An's shop in the future. There was no need to hide any traces and be at a disadvantage. In the future, he could just make it clear that it was his master's request. Who would dare to say that the master and disciple and the two of them had Jindan realm cultivators? At the Taihui sword sex Pian Ran peak, he should have sent a small jar of Xuanbi to fulfill his promise. However, Chen Pingan didn't dare to add fuel to the fire at that time. Su Xingzhou's sincere visit earlier made Qi Jinglong drink to his heart's content. In the end, after drinking, he drank tea. Chen Pingan felt guilty and decided to send it to Qi Jinglong at the Spring Dew Garden. He would have to accept it even if he didn't want to. Previously, when he visited the Night Illumination Cottage, Tang Qingqing, the first daughter of Immortal Master Tang, wasn't on the mountain. She had gone to the Great Guan Dynasty's Iron Mantis Manor to meet her lover. From the tone of Immortal Master Tang, the two of them were about to tie the knot and become a pair of Tao companions on the mountain. After that, Spring Dew Gardens Night Illumination Cottage and Iron Mantis Manor would become in-laws. Immortal Master Tang invited Chen Pingan to the wedding banquet, but Chen Pingan found an excuse to decline. Immortal Master Tang didn't force him. Chen Pingan really didn't like Iron Mantis Manor. In fact, Chen Pingan had formed a grudge with them. On the ferry, he had personally killed the Golden Body Realm warrior surnamed Liao, who had come from the battlefield. However, the Iron Mantis Manor's Wei family didn't pursue the matter. Instead, they were very respectful. Chen Pingan understood their forbearance. Therefore, both sides tried their best to stay out of each other's business. As for the saying, friendship grows from discord, and enmity vanishes with a smile, forget it. He drank several times with Lu Jimao, the Calligraphy Lake's river-intercepting perfected lord. They even became temporary allies and did business together. As for Chen Pingan, he had to get used to it even if he wasn't used to it. Chen Pingan reunited with He Xiaoliang on the shore of the West Sea of the North Continent. During their seemingly casual conversation, Chen Pingan said that if the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain had asked him to kowtow, Lu Xianyang would have been able to escape the calamity. On the other hand, he, Chen Pingan, would have kowtowed until a flower bloomed, let alone kowtowing. This was also true. It wasn't a joke. However, after Lu Jimao broke through to the upper five realms, Luopa Mountain still didn't congratulate him. On the road of life, there were two types of bowing to others. One was to live under someone else's roof and be forced by the situation. The other was to pursue the greatest benefits tirelessly. The former would make people depressed and speechless, while the latter would make people happy. Chen Pingan took a talisman boat and went to the Jade Cliff where Lu Jiqing brewed tea in the Golden Crow Palace. Now, it was his territory, just like the Taoist shop. Chen Pingan found a familiar person standing in the pavilion at the Jade Cliff. It was the owner of the Spring Dew Garden, the nascent Soul Patriarch. Tanling. Chen Pingan kept the talisman boat and walked quickly to the pavilion. Tanling walked down the steps of the pavilion and said with a smile, "I heard that Sword Immortal Qin was coming to the Spring Dew Garden. I happened to be free, so I came uninvited." Chen Pingan and Tanling walked into the pavilion together and sat opposite each other. He smiled and said, "Mrs. Tan, you're too courteous." Tanling smiled and handed over a newly published book from the Spring Dew Garden at the end of last winter. He said, "This is the most recent book, Winter Dew Spring." After that, the sect received feedback. This article about Sword Immortal Qin and Sword Immortal Lu on Jade Cliff was the most popular. Chen Pingan took the book and flipped to his article. The wording was beautiful and the content was appropriate. He planned to show it to his first disciple when he returned. Chen Pingan kept the book in his sleeve and looked at the white jade cliff and deep stream. He said softly, "It's a pity that I missed the farewell spring banquet twice. After this farewell, I wonder when I can return to the Spring Dew Garden." Tanling was actually a little puzzled. Why did this young sword immortal see the spring dew garden in a different light? During their previous meeting, Tan Ling could only be said to be polite, but also a little distant. This was because Tan Ling and the spring dew garden did not need to do any additional business. They just needed to be stable. However, not long after this young sword immortal in green left the spring dew garden, in the Fufu kingdom not too far to the north, there was the magnificent feat of the Taihui sword sect's Lu Jinglong and another sword immortal performing a sword sacrifice together on a mountain peak. It was a golden sword beam that pierced the clouds and broke through the night. Tan Ling had some guesses when he connected it to the incident of the Golden Crow Palace's golden beam splitting the thunderclouds. Tan Ling could meet and chat with a sword immortal who was acquainted with the uncle master of the Golden Crow Palace, Lu Jiqing. However, apart from having a close relationship with the Golden Core sword immortal, Lu Jiqing, he was qualified to travel and perform a sword sacrifice together with the Taihui sword sect's Lu Jinglong, who was already a sword immortal in the unpolished Jade realm. If Tan Ling did not care about his reputation, he should have personally waited outside the buy and store on Laohuai Street. It was not that Tan Ling did not want to lose face, but he was worried that his change in attitude after appearing twice would be too stiff. It would instead cause the young sword immortal to despise him and belittle the entire spring dew garden. In the pavilion, both parties were still chatting politely. However, the young sword immortal's words made Tan Ling feel that this trip was not in vain. Tan Ling and Chen Pingan exchanged pleasantries for a while before getting up to leave. Chen Pingan walked her to the bottom of the steps of the pavilion and watched the nascent soul female cultivator leave on the wind. Chen Pingan wrote 3 secret letters and went to the Spring Dew Garden sword room. He sent them to the Taihui sword sect, City Above Clouds, and the Golden Crow Palace. Apart from sending a letter to Qi Jinglong, he also sent the small profound wall. The letter talked about the hateful Sword Mountain's imitation sword and the purchase of treasures at San Lang Temple. He asked Qi Jinglong to do as he saw fit after accepting 3 sword quizzes. He guaranteed to buy a sword immortal imitation sword and a treasure armor at San Lang Temple. If it was not enough, Qi Jinglong would have to pay for it first. If there was a surplus, he could buy another hateful Sword Mountain's imitation sword. He would also try his best to pick some random treasures at San Lang Temple. The letter was not ambiguous at all. It asked Qi Jinglong to show some of the demeanor of a sword immortal in the upper 5 realms and help him bargain. If the other party did not agree, he might as well be thick-skinned and say, Taihui sword sect, Lu Jinglong, a few more times. At the end of the letter, he wished Qi Jinglong to successfully accept the 3 sword quizzes from Li Kai, Dong Zhu, and Bai Shang. The letter sent to Su Xingzhou in City Above Clouds said that he had already met Mr. Liu. The last time he drank, he did not have a good time. It was mainly because the 3 battles were imminent and he had to cultivate his mind. However, Mr. Liu recognized Su Xingzhou's drinking skills. Therefore, when Mr. Liu succeeded in the 3 sword quizzes, Su Xingzhou could go to the Taihui sword sect again. This time, Mr. Liu might be able to drink to his heart's content. At the same time, help him pass a message to the young man named Bai Shou. When Bai Shou left the mountain in the future, he could go to Luopa Mountain in the Aquarius continent. At the end of the letter, he told Su Xingzhou that if she had a reply, she could send it to the Hanba sect in the Skeleton Beach. The recipient was Pang Lanshi, the direct disciple of the ancestral master hall of the Mi Mountain, and asked her to pass it to Qin Shaolang. The last letter was sent to the molten cast peak of the Golden Crow Palace. The recipient was, of course, the former owner of the Jade Cliff, Lu Jiqing. There were only 2 sentences in the letter. It is not easy to cultivate one's mind. You and I should work together. When I return to the Skeleton Beach, I will definitely ask Elder Pang for a set of the goddess portrait. After returning to the Jade Cliff, Chen Pingan sat alone in the pavilion and pondered for a long time. The ferry between the Spring Dew Garden and the Skeleton Beach would only arrive at the Talisman Water crossing in 2 days. It seemed that he had a lot of things to do, but also that he had nothing to do. Chen Pingon left the pavilion, rolled up his sleeves and trousers, and went to the stream under the deep pool to search for stones. The Spring Dew Garden's golden core cultivator, Song Lanxiao, was a little uneasy. It was because a terrifying passenger had arrived on the ferry that set off from the Skeleton Beach. It was a young man in white who was going to the Spring Dew Garden. Previously, at the junction of the Skeleton Beach and the Ghost Valley, Song Lanxiao did not witness the earth-shattering commotion with his own eyes because it happened so suddenly and ended so quickly. However, the cultivators with a bit of status on the mountain were best at collecting all kinds of information and looking for clues. After the handsome young man with a green bamboo cane boarded the ferry, the first thing Song Lanxiao did was to send a message to the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall, telling them to be careful. This person had a strange temperament. The first thing he did when he arrived at the Skeleton Beach was to tear apart the sky of the Ghost Valley and smash a magic weapon on the head of the pure jade realm Gao Qing in the Jingguan city. Gao Qing, who was guarding the Jingguan city, was equivalent to the immortal realm. However, he did not chase after this young man, who came to cause trouble. Once the Spring Dew Garden suffered an unexpected calamity, what else could they do? While the ferry was heading to the Spring Dew Garden, the young man in white sneaked off the ferry and went to the mountains and rivers at the foot of the Cangyun Lake. However, he quickly caught up with the ferry and returned to the ferry late at night like a dog paddling in the water. If not for the restless Song Lanxiao who had been staring at his ferry for the past few days, he would not have imagined that this person was so resourceful that he could enter and leave the Spring Dew Garden's secret restrictions as if there was no one there. Song Lanxiao was even more frightened. And that young man seemed to be very free. He often left the house and wandered around the ferry deck every day. After approaching the Spring Dew Garden, the handsome young man with the red mole between his eyebrows became a little impatient, as if he disliked the ferry for being too slow. However, for some reason, he stubbornly stayed on the ferry and did not leave with the wind. On this day, the young man took the initiative to find Song Lanxiao. He knocked on the door and asked directly, "How's the business of the bike and shop on Laowai Street?" Song Lanxiao, who did not notice the young man's visit, asked carefully, "Senior, are you friends with that sword immortal Qin?" The young man widened his eyes and said angrily, "T, how can we be friends?" Song Lanxiao's expression changed slightly, and his heart was in turmoil. Is this person an enemy of that young sword immortal? Has the Spring Dew Garden been implicated? What should I do? The young man sneered. Why, do you know him? Song Lanxiao was in a dilemma. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "I do know Sword Immortal Qin, and we're quite familiar with each other. The first time Sword Immortal Qin went to the Spring Dew Garden, he took my ferry." Unexpectedly, the young man slapped the old golden core cultivator's shoulder heavily and said with a bright smile, "Good boy, you've broadened your path." Song Lanxiao staggered from the slap. The old golden core cultivator was stunned for a moment. The young man's smile did not fade as he invited Song Lanxiao to sit down and drink tea. Song Lanxiao was uneasy. After sitting down, he took the teacup, feeling a little fearful. Unknowingly, Song Lanxiao had forgotten that this was his territory. The young man did not drink tea himself. Instead, he placed the green bamboo mountain staff on the table and placed his hands on the table. He smiled and said, "Since you're an acquaintance of my master, then you're a friend of mine, Cui Dongshan." Song Lanxiao was even more confused. There were only a few cultivators in the upper 5 realms in the Aquarius continent. Among the cultivators of the upper 5 realms, there was no one named Cui Dongshan. However, there was one with the surname Cui. He was the state preceptor of Greatly, Cui Shi. He was a very famous name among the cultivators of the peak of the North Continent. As for the young man in front of him, how did he become that young sword immortal student? It was not that Song Lanchao looked down on that young man, but it was just that it did not make sense. Cui Dongshan smiled. My master is a sentimental person. Before returning to Mui Mountain, he will definitely visit your spring dew garden. It was mainly because of the old locust tree there. That was why Cui Dongshan was so certain. Song Lanchao could not help but ask, Sword Immortal Qin is your master? Cui Dongshan glanced at him. Jealous? Do you have the right to be jealous? My master only accepts disciples from thousands of people. None of them are like that. Song Lanchao was about to break down. What the hell was going on? That young sword immortal who had some ties with Spring Dew Garden along the way treated people and chatted casually. It could be said that he was polite and well-mannered. Thinking back on it, it was as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. How could there be such a strange student? Cui Dongshan suddenly smiled. Lanchao, do you not believe that I'm your master's disciple, or do you not believe that your master has a disciple like me? Song Lanchao's hair stood on end. The two statements seemed to have similar meanings, but they were actually very mysterious. He had to be very careful with his reply. In fact, he did not have many choices. There were only two. He could say good things about the person in front of him, or he could go crazy and say good things about the young sword immortal. It was inevitable that he would belittle this eccentric person who was bold, had many Dharma treasures, and had a high cultivation level. Song Lanchao quickly weighed the pros and cons. He felt that it was better to be honest and seek safety. He said slowly, I really can't believe that the young sword immortal Qin has a student like you. Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, what a pity. You've narrowed the path again. Song Lanchao cursed in his heart. Seeing such an eccentric senior like you, I'll have to offer incense to my ancestors when we reach the Spring Dew Garden. Cui Dongshan chuckled. When we return to the Spring Dew Garden, it's time to offer incense to your ancestors. Song Lanchao's heart tightened. Cui Dongshan smiled. A clear conscience is not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. I'm not a ghost and you're not guilty either. What are you afraid of? Song Lanchao said bitterly, Senior, you must be joking. Cui Dongshan nodded. I'm talking to you with a smile. So Lanchao, your words have a double meaning. You're very knowledgeable. Have you studied before? Song Lanchao was speechless. Cui Dongshan picked up his mountain traveling staff and stood up. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll try my luck and see if he's already at the Spring Dew Garden. Lanchao, you won't have to worry so much. Song Lanchao felt that there was nothing he could say, so he shut his mouth and silently sent the senior off. The handsome youth in white robes and green bamboo cane crossed the threshold and strode down the corridor. He raised his hand and waved. There's no need to send me off. Song Lanchao stood rooted to the ground in a daze. He was sweating profusely and was oblivious to it. Cui Dongshan walked to the bow of the ferry and rose. The entire ferry plummeted hundreds of feet. That person transformed into a streak of light and left. A snow-white figure with a thunderous momentum. Chen Pingan was bending over to pick up pebbles by the stream. He placed them in the pocket of his green robes and shielded them with one hand. Suddenly, he stood up and looked over. He saw Cui Dongshan. Chen Pingan was stunned for a long while before asking, Senior Cui has left. Cui Dongshan acknowledged and lowered his head. Chen Pingan said, I'm fine. Are you okay? Cui Dongshan raised his head. Teacher, not so good. Chen Pingan let the pebbles fall into the stream and walked to the shore. Unknowingly, the teacher was half a head taller than the student. Chen Pingan reached out and pressed on Cui Dongshan's shoulder. Then let's go home together. "564. The atmosphere in the Spring Dew Gardens Ancestral Hall was a little strange. Some people were in a heavy mood. They were the elders of the Spring Dew Garden who lived in seclusion. There were also some who cultivated in the Spring Dew Garden. Some people were watching the show and were in a good mood. For example, Tang Shi, the owner of the last seat of the Night Shine Cottage, was the teacher of Song Lanqiao. This old woman and Tang Shi, who used to be indifferent, looked at each other and nodded slightly. There was a hidden smile in their eyes. Some people were in a complicated mood, such as Tan Ling, who was sitting on the main seat. This was because Song Lanqiao had sent 2 messages to the Hall of Patriarchs. The first secret message was about a foreign cultivator with an unfathomable cultivation base. He was dressed in white and looked like an immortal. After he arrived at the Skeleton Beach on the Zhuang sect's cross-continent ferry, he threw a storm of magic weapons at the Jingguan city. Gao Qing and the Ghost Valley did not take any action, as if they were quite afraid of this person. The second secret letter said that this person claimed to be the young sword immortal student. He kept calling the young man Chen Mr. His temperament was strange and unpredictable. Song Lanqiao admitted that he would not be able to fight back if he fought with him. Tan Ling passed the 2 secret letters to everyone. When the letters returned to his hand, he gently put them in his sleeve and said, "I have personally sent a message to the Zhuang sect's Mi Mountain to ask about this person's background. There is no reply yet. Everyone, do you have any good ideas about how we should deal with this? We can't place all our hopes on the Zhuang sect, because this person obviously has a good relationship with Mui Mountain. Also, I guess that Mr. Chen is the sword cultivator who worshipped the sword with sword immortal Lu of the Taihui sword sect in the territory of Fu Chu last year." The ancestral hall was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Spring Dew Garden was considered the top mountain among the second-rate immortal forces in the North Continent. It was similar to the Baby Mountain, the Thunder God Residence, and the Lion Peak. It was well known, had a wide range of friends, and had a deep foundation. It was only one step away from becoming a great cultivator in the pure jade realm. The awkward situation of the Spring Dew Garden was that Tan Ling could not break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. He was destined to have no hope of reaching the 5 realms. Now, he was very flustered when facing the student and Mr. Chin. Tan Ling asked again, "Tang Shi, what do you think of that?" Mr. Chen's temperament. This form of address caused Tan Ling's expression to become somewhat unnatural. Tang Shi, who was sitting closest to the door of the ancestral master hall, reached out his hand and gently stroked the armrest of his chair. He carefully considered his words and said slowly, "I can't tell his cultivation level, and his background is shrouded in fog. But when it comes to doing business, Mr. Chen is very particular about fairness." Today was the first time that Tan Ling had seriously asked Tang Shi for his opinion in the Spring Dew Gardens Hall of Ancestral Masters. The old woman smiled and said, "Young Master Chen is a very polite and well-behaved young man. Perhaps you haven't interacted with him before, so you don't know. In any case, I like him very much. Young Master Chen took the initiative to visit me twice, and I received a spirit tool and a small profound wall tea cake for free. Now, I'm worried about what gift I should return the next time young Master Chen climbs the mountain. We can't possibly let him go up the mountain 3 times and return empty-handed." Young Master Chen himself said, "Don't do things more than 3 times, save it all together. It's a pity that my family is poor. When the time comes, I don't know if I'll implicate the Spring Dew Garden. If I return the gift with a shabby one, it'll only be a joke." The old woman's words were full of mysteries. Tan Ling smiled a little more. "Junior Sister Lin, you don't have to worry about this. Junior sister Lin can choose a decent gift from the Spring Dew Gardens Hall of Ancestral Masters today. The old woman said with a fake smile, Senior sister Tan, won't this make our Spring Dew Garden spend a lot of money? That's not very appropriate, right? In fact, I can sell everything I have and borrow some immortal money from that useless disciple, Song Lanxiao, and gather a magic weapon. Tan Ling's expression was normal as he smiled and said, there's no need to trouble Song Lanxiao. Song Lanxiao has been cautious and conscientious for so many years. It's already not easy for him to manage the fairy business for the Spring Dew Garden. The old woman pretended to be enlightened and said, Senior sister Tan is a nascent soul great cultivator after all. Your memory is better than a useless golden cord junior sister like me. This old woman almost forgot that I have a golden cord disciple like Song Lanxiao who is always running around outside. The old foxes in the Hall of Ancestral Masters became more and more alert. Judging from her tone, this old woman wanted to pull her disciple into the Hall of Ancestral Masters? This was no small matter. Let's not talk about that disciple of mine who works hard. This child was born without a good life. Unexpectedly, the old woman quickly changed the topic and didn't mention the addition of seats in the Hall of Ancestral Masters. The old woman just turned to look at Tang Shi and said slowly, our consecrator Tang has it even harder than Song Lanxiao. Not only does he work hard, but he also has a lot of merit. How can he still sit in the seat closest to the door? Half of the Spring Dew Gardens business is from Yi Yi Cottage. If I remember correctly, the chairs in the Hall of Ancestral Masters were built by Yi Yi Cottage. We old people who live a stable life have to have a little conscience. In my opinion, why don't I exchange seats with Tang Shi? I'll move to the door and sit there, so that Senior Sister Tan and everyone else won't be in a difficult position. Tang Shi immediately stood up, cupped his hands and bowed. He said in a deep voice, absolutely not. I'm a businessman. My cultivation aptitude is very poor. Although the business I have is not small, it can only be done by relying on the Spring Dew Garden. I've always been aware of my own abilities. To be able to discuss matters with everyone in the Hall of Ancestral Masters is already taking credit for myself. I wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts. The old woman grumbled, Tang Shi, you only have one daughter, and she's about to get married. The two of them had almost become immortal Taoist companions in the past, but the grudges between them could not be resolved clearly. They could not be severed, and it was even more chaotic. A guest elder of the Spring Dew Garden suddenly said, Mountain Master Tan, should we use the mountain river observation magic to check for signs on the Jade Cliff? If Tang Shi makes a fool of himself, we can prepare in advance. The old woman smiled, there's a hard of hearing, and now there's a blind one. Tan Ling and the guest elder turned a deaf ear to Lin Suo's sarcasm. Tan Ling shook his head, this is not appropriate. The other party is at least an old nascent soul cultivator, most likely a senior in the Jade Royal realm. If it's a nascent soul cultivator, it's fine, but if it's a Jade Royal realm cultivator, no matter how careful I am, this person will be able to detect traces. Then, Tang Shi's trip to the Jade Cliff will be very dangerous. The old woman said sarcastically, hasn't Tang Shi always been an outsider of the Spring Dew Garden? There are many people coveting his family business in the Ancestral Masters Hall. Tang Shi died in vain, and we can use Tang Shi's business to solve the problem. We can settle the displeasure of young Master Chen and his student. Maybe the Spring Dew Garden will make a profit. The guest elder smiled bitterly. Tan Ling was extremely angry. He stood up and glared at the old woman whose words today were as sharp as knives, Lin Suo. Do you still want to help Song Lanxiao have a place in the Ancestral Masters Hall? The old woman chuckled. Let's not talk about it. In the past, I didn't have the right to speak. Today, the sun is rising from the west, so I can't help but speak a little more. As long as my disciple can enter the ancestral master's hall, even if Song Lanqiao can only lean against the door with a small stool and be a gatekeeper, Lin Suo Yi can guarantee that I will still be a mute in the future. After the old woman finished speaking, she looked outside the gate of the ancestral master's hall. Tan Ling originally wanted to reprimand Lin Suo Yi to prevent him from going overboard in the future. However, when he saw the old woman's withered face, he couldn't bear it. Moreover, there should be a few people who were willing to work in the Spring Dew Gardens ancestral master's hall. Tang Shi from the Shining Night Cottage, Song Lanqiao who had been in charge of the ferry for many years, and Lin Suo Yi who had made a promise today. The three of them formed an alliance. Tan Ling felt that the appearance of this small mountain in the Spring Dew Garden wasn't entirely a bad thing. Tang Shi didn't travel with the wind. Instead, he rode a Spring Dew Garden talisman boat and arrived at the Jade Cliff. Before putting away the talisman boat, Tang Shi saw a young sword fairy in a green robe from afar. He was actually touching stones in the stream with the young man in white. They were really leisurely and elegant. Chen Pingan heard that Song Lanqiao's ferry would arrive at the Talisman Water crossing tomorrow, so he just had to wait with Cui Dongshan. He returned to the stream and touched the stones in the water, picking and choosing. He listened to Cui Dongshan talk about what he had seen and heard on this cross-continent trip. After talking about the Skeleton Beach and Jingguan City, Chen Pingan asked a question. With Zhu Quan, the suzerain of the hemp sect, stationed in that small town, could Gao Cheng's cultivation and the troops of Jingguan City and its vassal forces pull out this nail in one spurt of energy? Cui Dongshan didn't hesitate and said it was very simple. If Zhu Quan was willing to live alone, he could of course slip away and return to Mui Mountain. But according to Zhu Quan's temper, he would definitely fight to the death in the Ghost Valley. He would risk his own life and the formation of Qinglu Town to hurt Jingguan City so that the next generation of Mui Mountain could grow up. For example, Du Wenxi, a cultivator with the bottleneck of Aura's core who had been stationed in Qinglu Town for many years, and the young Pang Lanqi, a direct disciple of the Grandmaster Hall. However, Cui Dongshan also said that Gao Qing treated Zhu Quan differently. That was why he didn't want to fall out with him. Chen Pingan smiled and asked, "How long have you been at the Skeleton Beach? How do you know so much?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Knowing the big picture from small clues is one of my few abilities." Then, Cui Dongshan whispered, "Gao Cheng's background when he was alive. I've gained a little from my trip to the North Continent. With the help of the hemp sect, Gao Cheng's accurate birth date, birthplace, ancestral grave, and feng shui are now in my hands. These were originally insignificant matters. If it were an immortal cultivator from the North Continent, they wouldn't be able to use these to make things difficult for Jing Guanqing. At most, they would just be scratching an itch. Unfortunately, Gao Qing met me, his student, so it matters a lot." Chen Pingan picked up a snow-white pebble and put it in the front pocket of his green robe. He said, "Gao Qing did something to Zhou Mili. This is the worst thing he did." Cui Dongshan nodded and said, "He's not human." Cui Dongshan immediately said, "Brother Gao is not human." Chen Pingan glanced at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan blinked and said, "Brother Gao has a little brother now. It's a pity that I didn't bring him with me during my trip to the north. If you have the chance in the future, you can meet Brother Gao. He's quite handsome, but he's not smart enough." Chen Pingan asked, "Is he similar to the young boy attendant by Mr. Li's side?" Cui Dongshan nodded and said, "One is used for practice, while the other is carefully sculpted. There are some differences." Chen Pingan hesitated and said, "If it's possible, it's best if we can treat each other like real humans one day. However, you should judge for yourself. I'm just telling you my thoughts. I don't have to ask you to do anything." Cui Dongshan's eyes were bright. He was even younger than a teenager. He smiled and said, "Since you say it's possible, why can't I?" The two of them noticed Tang Shi and the talisman boat and stopped talking. Tang Shi slowly came to the stream and bowed. Tang Shi of the Night Illumination Cottage greets Mr. Chin. Chen Pingan walked ashore with a bag of pebbles in one hand and greeted Tang Shi with a smile. Behind him, Cui Dongshan had more pebbles in his bag. He had to use both hands to pull them, which made him look funny. Chen Pingan and Tang Shi walked side by side. Tang Shi went straight to the point. "Mr. Chen, the people at Spring Dew Garden are a little worried, so I've taken the liberty to come here and disturb your cultivation." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Immortal Master Tang, please tell Mrs. Tan not to worry. My disciple and I will soon take Senior Song's ferry to the Skeleton Beach. The two of us will not cause trouble for Spring Dew Garden. Otherwise, we'll be biting the hand that feeds us. From this Jade Cliff to the shop on Laohui Street, to Immortal Master Tang and Senior Lin, we owe too much to Spring Dew Garden. When we arrive at Linen Sec's Moi Mountain, I'll try to put in a good word for Spring Dew Garden with the people I know there. I also hope that Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden, who are already friends, can improve our relationship. However, my words carry little weight. I can't guarantee that my words will be of any use. If these beautiful words of mine were to be wasted on the other side of the Mui Mountain, I hope that I can visit the Spring Dew Garden in the future. Don't close the door of Immortal Master Tang's Illumination Cottage, at least let me have a cup of tea." Tang Shi was relieved and sincerely grateful. He bowed again and said, "Mr. Chen, I'll remember your kindness." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Shopkeeper Wang Tingfang is taking good care of the shop. Immortal Master Tang, you don't have to worry too much about it. Otherwise, I'll feel guilty and Shopkeeper Wang will be nervous." Tang Shi nodded and said, "Since Mr. Chen has spoken, I'll let Wang Tingfang do it himself. However, Mr. Chen, don't worry. Spring Dew Garden is big, but it's also small. If there's anything wrong, I'll give Wang Tingfang a warning. If he dares to slack off when he's making money so easily, it means that he has a problem with his conscience. It's my Night Illumination Cottage's fault for not teaching him well and failing to live up to Mr. Chen's kindness. If that's the case, the next time Mr. Chen comes to my Night Illumination Cottage for tea, I, Tang Shi, will drink first and punish myself by drinking 3 cups before I dare to drink tea with Mr. Chen." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. Tang Shi did things quickly and decisively. He said his goodbyes and left, saying that he had to report back to the ancestral hall. This time, he didn't take the slow talisman boat. Instead, he rode the wind and left. From beginning to end, Cui Dongshan didn't say a word. Chen Pingan turned to look at Cui Dongshan and said, "With you here, it's rare for me to use someone else's power." Cui Dongshan said seriously, "It's natural for a teacher to scold a student." Chen Pingan laughed angrily and said, "What are you talking about?" The two of them came to the pavilion. Chen Pingan sat on the steps while Cui Dongshan sat beside him. Intentionally or unintentionally, they were one step lower. The two of them had already piled up the cobblestones that they couldn't afford to take. Cui Dongshan's elbows were on the steps behind him. He leaned back and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. It was autumn and it was still lush and green. However, the colors between people wouldn't be like this, evergreen all year round. Chen Pingan rolled up his sleeves and trousers. He was barefoot. His shoes were at the pavilion behind him, and the tips of his boots were facing the bench. Cui Dongshan's mountain walking stick was leaning against the pavilion pillar. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "When I was an apprentice of the dragon kiln, I looked at the soil everywhere I went and wondered if it was suitable to make porcelain. After I became a bag shop, I thought about earning money everywhere I went and whether I could save up." Chen Pingan sighed. rubbing the purple gold soil is a big deal. The matter of burning porcelain to open a new room was even more important. No matter how beautiful the previous foundation and glaze looked, if they were burned incorrectly later on, it wouldn't be of any use. As long as there was a slight mistake, all their efforts would go to waste. Dozens of people and at least half a year's worth of hard work would all go to waste. Therefore, the matter of opening a new room had always been personally supervised by Old Man Yao. Even a proud disciple like Lu Xianyang wouldn't allow it. Old Man Yao would sit on the bench and personally watch over the kiln fire. However, Old Man Yao often said that once the porcelain was put into the kiln, whether it succeeded or not, whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or better, and whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or better, and whether it was good or bad, whether it was good or not, 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 whether it was good or not. In fact, most of them have become fragments of the porcelain mountain. At that time, I heard that because it was the emperor's personal item, it was better to have it than to have it substandard. If it was a little lacking, it would be smashed into pieces. At that time, I felt that the old people in my hometown said that the emperor was far away from the high heavens. It was really touching. Chen Pingon smiled. But at that time, I felt that the top of the old locust tree was very high. The pointy head of the old porcelain mountain was also very high. As for whether it was far or not, it was probably far enough to go to the mountains to chop firewood and burn charcoal. At least it was much farther than when I was young. I went up the mountains to pick herbs. Cui Dongshan was in a daze. Hearing this, Cui Dongshan said softly, "When I was young, I was locked up in the attic to study. I didn't feel anything about the height. I could only look into the distance through the small window. At that time, I hated books the most. I had a good memory and could remember everything. At that time, I swore that if I wanted to learn from a teacher, I would find a teacher who was shallow in knowledge, who had a small collection of books, and who didn't care about others. Later on, I found an old scholar who was starving in a shabby alley. At first, I didn't think that the old scholar was very knowledgeable. Later on, I realized that the teacher I randomly found was actually quite knowledgeable. Later on, he was taken by an old elementary scholar who had yet to make a name for himself and traveled around the world. He was refused entry many times, but he also met many true scholars. When the old elementary scholar said that he wanted to go back and compile a book, he felt that he had walked a long way. At that time, the old scholar swore that if this book was printed, it would sell at least 1,000 copies. It would definitely be sold to other provinces and counties. When he said this, the old scholar's voice was very loud. I knew then that he had a guilty conscience. Chen Pingon smiled. She chose me because of Mr. Qi. At first, it had almost nothing to do with me, Chen Pingon. You shamelessly begged me to be your teacher, but in fact, it was the old scholar who forced you to become his disciple. It had little to do with me, Chen Pingon, in the beginning. Cui Dongshan wanted to say something. Chen Pingon waved his hand and continued. But even if it didn't have much to do with me, it still had something to do with me. Because at some point in time, I was that one, or even one in a million. It was very small, but it was the beginning of everything. I'm not unfamiliar with this kind of thing. In fact, to me, there was an even bigger part. I was the totality of many things. For example, after my father left and my mother fell ill, I was the totality of everything. If I didn't do anything, I really would have nothing, nothing at all. Back then, the door in Gu Kan's courtyard, the bowl of rice on the table in their house, was also the totality of everything. Chen Pingan from Mud Bottle Alley might have been able to change his way of living. But the Chen Pingan who is sitting here and talking to you today is definitely gone. At this point, Chen Pingan gently clenched his fist and knocked on his chest. When we miss this world very much, our days will be very difficult. Chen Pingan turned his head and smiled. But what a coincidence. I'm afraid of everything, but I'm not afraid of suffering. I even feel that the more I suffer, the more it proves that I'm alive in this world. There's no other way. If I don't think like this, my life will be even more difficult. Chen Pingan looked at the white-clothed youth. Only in this matter, you're inferior to me. This disciple is inferior to teacher. But this matter, don't learn. It's not that it's bad, it's just that you don't need it. Cui Dongshan nodded. Chen Pingan leaned back and folded his hands under his head. He said softly, Pei Qian suddenly learned martial arts because of Chao Qinglang, right? Cui Dongshan grunted. Teacher guessed that Pei Qian had already started practicing martial arts. The reason why he practiced martial arts was even more so. Chen Pingan said, then when I meet her, I'll tell her that she can miss Senior Cui, but she doesn't need to feel guilty. If Pei Qian nods and agrees, but can't do it, that's even better. I believe she'll be the same. Pei Qian, you and I, we're all the same. We know the truth, but we can't get over it. So when we grow up, every time we return to our hometown, whether it's thinking or walking, we'll be worried. The older we get, the more we can't see it. For Pei Qian, the bamboo house in Desolation Mountain was the bottom of her heart. Senior Cui was able to take her through the bottom of the Nanyuan Kingdom. If Senior Cui was gone, she would never be able to cross the new bottom of her heart in this life. But I feel that there are some bottomless pits that stay in the heart for a lifetime. If it's unfair, we can only secretly go around it. There's nothing wrong with that. Chen Pingan finally said, I'm most afraid that I'll feel that I have a clear conscience. I'll feel that my conscience is better. I'll take it for granted. What do you think? Cui Dongshan turned his head. Teacher was no longer speaking. He closed his eyes and seemed to have fallen asleep. Cui Dongshan also closed his eyes and his thoughts drifted away. Only the murmuring of the water could be heard. The mountain was high and dangerous, but no words could be heard. Cui Dongshan felt somewhat at ease and fell asleep leisurely. After an unknown period of time, Cui Dongshan suddenly said, Teacher, how sad are you to see little treasure bottle and Pei Qian grow up? How gratified will Qi Jingchen be to see Sir grow up? Chen Pingan didn't speak. He seemed to be still sleeping. Cui Dongshan didn't speak anymore. After a long silence, he couldn't help but ask, Teacher. Chen Pingan said softly, Yes. "565, Chen Pingan and Cui Dongshan went to their own shop on Laohui Street. Chen Pingan sat on a small bamboo chair at the door, basking in the warm autumn sun. Cui Dongshan chased away the acting shopkeeper, Wang Tingfang, and told him to rest for a day. Wang Tingfang saw the young boss nodding with a smile, so she left the shop in confusion. Business was still okay that day because there were many young female cultivators on Laohui Street who heard that a rare handsome young man had come. Cui Dongshan's ability to make women drink soup was great, so he earned a lot of unscrupulous immortal money. Chen Pingan didn't care. The next day, at Fu Shui Ferry, Tan Ling and Tang Shi showed up together. Of course, Song Lanqiao, who was in charge of the Spring Dew Garden Ferry, was also there. After the greetings, Chen Pingan and Cui Dongshan boarded the ferry. Song Lanqiao followed them all the way. This experienced and knowledgeable old Jindan cultivator found something strange. When he saw the young sword immortal and the young man in white alone, he couldn't connect the two of them together, especially when he couldn't imagine that they were teachers and students. However, when the two of them walked together, there was a kind of inexplicable harmony. Could it be because they both held the green bamboo mountain staff? Song Lanqiao didn't dare to say much. He just mentioned something and thanked them sincerely. It turned out that Song Lanqiao had just gotten a chair in the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall. Although it was just to replace Tang Shi's position at the bottom, with Tang Shi on his left and right, they seemed to be the two door gods of the Spring Dew Garden's ancestral hall. However, this step was a great boost to the reputation of the immortals on the mountain and the secular dynasty. It was an extra large sum of immortal money every year, and it was also the rise of some families in the mortal world. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration to say that Song Lanqiao had received a great favor from the young sword immortal. However, Song Lanqiao was smart. He was used to doing business and was pragmatic, so he didn't try to please the young man surnamed Qin. On the ferry, Song Lanqiao arranged a heavenly room for them. After thinking for a while, he decided not to let the female cultivators of the Spring Dew Garden show their faces. Inside the house, Cui Dongshan poured a cup of tea for Chen Pingan and leaned on the table. His two snow-white sleeves took up nearly half of the table. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Mister, in terms of fighting, 10 Spring Dew Gardens can't compare to one linen sect. But in terms of business, Spring Dew Gardens doesn't lose to linen sect at all. In the future, our Luopa Mountain and Spring Dew Gardens will have a lot to talk about. We will definitely have frequent dealings." Chen Pingan drank his tea and didn't say anything. Cui Dongshan said, "Tan Ling is someone who seeks stability because the business of Spring Dew Gardens has reached its peak. On the mountain, they are wholeheartedly relying on linen sect. Down the mountain, they are mainly trying to win over Dogwan dynasty. There is nothing wrong with that. In the past, even if she wanted to support Tang Shi, she was too afraid. She was worried that this god of fortune would be in cahoots with Gao Song, who only knows how to make money desperately. At that time, Spring Dew Gardens will be finished. When it is time for Tan Ling, Spring Dew Gardens will have a change of dynasty. Tan Ling's lineage has a lot of disciples, but none of them are capable. They are in a critical situation. They can't withstand Tang Shi and Gao Song's alliance. When the time comes, the disciples won't be able to help. They can't beat Tang Shi and Gao Song. In terms of money, the difference is like heaven and earth. So Tang Shi and Lin Suo Yi's alliance is the most reliable. Although Lin Suo Yi has a bad temper, he has no ambition and is loyal to Spring Dew Gardens. With Song Lanqiao, who is moved to tears by Tan Ling, the three of them together, Spring Dew Gardens will have a new atmosphere. If our Luopa Mountain hands over a pillow to help Spring Dew Gardens open a gap in the north of Aquarius continent, even if it is a small gap, it will make the many cultivators of Spring Dew Gardens who are familiar with trade and commerce feel invigorated. And Aquarius continent is currently undergoing construction everywhere. Spring Dew Gardens has people, materials and money. Both sides take what they need from Luopa Mountain, they are the most suitable business partners. But we also need to pay attention to Spring Dew Gardens' acclimatization in Aquarius continent. Fortunately, the Dali Imperial Court, from the civil officials to the generals on the battlefield, and the cultivators of Spring Dew Gardens can piss in the same pot. Mister's plan is far-reaching, the pieces are accurate and meticulous, you can be said to have the style of a national master. Hearing this, Chen Pingan finally couldn't help but laugh. Luopa Mountain's feng shui, is it you who led it astray? Cui Dongshan felt wronged. How is that possible? Old Chef Zhu, Big senior sister, brother De Feng, they are all experts in this field. Furthermore, Luopa Mountain's feng shui is not bad. Chen Pingan said, I did not purposely plan to work with Spring Dew Gardens. To put it bluntly, I did not even dare to think about it. Doing a little business is already good enough. If it really succeeds, it will be mostly due to your contributions. Cui Dongshan raised an arm, extended his finger and tapped 3 times on the table, drawing a triangle. Tang Shi, Lin Suot Yi, Song Lan Qiao, it's a 3. Tan Ling's faction, Gao Song's faction, Tang Shi's small mountain, it's another 3. Luopa Mountain, Zhuangma sect, Spring Dew Gardens, it's still a 3. Mr. has gathered all the various powerhouses, the southern end of North Continent, the northern part of Aquarius Continent, it's an even bigger 3. Out of all the relationships in the world, this is the most stable. Mr., are you still not willing to admit that you are a national master in chess? Chen Pingan shook his head and laughed, it's just a coincidence. Cui Dongshan sighed, Mr. is very modest, this student has learned from you. Chen Pingan laughed and scolded, get lost. Cui Dongshan was about to speak, but unexpectedly, Chen Pingan immediately said, again. Cui Dongshan felt that all his skills and weapons had no place to show their prowess. Mr. is indeed powerful. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked, when we reach the skeleton beach, do you want to meet Gao Qing? I can guarantee that Mr. will have no worries. Chen Pingan shook his head, I won't go to Jingguan City for the time being. Cui Dongshan asked, because this person sacrificed his sword for Pu Yao and took the initiative to break the sky curtain? Does he still have some heroic spirit left? Chen Pingan said, it's not that simple, it's more complicated, we'll talk about it later. Cui Dongshan naturally had no objection. After passing by Suiji City and Songyun Lake, Chen Pingan left the house. Cui Dongshan stood beside the railing at the bow of the boat with him, overlooking the earth. Songyun Lake, which occupied a vast area, looked like a dark green stone lying quietly in a jade cliff stream from the ferry's side. He still owed a certain fire god temple over there a drink. He could only owe it to them first. Cui Dongshan whispered, Mister, don't take such risks in the future. Chen Pingan said, of course I should nod and agree. I will indeed be careful now, telling myself that I must stay away from the storm. After becoming a cultivator on the mountain, the matters below the mountain are external matters. However, you and I both know that once things come to a head, it will be difficult. Cui Dongshan leaned on the railing with his legs bent. His 2 sleeves that were exposed outside the railing were like 2 small snow-white waterfalls. Chen Pingan asked, is Zhou Mili used to staying in Luopa Mountain? Cui Dongshan nodded. She's very used to it. She always feels that Pei Qian, who copies books every day, is a scholar. She is eagerly waiting for Pei Qian to write the story of the Mute Lake monster for her in the future. The little girl is a mess of a lackey. She is Pei Qian's little tail every day, carrying the mountain staff. Now, she has been promoted from the right guardian of Dragon Riding Alley to the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Now, before speaking to others, she has to cough twice to moisten her throat and then speak like an old man. It's all a bad habit she learned from my eldest senior sister. Chen Pingan smiled and said, it's pretty good. Cui Dongshan asked curiously, are you really going to record the little girl into the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain and become the right guardian of a mountain? Chen Pingan said, of course. This is not child's play. In the past, I was a little hesitant, but after seeing the mountains and undercurrents of the Spring Dew Garden, I became determined. I want outsiders to feel that Luopa Mountain is very strange and incomprehensible. It's not that I don't know the price of doing this, but I can strive to make up for it elsewhere. It can be me, Chen Pingan, the mountain master, earning more money and cultivating diligently. It can also be you, the student, or Zhu Lian, Liu Baixiang. Our existence is the reason for Zhou Mili and Chen Rishu's existence. It will also be the reason for some new faces of Luopa Mountain to feel that it's not strange like this. I don't reject the idea of Luopa Mountain becoming a sect in the future, but I will never deliberately give up the flowers and plants on the roadside in order to gather forces. Those flowers and plants on Luopa Mountain were not dispensable existences in the past, and they will not be in the future. Moreover, they have never been beautiful scenery on the roadside. They are part of my life. To be able to take care of those who are worth taking care of, I feel especially at ease. Chen Pingan turned his head and said, "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously. "I understand and accept." Chen Pingan sighed with emotion. "But it will certainly not be easy." Cui Dongshan said, "Every heroic word, every ambitious aspiration, as long as it is carried out, it will not be easy." There were some words that Cui Dongshan was even unwilling to say. All the joy of meeting again after a long separation would be the sadness of parting in the future. But this did not prevent those meetings that could be seen again from making people happy, making people drink, making people happy. But one must not forget that sometimes, parting was just parting. Chen Pingan also leaned against the railing, looking at the golden sea of clouds illuminated by the sun in the distance. He asked, "Will you be uncomfortable as my disciple?" Cui Dongshan said, "No." Chen Pingan smiled. "There is a great disparity in the realm, a great disparity in knowledge. Of course your student is fine." Cui Dongshan said, "Teacher, if you say so, I will not be convinced. If Pei Qian's martial arts practice advances by leaps and bounds, breaking through the realm quickly, like a small rice grain eating bowl after bowl, dazzling the people eating at the same table, will you also be uncomfortable?" Chen Pingan nodded. "Of course I will be uncomfortable. Where will I put my master's face? When you reason with me, if your voice is a little louder, you will have to worry that I will backhand you. Won't you panic?" Cui Dongshan laughed loudly. Teacher has traveled to the north and cultivated his heart very well. After a moment of silence, Chen Pingan said, "I am a stubborn person who likes to go to a dead end. There will be a day when there will be some small things that will become a big problem for me at Luopa Mountain. At that time, you can give me some suggestions." Cui Dongshan nodded. The saint has said that if there is something, the disciple will do his work. Cui Dongshan turned his head, his cheek pressed against the railing, smiling. "There is wine and food, teacher's dishes, do you think it is filial?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Don't change the original meaning of a moral essay and trample on the saint's good intentions." "Teacher," Cui Dongshan said, "don't forget, in those days, your student was high-spirited and full of mettle, showing off my ability to the fullest. My knowledge was so great that once it was out of my bag, I could not even hide it, others could not even block it. I am not boasting without thinking, but the title of Grand Chancellor of the Academia is within reach. If I really want to boast, the vice-hierarch of the Confucian Temple of the Central Plains is not impossible." Chen Pingan shook his head. "I believe what the imperial tutor said. As for you, forget it. The wind is strong at the bow, be careful not to sprain your tongue." Cui Dongshan laughed. "Speaking of which, I really don't need to think before I boast." Chen Pingan asked, "Is the Central Plains very big?" Cui Dongshan nodded. "Very big. Only when the territories of the 8 continents are added together can it be comparable to the Central Plains. If 1 or 2 people from the other 8 continents can squeeze into the top 10 of the Central Plains, they are very capable. For example, the scholar Chen Chunan from the South Saw continent, the great celestial master from the Dragon Tiger Mountain in the North Continent, the immortal fire dragon, and the god of fortune Lu from the White Jade Continent. Chen Pingan said, "Then we must go and take a look in the future." Cui Dongshan said bitterly, "That is a sad place for me." Chen Pingan laughed. "You asked for it. Even if your face is swollen, you still have to smile." Cui Dongshan said helplessly, "Teacher, you are not loyal." When the ferry entered the boundary of the Skeleton Beach, Song Lanchao took the initiative to visit with a valuable gift. There were 2 gifts. He had one for himself and one for Tan Ling in the Spring Dew Garden. His gift of thanks was actually a magic weapon that his master, Lin Suok Yi, had picked out from the Hall of Ancestral Masters. It was a bamboo yellow dragon scripture book box made from Spring Dew Garden specialty immortal wood. There were also 4 jade books inside. Tan Ling's gift was priceless. It was one of the few treasures in the Spring Dew Garden. It was a set of 8 pieces of brocade ink. When he handed it over, Song Lanchao felt sorry for Tan Ling. Chen Pingan did not refuse. Tan Ling did not personally give the gift at the Talisman Water Ferry. He asked Song Lanchao to give it when they were about to dock at the Skeleton Beach. This in itself showed his sincerity. This was Song Lanchao's first official matter after becoming a member of the Spring Dew Gardens Hall of Ancestral Masters. It went smoothly, which made Song Lanchao feel relieved. However, Song Lanchao was a little restless as he sat and drank tea with the teacher and the student. Especially when Cui Dongshan was sitting next to him. Cui Dongshan twirled the cup with 2 fingers and gently stroked it on the table. He smiled and said, "Lanchao, you are a pitiful person who can't find a temple with a pig's head. There are many people in the world. Lanchao, you are lucky." Song Lanchao had just heard Chen Pingan call him Senior Song. Now, his student was calling him Lanchao. Of course, he felt uncomfortable. Spring Dew Garden treated people with sincerity. Chen Pingan certainly would not allow Cui Dongshan to fool around here. He waved his hand, indicating that he had something to discuss with Song Lanchao. Song Lanchao's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he watched the scene unfold. The white-robed youth seemed to have been sent flying by Chen Pingan's slap. He and his chair spun countless times in the air. Finally, the man and chair stuck to the wall and slowly slid down. Cui Dongshan had a long face. He leaned his chair against the wall and leaned against it. He said timidly, "I'll just sit here." Chen Pingan's face darkened. Song Lanchao was shocked. Could it be that this amiable sword immortal Chen was no different from Lu Jinglong of the Taihui sword sect? Was he not an earthly immortal, but a hidden unpolished Jade Realm sword immortal? Chen Pingan was too lazy to pay attention to this Cui Dongshan. He began a serious discussion with Song Lanchao, trying to negotiate the future cooperation between Luopa Mountain and Spring Dew Garden. However, Song Lanchao certainly could not make the decision now. He still needed to return to the Ancestral Hall and quarrel a few times. Once the 2 sides finally decided to cooperate, Luopa Mountain still needed Zhu Lian and Wei Ba to set the rules for all the specific matters. Chen Pingan was quite familiar with the Spring Dew Gardens business, so he was not stiff when he chatted with Song Lanchao. His trip to the North Continent had not been a waste of time. Luopa Mountain's biggest reliance was, of course, the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry that was an important hub. With Lord Wei Shan at Mount Biyun, the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry could accept most of the cross-continent ferries from the North Continent. This was equivalent to having a shop for Luopa Mountain. All the money in the world would stop at a certain place and circulate again. Chen Pingan would occasionally think, "How many cultivators have you seen to spend money on a piece of worn snow? 1,000? 10,000? Could it be that you have traveled all over the 9 continents?" Song Lanchao was originally focused on discussing important matters with Chen Pingan. Somehow, the old golden core cultivator even felt that today's discussion would very likely determine the future of Spring Dew Garden for the next 100 years. Then, Song Lanqiao saw a sword immortal Chen glance at the wall. Song Lanqiao followed his gaze. The white-robed youth was holding the chair's armrests with both hands. His whole body was swaying, and even the chair was swaying left and right. It was as if he was using the chair's legs as his legs to walk. After being discovered, Cui Dongshan immediately stopped what he was doing. He looked up and whistled. Song Lanqiao smiled politely and looked away. Is this guy sick in the head? He must be. Chen Pingan and Song Lanqiao chatted for a full 2 hours. Both of them raised many possibilities, and the conversation was very pleasant. Towards the end, Song Lanqiao was much more relaxed. Many of the thoughts that he had been keeping to himself for many years could be said in one go. The young sword immortal sitting opposite him, who often poured tea for both parties, was a rare businessman. His words were never firm. Most of the time, he would say things like, "This is a little unclear. Please explain in detail, Senior Song," or "I have some different ideas about this matter. Senior Song, please listen to me first. If you have any objections, please speak your mind." However, the other party was not ambiguous. Song Lanqiao was trying to dig a hole for Gao Song, but the young sword immortal didn't expose him directly. He only said, "This matter may require Senior Song's attention at the ancestral hall of the Spring Dew Garden." The white-clothed youth had nothing to do. He swung the chair and circled around the table. Fortunately, when the chair moved, it was silent and did not make the slightest bit of noise. Song Lanqiao could already ignore it. After the conversation, Song Lanqiao felt refreshed. There was no more tea to drink on the table. Although he still wanted to continue, he got up and bid farewell. Song Lanqiao told Mr. Chen not to send him off. The young man smiled and nodded. He walked him to the door and asked Cui Dongshan to accompany him. When Song Lanqiao walked into the corridor, he didn't see the green-robed sword immortal. There was only the white-robed youth. The old golden core immediately tensed up. The youth walked backward and closed the door softly. Then, he turned and smiled at Song Lanqiao. Song Lanqiao's smile froze. Cui Dongshan came to the side of Song Lanqiao, who was bending down subconsciously. He jumped up and put his arm around Song Lanqiao's neck, dragging the old core formation stage cultivator forward. "Brother Lanqiao, you are eloquent." Song Lanqiao almost shouted for Mr. Chen to help him out of this situation. Song Lanqiao was shocked. He wanted to stop, but he couldn't. The youth didn't use much strength to drag him forward. After taking a step forward, Song Lanqiao knew something was wrong. In the next moment, the white-robed youth was gone. Song Lanqiao found himself in the middle of a vast white fog. There was no scenery around him. It was like a small, withered world. His vision was filled with a chilling snow-white color. When he walked, the ground under his feet was slightly soft, but it was not the soil of the world. When he increased the strength of his footsteps, he could only create circles of ripples. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he began to ride the wind. 2 hours later, Song Lanqiao still brought out his magical treasure. He no longer cared about etiquette, and began to pour out treasured light in torrents. He violently smashed everything around him, but he was unable to change this small world in the slightest. A year later, Song Lanqiao sat cross-legged. His face was haggard, and he was resigned to his fate. Suddenly, Song Lanqiao looked up and saw a huge head. The youth's face was smiling, but his eyes were cold. He slowly raised his arm. Song Lanqiao's scalp went numb. So, he had been circling around the youth's white sleeve. The next moment, the haggard Song Lanchao found himself standing in the corridor of the ferry. Not far away, the youth covered his sleeves and looked at him with a smile. Song Lanchao, who had survived the disaster, almost burst into tears. Cui Dongshan smiled. Sir asked me to send you off, so I acted on my own and sent you off a little longer. Lanchao, don't complain to my sir after this. Otherwise, the next time I send you off will be 10 or 100 years later. By then, it'll be hard to say who's the crazy one. Song Lanchao trembled. Thank you for your advice, senior. Cui Dongshan asked, you're used to the abundant spiritual qi in the spring dew garden and the thin spiritual qi on the ferry. Why are you not used to it in the land of no return? Song Lanchao was stunned. Cui Dongshan walked past him and patted Song Lanchao's shoulder. He said earnestly, Lanchao, your cultivation heart is rotten. Your Jin Dan is just paper. Song Lanchao slowly turned around and bowed. This time, he was sincerely convinced. Senior's teachings have cleared the fog and allowed me to see the moon. I haven't really seen the moon, but I've benefited greatly. Cui Dongshan turned a deaf ear to him and knocked on the door. Sir, do you want me to bring you some fruits and tea? Song Lanchao looked at the side of the young man's face. The old man felt like he was in a different world. Chen Pingan opened the door and pressed Cui Dongshan's head down gently. He turned to Song Lanchao and asked, Senior Song, did my disciple disrespect you? Song Lanchao was either crazy or lucky. He said something that he would never have dared to say in the past. To be honest, he's suffering. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. I know. The young man in white was grabbed by the ear. He screamed as he was dragged into the house by Chen Pingan. Curses could be heard. King Song Lanchao, you heartless thing. Just you wait. Sir, I'm just helping Brother Lanchao cultivate. I'm not playing tricks on him. Sir, I'm wrong. Song Lanchao shook his sleeves and strode away. Comfortable. The ferry stopped at the skeleton beach. Song Lanchao didn't show up and asked someone to send him off. He found a perfect excuse and disappeared. Cui Dongshan rubbed his chin with his palm and looked around. The two got off the boat and went to Moi Mountain of the Hemp sect. Cui Dongshan began to complain. Sir, when Zhu Quan first met me, he said you never mentioned me and pretended not to know me. I was so sad. Chen Pingan smiled. I've mentioned you a few times in front of Sovereign Zhu, but he's the sovereign of a sect, so he has to pay attention to everything. He also has to guard against the entire Ghost Valley, so it's not strange that he accidentally forgot about you. Then Chen Pingan reminded him. Master Zhu is a rare cultivator on the mountain. I respect him very much. When we get to Moi Mountain, don't make trouble for me. And that young man, Peng Lanshi, is a direct disciple of the ancestral hole. You're an outsider. Don't talk nonsense. I know you know what you're doing, but this is the Skeleton Beach, not your own Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan nodded and glanced at Moi Mountain with some regret. It was boring to have nothing to do. When they arrived at Moi Mountain, they were unimpeded. Most of the hemp sect cultivators knew Chen Pingan. He had just returned from his travels. Zhu Quan was not on the mountain. He had gone to Qinglu town in the Ghost Valley. But Du Wenxi had returned to the ancestral hall and began to cultivate in seclusion. He had great hope of reaching the nascent soul realm. Cui Dongshan mentioned Du Wenxi with a smile. Mister, this guy is infatuated. It said that the female Taoist champion of Taiping Mountain, Huang Ting, went to the Ghost Valley for Du Wenxi. But she didn't want Du Wenxi to think too much, so she said I, Huang Ting, have no Taoist companion in this life, which broke Du Wenxi's heart. But in fact, he still has some thoughts. He can't have the girl he has been thinking about. Fortunately, he doesn't have to worry about other men having her. So Du Wenxi began to think that his realm is not high enough. If his realm is high enough, he will have a chance. For example, he can go to Taiping Mountain to have a look, or go further and travel the mountains and rivers with Huang Ting. Chen Pingan smiled. You've only been in Moi Mountain for a few days. How can you be so clear about it? Cui Dongshan nodded. I'm just wandering around. There's no difference between the mountain and the mountain. When people are free, they like to talk about love, infatuated men and resentful women. Especially those young female cultivators who adored Du Wenxi. They were even more vexed than Du Wenxi. All of them were fighting for justice, saying that Huang Ting was nothing special. Wasn't he just a bit better looking and had a bigger sect? The main peak of Linen's sect, Mui Mountain, was similar to the peaks of most ancestral halls in the world. Most of the mountain paths were straight steps. But the direct disciples could often ride the wind and ride the sword. Some mountains even had no taboos for ordinary disciples. But the Immortal's Cave was often particular about flying birds. Each had its own path, different heights, and different routes. Over at Longquan County, it was not the same. After all, it was still in the early stages. Plus, Longquan Sword Sect and Luopa Mountain did not have many disciples to begin with. They did not pay much attention to these complicated rules, so they were very different. If it was Linen's sect and Spring Dew Garden, these old immortal sects had many rules and strict laws. In Chen Pingan's view, it was actually a good thing. But there was no such thing as a free and easy thing in the world. The reason why Spring Dew Garden was so popular was because the sect's rules and rules on paper were not deeply rooted in people's hearts. On this point, Linen's sect was worthy of Chen Pingan's heartfelt admiration. From sect master Zhu Quan, to Du Wenxi, to Pang Lanshi, their temperament was different. But their temperament was the same. Life and death were small matters, but the sect's matters were more important. Cultivators obviously pursued immortality, but Linen's sect's cultivators were all willing to die for the sect. Zhu Quan, the previous sect masters, and the ancestral masters were all willing to die first in every battle to the death. The ancestral master of Linen's sect walked down the stairs and landed in front of the two. The old man smiled and said, "Child Chin, fellow Daoist Chui, sorry for not coming out to meet you." After greeting them, Chen Pingan noticed something strange. The ancestral master of Linen's sect seemed to be very close to Cui Dongshan. It was as if they were close friends. Could it be that Cui Dongshan was not just fooling around on Mui Mountain? Otherwise, even if Cui Dongshan fought with Jing Guanqing, it would not have made a sovereign ancestor look at him in such a different light. The hemp school's cultivators were all cultivators who had carved out a bloody path from piles of bones. Even Du Wenxi, a seemingly gentle and refined gold core cultivator, had also been through many battles in the Ghost Valley. The ancestral master led the two of them to the house where Chen Pingan stayed. The hemp sect's cross-continent ferry that traveled between the Skeleton Beach and Old Dragon City would take about 10 days to return to the North Continent. Pang Lanshi and her great-grandfather Pang Shanlin were already standing at the door. The young man smiled and waved at them. "Mr. Chen." Pang Lanshi whispered to Chen Xiaobei, "Mr. Chen, I've asked my great-grandfather for 2 more sets of goddess paintings for you." Chen Pingan asked softly, "What's the price?" Pang Lanshi smiled. "According to the market price." Pang Lanshi paused. "That's impossible. I'll give it to you for free." Chen Pingan smiled. "Immortal Master Pang really cares about you. But let's just go with the market price. Friendship is friendship, business is business." Pang Lanshi was a little disappointed. It's only been a few days. Mr. Chen, why are you treating me like an outsider? Chen Pingan lowered his voice and said, it's not like I have to be courteous. If you're courteous, I'll be courteous too. After that, we don't have to be courteous anymore. Pang Lanshi was grinning from ear to ear. She had learned something new. Mr. Chen was really knowledgeable. The four of them sat down. Pang Lanshi was the youngest and had the lowest seniority. She stood behind her great-grandfather. Chen Pingan went straight to the point and talked about the Spring Dew Garden. The ancestral patriarch of Hemp faction, Yen Su, immediately sent a message to a nascent soul cultivator on another mountain. His name was Wei Yusong. He was one generation younger than Yen Su, but he was not young. He was Pang Lanshi's martial brother. Wei Yusong was in charge of a faction's finances. Similar to Gao Song of the Spring Dew Garden, he was a skinny and short old man. When he saw Chen Pingan and Cui Dongshan, he was very polite. Ever since Zhu Quan completed the small transaction with Luopa Mountain's Oxhorn Mountain Ferry, the first thing he did was to find Wei Yusong to have a heart-to-heart talk. On the surface, it was because he was the sovereign and was concerned about Wei Yusong's cultivation matters, but in fact, it was to ask for credit. Wei Yusong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't say a single word of flattery, and as a result, Zhu Quan was extremely sullen. Wei Yusong had a good impression of the young man in green. Other than that, there was nothing else. However, when it came to Cui Daoyu, he admired the young man's looks. The reason was simple. After Cui Daoyu arrived at Mui Mountain, he wandered around the mountain for 2 days. Then, he went to the ancestral hall of Hemp faction and gave them a stack of blueprints. He said that the protective formation of Mui Mountain was too crude and that it would be a waste of the heroic spirit's combat power. After the meeting at Mui Mountain's ancestral hall, they even invited a Mahist's machine master. He found out that the formation of Mui Mountain was modified according to Cui Daoyu's blueprints. It only cost a little more than 1,000 grain rain coins and it could increase the formation's power by 20%. That Mahist mechanical engineer was so ashamed that he wanted to crawl into a hole and hide his face. After carefully and conscientiously completing the inspection of the flaws in the formation, he almost resigned from his position. To be honest, not to mention the small cost of 1,000 grains of grain rain coins, even if he spent 10,000 grains of grain rain coins to increase the power of the defensive formation by only 10%, it would still be a good deal that was worthy of being told to his ancestors in front of everyone. Therefore, the old cultivators of the Hemp faction's ancestral hall found Cui Dongshan pleasing to the eye. Especially when the young man in white left the blueprints and talked about some key matters in the ancestral hall, he swaggered away and continued to wander around Mui Mountain, chatting with the fairy sisters. After that, Zhu Quan personally asked Cui Dongshan how the Hemp faction should repay this favor. As long as Cui Dongshan asked, the Hemp faction had to repay this favor even if they had to sell everything. Cui Dongshan did not stand on ceremony and asked for Du Wenxi and Pang Lanshi by name. After they reached the nascent soul stage, they would be the honorary machine masters of Luopa Mountain. They would only be honorary machine masters. Luopa Mountain would not ask them to do anything unless they were willing. Zhu Quan was a little puzzled at that time. That was it. Cui Dongshan asked in return. What else did he want? Zhu Quan's face was full of guilt at that time. He said something that poked at the heart inside, that Chen Pingan did not mention you as his student at all. It's really outrageous. His conscience was eaten by a dog. Next time he comes to the Skeleton Beach, I will help you scold him. Cui Dongshan was about to cry. He said pitifully, Sister Zhu, your conscience was eaten by a dog. Only then did Zhu Quan say something fair, Chen Pingan should be proud to have a student like you. Cui Dongshan returned the favor, Sister Zhu is such a good woman. It's intolerable that you don't have a Dao companion now. Therefore, the two almost fought. When Zhu Quan went to Qinglu town in the Ghost Valley, he was still angry. Wei Yusong was a smart man who was familiar with business. Otherwise, with Zhu Quan, this kind of unreliable sect leader, Yen Su, this kind of unreliable old grandmaster, no matter how few direct disciples the hemp sect had, their flesh would have long been cut off by the blunt knives of the capital, and the foundation of the sect would have been worn down to nothing. Every time Wei Yusong had a meeting in the ancestral hall, even if it was with Zhu Quan and his master Yen Su, he would never smile. He liked to bring the account books to the meeting. While flipping through the account books, he would say some harsh words. Over time, all the seniors in the ancestral hall would smile and pretend they did not hear him. It was fine after getting used to it. Wei Yusong felt that helping Spring Dew Garden to transport goods to Aquarius Continent was not a problem. But the matter of splitting the account books, he needed to grind it out. While Wei Yusong was calculating, Yen Su and Pang Shanling began to smile out of habit. Cui Dongshan felt that it was not his place to talk, so he winked at Pang Lanshi. Pang Lanshi was wary of this handsome peer. After all, she was still a teenager. She was worried that her childhood sweetheart would meet a peer who was better than her. It was inevitable that she would have some thoughts. Especially when Pang Lanshi went down the mountain to see her in the City of Murals. She casually talked about the young man who came to the shop to buy the painting of the goddess. Although she said some strange words, Pang Lanshi's heart was in a mess. Pang Lanshi was worried to death recently. So she wanted to ask Mr. Chen for advice. Chen Pingon, the wild cultivator, and Wei Yusong, who was in charge of the hemp sect's finances, were bargaining. Even Chen Pingon was helpless. This Wei Yusong was too stingy. He did not even have the demeanor of an immortal master of the sect. Whenever there were some details that were difficult to talk about, Wei Yusong would bring out another old ancestor. Anyway, he would splash dirty water and speak with certainty. This old ancestor was old-fashioned and pedantic. How he haggled over every bit of money spent. Even if it was something that harmed the sect's interests, even if it was just a suspicion, this old ancestor would go to the ancestral hall to denounce him. He did not give anyone face. He, Wei Yusong, had the least status in the hemp sect. Whoever asked him for money would have a loud voice. If he did not give, they would fall out with him. All of them relied on their high cultivation or seniority. There were even some who were even more shameless. They relied on their low cultivation and seniority to cause trouble. Anyway, listening to Wei Yusong's complaints, it seemed that in the entire hemp sect, Wei Yusong was the worst. His words were the most useless. So Chen Pingon was at his wit's end. He gently placed his teacup down and coughed. Cui Dongshan, who was yawning, sat up straight and said, "Actually, there's still room for improvement regarding Mi Mountain's defensive formation." Wei Yusong slammed the table. "We'll do as Child Chen says." "It's settled then." Chen Pingon asked sincerely, "Will it make things difficult for the hemp sect?" Wei Yusong said righteously, "Are you kidding me? As long as it's about money, not even the heavens can control me, let alone faction leader Zhu." Chen Pingon pretended to be enlightened and nodded with a smile. Wei Yusong's smile did not falter. They were indeed kindred spirits. Wei Yusong left with Yen Su and Pang Shanling. Wei Yusong insisted on catching up with Cui Dongshan, so Cui Dongshan had no choice but to follow. Only Chen Pingon and Pang Lanshi were left. After Pang Lanshi sat down, she asked softly, "Mr. Chen, is this elder Cui really your student?" Chen Pingon nodded. "I don't think so." "That's normal." Pang Lanshi wanted to say something but stopped herself. Chen Pingon smiled. "If it's hard for you to ask for help, then, Chen Pingan did not say anything else. He raised his hands and made a gesture. Pang Lanshi understood immediately. It was the portrait of the goddess. Pang Lanshi quickly left with the wind and returned to her house. She placed the 2 wooden boxes on the table. Other than that, there was also a letter from Cloud City. The recipient was Pang Lanshi, and it was addressed to Chen Shaolang. Chen Pingan put the letter into his sleeve and said with a smile, "Now do you have the confidence to speak?" Pang Lanshi said softly, "Mr. Chen, I'm a little worried." Chen Pingan understood. Pang Lanshi was a young man who did not have to worry about cultivation. The young men on the mountain were worried about something other than cultivation. They were worried about the survival of their faction. The hemp sept, on the other hand, did not have to worry about it. Or rather, it was always full of hidden dangers. All the cultivators had gotten used to it. Chen Pingan smiled. "Tell me about it first. I'll analyze it for you." Pang Lanshi told him about it. It was not a big deal. It was just that a young man's emotions would sometimes run wild. It was not just young girls who would run wild. Chen Pingan thought about it and held back his laughter. "Don't worry. The girl you like won't change her mind and fall in love with Cui Dongshan. Besides, Cui Dongshan won't like the girl you like." Pang Lanshi's face turned red. "Mr. Chen, I'm going to get angry. What do you mean by Cui Dongshan won't like her? Why is Mr. Chen so bad with words? He wasn't like this before." Chen Pingan could not help but laugh. Pang Lanshi scratched her head and blushed. The knot in her heart was gone. Not only that, the young man was still angry. He felt that he had to work hard on his cultivation. He had to let the girl know that she liked him. She was right about him, and she would never regret it. Chen Pingan said, "The girl likes you not because you are a cultivation genius, but if you can prove that you are, then the girl will be happy for you. She will be happy for you, and she will be happy for you too." Pang Lanshi asked softly, "Is that so?" Chen Pingan nodded. "Yes. I'm very sure about that." Pang Lanshi leaned on the table, staring blankly. Chen Pingan opened the wooden box and took out the painting of the goddess. He placed it on the table and looked at it. It was indeed Pang Shanling's masterpiece. Pang Lanshi suddenly asked, "Mr. Chen, there must be a lot of girls who like you, right?" Chen Pingan put away the painting of the goddess and shook his head. "No." Pang Lanshi shook her head. "I don't believe you." Chen Pingan opened Su Xingzhou's letter. It was brief and concise. She told him about the recent situation in Yunzhuang City and that everything was ready. Once Mr. Liu succeeded in his sword-seeking art, he would pay a visit to Taihui sword faction. This time, he would go to Taihui sword faction in the north and Skeletal Beach in the south. Chen Pingan read the letter and said, "I have a friend who wrote this letter. Su Xingzhou from Yunzhuang City. He might come here to travel in the future. If you are free, please help me entertain him. If you are busy, you don't have to be distracted. I'm not being courteous. If he is not my friend, he will be your friend. So, don't force it." Pang Lanshi nodded and said, "All right. I will send a letter to Yunzhuang City and make an appointment first. We will decide if we can be friends or not when we meet." Mr. Chen's friend was definitely worth befriending. Just like when Mr. Chen and Shi Xiang Wei talked about Spring Dew Nursery, Pang Lanshi knew about their attitude towards Spring Dew Nursery. They did not look down on Spring Dew Nursery, but they were definitely not friends. They were just doing business. After all, Spring Dew Nursery's smell of money was a little heavy, and Hanzhuang cultivators did not like it. That was why Spring Dew Nursery had been trying to show their respect to Wei Yusong all these years, but they did not dare to overdo it. Moreover, Song Lanqiao, who was in charge of Spring Dew Nursery's fairy, did not know how to talk to Wei Yusong. After all, Wei Yusong's status in Hanzhuang faction was very high, and he was known for being difficult to talk to. However, when Mr. Chen asked the three factions to do business across continents, Pang Lanqi realized that Shi Xiang Wei had no intention of rejecting the idea. Pang Lanqi felt that she needed to learn from Mr. Chen. There was a lot to learn in dealing with people. In the end, Chen Pingan said, "Do you know that when you're worried about Cui Dongshan, the girl you like is the happiest? That's why she smiles more than usual. You have to think about this carefully. She can feel your anxiety." Pang Lanqi's smile brightened. Chen Pingan laughed and said, "What are you still standing there for? You're abusing your position for personal gain. Go down the mountain and see her." Pang Lanqi stood up. "I should have asked for another set of the goddess painting for Mr. Chen." The young man left. Chen Pingan sat alone. After a long time, Cui Dongshan walked into the yard, swinging his sleeves. He saw a green brick on the table in front of Mr. Chen. Cui Dongshan was a little flustered and immediately stopped in his tracks. "Teacher, I didn't know that Pei Qian was practicing martial arts. It was Zhu Lian, Jing Dafeng, and Wei Ba who didn't report it and kept it from you. It has nothing to do with me." Chen Pingan said snappily, "It has nothing to do with this. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. I won't find trouble with you." Cui Dongshan smiled. "Mr. Chen, if you want to teach them a lesson, I can help you." Chen Pingan did not pay attention to this. He pointed to the green brick of the Taoist temple that had not been completely refined in the mountain temple and said, "I have collected a total of 36 of these green bricks. I plan to lay them on the ground at Luopa Mountain in the future for 6 people to practice boxing. Me, Pei Qian, Zhu Lian, Jing Dafeng, Lu Baixiang, and Xin Yuanji." Cui Dongshan looked as if he had lost his parents. He stretched out his right hand and one finger of his left hand. He wailed, "Teacher, what about me? I'm your favorite disciple." Chen Pingan said helplessly, "I'll give you my share." Cui Dongshan stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed the corners of his eyes. Tears of sadness turned into tears of joy. Mr. Chen is really a genius. Chen Pingan looked at him sideways. Cui Dongshan sat down obediently. Chen Pingan pushed the green brick over. "Your handwriting is good. I just thought of this and wanted you to write some pleasing words and engrave them on the back of the green brick. When the time comes, we'll secretly lay the green brick and not let anyone see it. Maybe one day, someone will accidentally see it and it will be a small accident. It's not a big deal. I just think it's fun." Cui Dongshan sat cross-legged on the stone bench like a chicken pecking rice. He leaned forward on the table and pressed his hands on the green bricks. He said softly, "Mister, let's think about it carefully. These 36 sentences must be written in a way that will shock the heavens and make the gods weep." Chen Pingan asked, "Do you think we can secretly write a sentence for everyone in Luopa Mountain and engrave it? As for the rest, you can use the words of the sages in the books as you wish." Cui Dongshan said excitedly, "I'm good." Chen Pingan said, annoyed. Cui Dongshan said resentfully, "Mr. Chen's jokes are so brilliant." Chen Pingan rubbed his chin. "This Luopa Mountain's feng shui was led astray by you." Cui Dongshan raised his hands and imitated the eldest senior sister. "I swear to the heavens." The 2 of them took the cross-continent ferry of the Linen sect and began to return home. Chen Pingan took the initiative to find Cui Dongshan next door and asked him a question. The Confucian sages are so knowledgeable. Why don't they talk about self-cultivation, learning, and doing good in detail? At least within the Confucian school, everyone has their own words. There are different opinions. It's not quarreling, it's better than quarreling. For the first time, Cui Dongshan did not flatter. Instead, he asked seriously, do you feel that many studies are complicated and empty, making people at a loss? Chen Pingan thought for a moment and nodded. Cui Dongshan shook his head. Some studies should be higher. The reason why people are different from plants, birds, and beasts, different from all other sentient beings, is because of these studies hanging above their heads. Knowledge that can be used as soon as it is presented must be present. It must be explained clearly, and in a well-behaved manner. But if there is no study at a high place, people will be fascinated and want to take a look even if they don't mind working hard, then it's wrong. Chen Pingan was silent for a long time before finally nodding. That makes sense. Cui Dongshan said slowly, let's go back to Mr. Chen's first question. Chen Pingan said, no hurry. Let me think about it. Shall we play chess? Cui Dongshan smiled. Mr. Chen's chess skills have returned to the origin and reached the clouds. Do you still need a rotten chess player like me to teach you? I'm ashamed, terrified. As he spoke, he took out a chess jar and a chessboard. Chen Pingan said with a straight face, in the future, speak less in Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan raised his sleeve and picked up a chess piece. He hung it in the air and smiled. If Mr. Chen doesn't speak, how would this disciple dare to speak? Chen Pingan also picked up a chess piece. When Cui Dongshan sat in front of the chessboard, his entire aura changed. He said indifferently, if this student is so bold, I'll give Mr. Chen 12 pieces. Chen Pingan looked at the serious Cui Dongshan and silently put the chess piece back into the jar. He got up and left. "566. The cross-continent ferries of the Linen sect were pulled by mighty heroic spirits. They ran through the sea of clouds as fast as lightning. The ferry slowly docked at the crossing of Oxhorn Mountain. The body of the boat shook slightly. Chen Pingan and Cui Dongshan walked down the ferry. Wei Pai had been waiting for a long time. Zhu Lian was now far away in Old Dragon City. Jing Dafeng said he sprained his ankle and would be bedridden for at least half a year. He asked Xin Yuanji to help guard the mountain gate. Chen Pingan smiled. Send us to the foot of Luopa Mountain. Wei Pai felt relieved. He nodded. The three of them disappeared into thin air and appeared at the mountain gate. Xin Yuanji saw the three of them and was about to stand up. She saw that the three of them had already started to climb the mountain. The young mountain master nodded at her and gestured for her to continue practicing. Xin Yuanji was not good at empty pleasantries. Her impression of the young mountain master was also very average. She sat back down on the bench and closed her eyes. She continued to control a breath of pure vital energy to move through her bones. Wei Pai asked, "You know everything?" Chen Pingan nodded. Senior Cui left a will in the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain. It was not on the second floor but on the desk on the first floor. On the envelope was written, "Unseal the warm tree." According to the old man's will, there was no need to bury him after death. His ashes could be scattered anywhere in lotus root blessed land. This matter could not be delayed. Other than that, there was no need to care about the wishes of the Cui ancestral hall. It was written in the letter that anyone who dared to climb Luopa Mountain would be beaten back with one punch. Wei Pai explained, Pei Qian has been staying there. He said he would wait until Master returned to the mountain to say goodbye to her. Zhou Mili also went to Lotus Root blessed land to accompany Pei Qian. Chen Lingjun left Luopa Mountain and went to Dragon Riding Alley to help Shi Ro manage the shop business. So now only Chen Rishu is left on Luopa Mountain. But she should have gone to the county town to buy sundries. Then there are the two disciples that Lu Baixiang accepted, the Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai siblings. Chen Pingan said, "Congratulations on breaking through." Wei Pai said in a self-deprecating manner, "The Dali imperial court is starting to make some small moves. Their reasons are all so high-sounding that even I think they make sense." Chen Pingan laughed. "Regarding the matter of Jin Qing, the traces of Mount Bai Yunshan's intentions are too obvious. The two great mountains are of the same breadth and branch. Even if Emperor Dali knows that you don't have too many selfish motives, there will still be grudges in his heart." Wei Pai said, "It can't be helped. Jin Qing is more pleasing to the eye. If it were another mountain god in the middle peak, the days of the North Peak would only be more uncomfortable. The mountain lords of the 5 peaks of the past dynasties, whether they were dynasties or vassals, were all forced to be at loggerheads with each other. After weighing the pros and cons, the Pailuan mountain had no choice but to do so. He might as well be a little more straightforward. Since things had already come to this, the Song Emperor had no choice but to admit it. Jin Qing is even more of a scoundrel than I am. In front of His Majesty the Emperor, he kept saying that Mount Biyun is good, and Lord Wei Shan is good." Chen Pingan said, "Sure enough, those who can become mountain lords are not easy to deal with." When they arrived at the bamboo house of Luopa Mountain, Chen Pingan said softly, "I didn't expect to return to the Nanyuan kingdom so soon." Cui Dongshan suddenly said, "I've already been there. I'll just stay here and look after the house." Wei Pai took out the tongue leaf umbrella that he had temporarily kept for safekeeping. After all, this item was of great importance. Wei Pai gently opened the small tongue leaf umbrella and said, "Now that the blessed land has just been promoted to a medium-level blessed land, it's not suitable for me to frequently go in and out of the lotus root blessed land. I'll send you to the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, "Thank you." Chen Pingan's figure flashed and disappeared. Wei Pai sighed softly. Cui Dongshan was already standing in the corridor of the second floor, leaning against the railing. With his back to the door, he looked into the distance. Wei Pai closed the tongue leaf umbrella and sat at the stone table. Cui Dongshan suddenly said, "Wei Pai, you don't have to worry." Wei Pai shook his head, "I'm not worried." Then Wei Pai asked, "When will you leave the Luopa Mountain?" Cui Dongshan thought for a moment. "When Mr. and Pei Qian return to the Luopa Mountain, I'll leave soon. I've already accumulated a lot of debts. That old bastard is the most vengeful." The two sides were not on the same side. In fact, there was nothing to talk about. They both fell silent. Wei Pai asked, "Senior Cui, are you so worried about Chen Pingan? If you don't see him for the last time, you would scatter his ashes in the lotus root blessed land. You don't want to be buried in the Luopa Mountain." Cui Dongshan replied, "Because my grandfather has the highest expectations for Mr. My grandfather hopes that Mr. will worry about him as little as possible, so that when he fights in the future, it won't be pure enough." On a familiar street in the capital of the Nanyuan kingdom, Chen Pingan walked slowly with a bamboo box on his back and a walking stick in his hand. He turned into an alley and stopped at the door of a small house. He looked at the Spring Festival couplets and gently knocked on the door. It was Pei Qian who opened the door. Zhou Mili was sitting on a small stool, carrying a green bamboo stick. Pei Qian stood in place, raised her head, and frowned hard. Chen Pingan rubbed her little head. "Master knows. Don't think too much. You didn't do anything wrong." Pei Qian clenched her fists, lowered her head, and trembled. Chen Pingan gently pressed her little head and whispered, "You're so sad. Why don't you cry? After you practice boxing, Pei Qian is no longer master's first disciple? Chen Pingan squatted down. Pei Qian hugged him and sobbed. She didn't cry loudly, so it was more heart-wrenching. Zhou Mili also cried with her. When Pei Qian cries until she is no longer angry, Chen Pingan pats her head. He stands up and takes down the bamboo box. Pei Qian wipes her face and quickly takes over the bamboo box. Zhou Mili runs over and takes over the mountain staff. Chen Pingan looked around. It was still the same as before. It seemed that nothing had changed. Zhou Mili held 2 walking sticks of different lengths and then put her bamboo chair at Chen Pingan's feet. You seem to be a little taller. Chen Pingan also rubbed the black-clothed girl's head. He sat on the bamboo chair and was silent for a long time. Then he smiled and said, "After I meet Chao Qinglang, Mr. Zhong, and some other people, we will go back to Luopa Mountain together." Pei Qian's eyes were red and swollen. She sat beside Chen Pingan and gently pulled Chen Pingan's sleeve. Chen Pingan whispered, "Tell Master about your trip with Senior Cui." Pei Qian nodded and began to talk about his travels in detail. She talked for a long time. Chen Pingan listened attentively. Someone gently pushed the door and saw the young man in a green robe. The young man in a white robe, Chao Qinglang, called softly, "Mr. Qin." Chen Pingan reached out and held Pei Qian's hand. They stood up together and said with a smile, "Qinglang, I can see that you are a scholar now." Chao Qinglang bowed with hands folded. Chen Pingan was a little speechless. He was really a scholar. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe. Chen Pingan leaned sideways and lowered his head. She reached out to cover her mouth and whispered, "Master, Chao Qinglang secretly became a cultivator. Does that count as not doing a proper job? My Spring Festival couplets are far worse than yours, right?" Chen Pingan hit her with a chestnut. Pei Qian showed signs of breaking the dam again. Zhou Mili, who was holding the 2 walking sticks in her arms, sucked in a cold breath. He was so fierce. He had never hit her like this before when they were traveling Jianghu together. Zhou Mili frowned and tilted her head, thinking hard. Was Pei Qian a disciple picked up by the roadside? Was she not a princess living among the common people? Chen Pingan reached out his thumb and gently rubbed the spot where the chestnut landed on Pei Qian's forehead. Then he asked Chao Qinglang to sit down. Chao Qinglang moved a small stool and sat beside Chen Pingan. Pei Qian carried a small bamboo chair and sat between the 2 of them. Zhou Mili stood behind Pei Qian. Chen Pingan asked, "Qinglang, how have you been these years?" Chao Qinglang smiled and nodded. "Very good. Mr. Zhong is my tutor. After Mr. Lu came to our Nanyuan kingdom, he often came to me and gave me a lot of books." Then Chao Qinglang asked, "Mr. Qin, have you heard of the poem Iron Flowers Embroidered on the Cliff, Killing Intense Silence the Frogs?" Chen Pingan nodded and said the name of the poet and the title of the poem. Then he asked, "Why do you ask?" Pei Qian originally wanted to scold Chao Qinglang for being shameless, but now she crossed her arms and looked at Chao Qinglang from the corner of her eyes. Chao Qinglang pointed at Pei Qian. "Mr. Chen, I learned it from her." Pei Qian said angrily, "Chao Qinglang, do you believe that I can punch your brains out?" Chao Qinglang nodded. "Of course." Pei Qian was so angry that her teeth itched. Chen Pingan said, "Take me to Mr. Zhong later. I have something to discuss with him." Chao Qinglang nodded. Chen Pingan smiled. "Mr. Zhong is already on his way. He'll be here soon. Let's just wait." Then Chen Pingan said to Pei Qian, "Did you forget to copy books every day?" Pei Qian shook her head. Chen Pingan reached out his hand. "Let me see." Pei Qian immediately ran to the house and brought back a large stack of papers. Chen Pingan flipped through them one by one. After reading them carefully, he returned them to Pei Qian and nodded. "I didn't slack off." Pei Qian grinned. Chen Pingan helped her wipe away her tears. Then Chen Pingan stood up. "You stay here. I have something to discuss with Mr. Zhong." After Chen Pingan left, Pei Qian put the papers back into the house. She sat back on the bamboo chair and rested her cheeks on her hands. At the corner of the street, Chen Pingan happened to meet Zhong Qiu. They hadn't seen each other for many years. Mr. Zhong's hair was even whiter. The two walked together on the street where they used to fight side by side. Both of them were filled with emotions. Zhu Lian wrote about the current situation of Lotus Root Blessed Land. Li Lu mentioned it, and Cui Dongshan described it in detail later. Chen Pingan already knew it by heart. Nanyuan Kingdom, Songlai Kingdom, Beijing Kingdom, and the frontier grassland. The territory looked the same, but it belonged to the category of the mountains and rivers changed. Only Nanyuan Kingdom, which was given to Chen Pingan, had a complete soul. Besides, all sentient beings, grass, trees, mountains, and rivers, had not faded. They had not become the people of white paper blessed land. According to Li Lu, the sentient beings of the other three places had lost their meaning. Therefore, Zhu Lian said that they were three fine brushwork paintings. However, people like Lu Tai, Eugenie, and the young man from a scholarly family in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom had all disappeared into thin air in this blessed land. If other blessed lands were cut off, the imperial tutor of Nanyuan Kingdom and Zhong Qiu would also disappear into thin air. There were very few special cases that were favored by the old Taoist in the temple. This was truly a change of heaven and earth. Taoism reached the sky. Zhong Qiu went straight to the point. His Majesty already has the heart of Taoism, but he hopes to see Nanyuan Kingdom unify the world before leaving Lotus Root Blessed Land. Chen Pingan asked, "What do you think, Mr. Zhong?" He had met the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom in a nearby restaurant. At that banquet in the restaurant, there were a total of 6 people, excluding Chen Pingan. Huang Ting was among them at that time. She changed from Fan Wan, and Tong Qingqing to Taiping Mountain's female Taoist nun Huang Ting after one look in the mirror. She was so blessed that even He Xiaoliang was her junior. She was a talented female cultivator from Tongye continent. Chen Pingan had previously traveled to the North Continent and did not have the opportunity to see this female Taoist nun who was slightly inferior to Qi Jinglong in a life-and-death battle on Juli Mountain. However, according to Qi Jinglong, the combat power of both sides was actually equal. It was just that Huang Ting was a woman after all. At the end of the battle, both sides no longer had the intention to fight to the death. In order to maintain the integrity of the Taoist robe on her, she lost by a little and stood up from Juli Mountain later than Qi Jinglong. At that time in the restaurant, other than the Emperor Wei Liang who was in his prime, there was also the Empress Zhou Shuzhen, the Crown Prince Wei Yan, the ambitious second Prince Wei Yun, and the youngest Princess Wei Jin. Chen Pingan's memory was extremely good. At that banquet, everyone had their own thoughts. Not only did he remember everyone's appearance, demeanor, and words, but he also remembered what everyone drank and ate. Chen Pingan remembered everything clearly. The old monk from the temple of Xiang not far from the alley, the food at the Baihe temple night market, the official's library, and the story of the poor scholar and the woman playing the pipa in Zhuiyuan alley were still vivid in his mind and he missed them. Zhong Qiu was silent for a moment and his expression dimmed. "I'm a little disheartened." He tirelessly pursued self-cultivation, family governance, and peace. It seemed that after the truth was revealed, he realized that no matter what he did, it was just a matter of someone stretching out a hand. Zhong Qiu was a little tired. He even wondered if he was really wrong and Eugenie was right. Chen Pingan said slowly, in the future, in this world, cultivators, spirits of the mountains and lakes, gods of the mountains and rivers, demons and monsters will emerge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Mr. Zhong, you shouldn't be disheartened. Although I'm the nominal owner of this blessed land, I won't interfere with the development of the human world. This blessed land wasn't Chen Pingan's farmland in the past, and it won't be my vegetable garden in the future. If someone is lucky enough to go up the mountain to cultivate, then he can do so in peace. I won't stop him. However, the matters of the human world below the mountain should be settled by the people themselves. Whether it's war, peace, or the unification of the world, emperors, generals, and ministers, everyone should rely on their own abilities. The civil and military officials in the imperial court should rely on their conscience. Besides, the matter of the incense gods has to be done according to the rules. Otherwise, the entire world will only accumulate more and more corruption and become a mess. Everywhere will be neither human nor ghost, neither immortal or immortal. Zhong Qiu smiled and asked, "You want to see the great Tao through the world?" Chen Pingan was stunned. "I didn't deliberately think about it, but since Mr. Zhong said so, it seems like it." Zhong Qiu asked, "What's the situation like in the vast world outside?" Chen Pingan thought for a while and answered, "The human heart is still the human heart. However, compared to Nanyuan country, my hometown is a boundless world with all kinds of strange things. Moreover, there's always a sky beyond the sky. There's more than one world. Mr. Zhong, you should go out and take a look. It doesn't matter if you're a little late." Zhong Qiu nodded and said, "Before I came to see you, His Majesty had officially abdicated. The first prince, Wei Yan, has taken over the throne. As for the second prince, Wei Yun, he has been detained by the late emperor. I've also just resigned from my position as imperial tutor. However, I won't leave immediately. I plan to explore this small world first. Chen Pingan, I hope you can keep your promise. Don't treat the people of this world as puppets and playthings. Don't treat them as goods that can be casually bought and sold. However, I, Zhong Qiu, am not a pedantic scholar who doesn't know how to be flexible. I won't be benevolent. As long as I agree with the rules that you, Chen Pingan, set in the end, I'll do everything within the rules. Even if I can't bear it, I won't say anything." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Actually, there's another way that can make Mr. Zhong feel more assured." Zhong Qiu asked, "You want me to be a guest?" Chen Pingan walked slowly with his hands in his sleeves. He did not deny it at all. "Mr. Zhong, you're a genius among the scholars and martial grandmasters. How can I miss this opportunity? No matter what, I have to try." Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "Don't you already have Zhu Lian by your side? To be honest, among the few people that I admire the most in my life, Zhu Lian, the aristocratic family's son who turned the tide, is one. Zhu Lian, the martial madman with pure fist techniques, is also another." When I saw Zhu Lian, a living person, at such a close distance, it was as if I saw someone walk out of the pages of a book. It made me feel even more absurd. Chen Pingan said, "Mr. Zhong, you can just be a nominal member of the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. It won't affect your future travels. You won't be restrained at all." Zhong Qiu was puzzled. "Luopa Mountain?" Chen Pingan nodded. Zhong Qiu said, "That's a good name. Then I'll be a nominal member of this mountain." Chen Pingan looked lonely. There was once someone who scolded him when he punched. He was so young and lifeless, like a lonely ghost. He deserved to be the leader of Luopa Mountain. After meeting the late emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Chen Pingan took Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to bid farewell to Chao Qinglang and left Lotus Root blessed land together. Chen Pingan still looked as usual. He lived on the first floor and practiced his fist techniques in the open space outside the door. He still walked and cultivated behind closed doors. He only occasionally went to the second floor to stand in the corridor and look into the distance. In the middle of the night, Pei Qian sat alone on the top of the stairs. Cui Dongshan climbed up the mountain slowly and sat beside her. Pei Qian stared hard at the big white goose. After a while, she asked softly, "Grandpa Cui is gone. Aren't you sad?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "You can only see my state of mind if I want you to see it. If I don't want you to see it, then you won't be able to see it in your life." Pei Qian hit her palm with her fist and said with annoyance, "My cultivation is still not high." Cui Dongshan shook his head and said, "Regarding this matter, leaving some ancient gods aside, if I claim to be second, no one dares to claim to be first." Pei Qian said, "Oh." The big white goose beside her was indeed very powerful. Cui Dongshan smiled and said slowly, "When you are young and inexperienced, you will often cry loudly when your elders leave. The sadness and hurt your lungs are all on your face and in your tears. Look at those young people with tears and snot. Most of their fathers and elders are taciturn. During the funeral, they will welcome and send people off. They can even talk and laugh with others. This is life. Maybe it is the same person, but there are two kinds of sadness in two different paths of life. You don't understand now because you haven't really grown up." Pei Qian said, "I don't understand these things. Maybe I won't understand in the future. I don't want to understand either." In Nanyuan Kingdom, which she didn't think of as her hometown, when her parents left one after another, she didn't feel too sad. It was as if they just left one step ahead and she would follow them soon. She might starve to death, freeze to death, or be beaten to death. But so what if she followed them? Wasn't she still despised and regarded as a burden by them? So after Pei Qian left Lotus Flower Blessed Land, even if she wanted to be sad, she couldn't pretend in front of her master. But Grandpa Cui was different. He was the only elder Pei Qian really recognized besides her master. She was beaten again and again until she wanted to die. At first, she dared to shout that if she didn't practice martial arts, she would be beaten even harder. She said so many words that hurt her more than her injuries. But now Pei Qian knew what was good and what was bad. She didn't even need to peek at people's hearts with her eyes. Cui Dongshan looked up at the night sky. The Mid-Autumn Festival was coming, and the moon was full. Cui Dongshan said softly, "So Master doesn't want you to grow up. Don't be too anxious. When you grow up, you will want to take on something. When that time comes, your master won't be able to stop you, nor will he stop you. Do you still remember the time when your master left the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom?" Pei Qian nodded hard, and a smile finally appeared on her dark face. She said loudly, "Of course, I'm very happy, and Sister Bao Ping is even happier." Cui Dongshan smiled and answered his own question, "Why do all of us have to work together and make such a big scene?" "Because Master knows that the next time we meet, he may never see the little girl in the red cotton padded jacket in his memory." Her cheeks were red, she was small, her eyes were round, and her voice was crisp. She carried a small bookcase of just the right size and called him little uncle. Relying only on his eyes, he is destined to never see her again. So he only keeps it in his heart. This is the unspeakable regret of adults. He can only keep it with him and hide it. Cui Dongshan pointed to his heart and then gently waved his sleeve, as if he wanted to drive away some of his worries. The real sorrow was only in the silent place. These annoying things are supposed to be figured out by yourself when you grow up, but I still want you to listen to it. At least you know that there is such a thing. My grandpa left just like that. Master is no less sad than me. But Master won't let others know how sad he is. Have you ever thought about one thing? Why does your master like to collect the used pens, the worn straw sandals, and the bottles and jars that are worthless one by one? It is because he is used to parting with death since he was young. He has always watched others leave. He can't make many people and things stay, so he will try his best to keep them. In fact, it is not only Master. All of us will experience all kinds of parting. Many people are like this, but it is often the past. It is far from being as attentive as Master. He will close the door for a long time and carefully hide it well, unknown to others. Pei Qian turned his head and said worriedly, "Then what should Master do?" Cui Dongshan smiled, "Didn't I just say that Master is used to it?" Pei Qian stood up, "This is not good. This is not right." Cui Dongshan was silent and fell back. Pei Qian ran down the mountain and went to the bamboo house. He found his master sitting alone at the stone table. There were 2 pots of wine on the table, still stained with some mud, but his master did not drink. His master straightened his back, clenched his fists, and gently placed them on his knees. No one knew what he was thinking. Pei Qian stood where he was and shouted, "Master, don't be sad." Chen Pingan turned his head and smiled, "Okay." Pei Qian looked at his master like this. Just like how his master looked at Alliance under the bamboo hat when he was young. Chen Pingan stood up, moved 2 small bamboo chairs, and sat down with Pei Qian. Chen Pingan said softly, "Pei Qian, I will be leaving my hometown soon. You must take good care of yourself." Pei Qian nodded, "Master must take good care of himself too." Chen Pingan smiled, "I am not bragging, but the ability to take good care of yourself is rare in the world." Pei Qian lifted the small bamboo chair under his butt with both hands and moved closer to his master. The adult and the child looked into the distance together. On this day, Chen Pingan reached the Golden Body realm. His disciple, Pei Qian, was about to become the strongest 4th realm in the world. The sitting posture, expression, and gaze of the master and disciple were exactly the same. "567, Cui Dongshan came over and sat down. There were 3 people at the table, master, disciple, and student. Cui Dongshan bent over and took the pot of immortal wine buried behind the bamboo building. Chen Pingan also picked up the wine in front of him and the 2 drank it in one gulp. Chen Pingan wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand and asked, "When are you leaving?" Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Actually, I have never left. Wherever you go, I will follow you." In the deep night, the youth's smile was as bright as the sun. Chen Pingan turned to look at Pei Qian, "Don't speak like him in the future." Pei Qian was confused and shook her head vigorously, "Master, I've never learned it before." Cui Dongshan gave her a thumbs up. Pei Qian crossed her arms and tried her best to show the bearing of a senior sister. Chen Pingan said, "You have to take care of Chen Rishu. Guarding against thieves for 1,000 days is the most tiring." There was still some distance between Luopa Mountain and Longquan County City. Although the little girl in the pink dress already had the sword talisman made by the Longquan sword sect and could control the wind without fear, Chen Rishu liked to shop around and was very meticulous. Some items could not be bought immediately in the county city. It might take a day or 2. Therefore, she used her own private money to buy a house in the county city. The county governor's office helped to set up a bridge and used a very good price to buy a place with good feng shui. The neighbors were all wealthy families in the capital of Dali. At that time, the person who handled it was only a secretary whose reputation was not obvious. He was the assistant official of the old governor, Wu Yuan. Now, he was the parent official of Longquan County. As it turned out, he was a disciple of a great family in the capital who had hidden his strength well. Just like today, Chen Rishut settled down in the county city and rested. She would only return to Luopa Mountain after preparing the goods tomorrow. Usually, in this kind of situation, before leaving Luopa Mountain, Chen Rishu would first hand a bunch of keys to Zhou Mili or Tsin Yuanji. Cui Dongshan said, "Teacher, don't worry about me. Great Li's spies and men of sacrifice were best at enduring hardships." Wei Pai had secretly asked the mountain deity in the northernmost region to keep an eye on the county city. What's more, the Daoist robe that Nwanshu is wearing is a camouflage spell that I've kept for a long time. Even if the Dali men of sacrifice and the mountain deity can't stop it in time, Nwanshu can still withstand 1 or 2 attacks from a nascent soul realm sword cultivator with the Daoist robe. After the attack, Wei Pai should know that it'll be difficult for him to kill himself. Chen Pingan said with a smile, "Does this count as using public office for private gain?" The stability of some people in Luopa Mountain inevitably required the efforts of others. Chen Pingan, Cui Dongshan, and Wei Pai would need to carefully plan and set up a trap for the girl in pink to go out without any worries. But on the other hand, he and Cui Dongshan were traveling separately. No matter what treacherous clouds and treacherous battles they experienced outside, they could feel at ease at the thought of Luopa Mountain. This was all thanks to Chen Rishu, the little housekeeper. There was a period of time when Chen Pingan would be entangled with this plan of his. He felt that he was an accountant who weighed the pros and cons, calculated the gains and losses, and was not even willing to let go of the flow of people's hearts. But now that he looked back, it was nothing more than him worrying over nothing. This kind of scheme that did not only revolve around money had its merits, but also its merits. There was nothing to hide, and there was no need to reject it in the depths of his heart. In short, Chen Pingan would never allow himself to feel regret because he did not think of it and did not think of it more. When the time came, what would be the benefit of taking action angrily after the matter, the anger of an ignorant man, and the splashing of blood? Could there be little or no regret? Right now, Luopa Mountain under his feet was Chen Pingan's duty. In the future, the blessed land of lotus roots under his nose would also be the same. He had to have a conscience first, then he would earn money. Money still had to be earned. After all, money was the courage of heroes and the ladder of cultivation. It was just that the order could not be wrong. Cui Dongshan said, "Let's not talk about you, eldest senior sister, Zhu Lian, Liu Baixiang, and Wei Xian. Just based on the fact that Luopa Mountain has brought so much extra martial fate to the Dali dynasty, it would not be too much even if I asked for a nascent soul guardian to guard Longquan County City all year round." The old bastard would not even let out half a fart. Taking 10,000 steps back, how can there be such a good thing in the world as long as the horse can run and not be fed? I've worked so hard to guard the south, every day covered in dust, managing such a huge mess, helping the old bastard stabilize 7 or 8 battlefronts, both in the open and in the dark. Even blood brothers have to settle accounts clearly. I'm already being kind by not asking the old bastard for a salary. Chen Pingan said nothing. Cui Dongshan and the old imperial tutor would not get involved in Cui Dong's family matters. Only now did Pei Qian know that there were so many twists and turns on Nwanshu's side. He was immediately worried and asked, "Why don't I accompany Nwanshu to go shopping in the future?" Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "You're just a 4th realm martial artist, are you going to send yourself to death when you go out?" Pei Qian sighed and knocked his head on the table. He did not raise his head and said in a muffled voice, "What can I do? My martial arts training is too slow. Grandpa Cui said that I'm a turtle crawling and an ant moving house." How infuriating. Chen Pingan's expression was strange. Cui Dongshan said something that made things worse. You're already worried about this. From now on, eldest senior sister's 5th realm and 6th realm martial artist progress will be even slower. Especially the matter of martial courage, it needs to be considered in the long run. It really can't be fast. Pei Qian raised his head and said angrily, "Big white goose, aren't you annoying? Can't you say something nice?" Cui Dongshan asked, "Can nice words be eaten?" Pei Qian said righteously, "Of course. When I eat with Meili, I can eat an extra bowl every time. When I see you, I don't even want to eat." Chen Pingan comforted, "Don't be anxious. It's useless. Don't be anxious." Pei Qian immediately said loudly, "Master is wise." Cui Dongshan turned to look at Chen Pingan, "Teacher, how is it?" The feng shui of our Luopa mountain has nothing to do with students, right? Chen Pingan turned a deaf ear and changed the topic. "I've already talked with the former emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Liang. But the new emperor, Wei Yan, has great ambitions, so I might need you to say hello to Wei Xian." Wei Xian was the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, and also the first emperor in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land to visit the mountain on a large scale. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, "Wei Xian is the lucky one who was brought out of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land by teacher. Wei Xian has no reason to refuse teacher's words." Chen Pingan shook his head. "Luopa mountain, within the rules, must give everyone room and freedom to follow their heart. It's not that I, Chen Pingan, want to be a moral saint and only want to have a clear conscience, but if this continues for a long time, people will not be able to stay. Today I can't keep Lu Baixiang, tomorrow I can't keep Wei Xian, and the day after tomorrow I can't keep Master Zhong." Cui Dongshan nodded, "Teacher is wise." Pei Qian said angrily, "Hurry up and change your words, don't steal my words." Cui Dongshan shook his head and shook his 2 big sleeves, "Hee, I won't. Come and hit me, if I dodge, I'll have the same surname as that old bastard." Pei Qian held her head with both hands, her head hurt. Fortunately, her master was beside her, or she would have already punched. She didn't expect her master to remind her with a smile, "He asked you to hit him, why don't you agree? In Jianghu, it's a good habit to grant all requests." Pei Qian's eyes shone. Cui Dongshan raised an arm and waved 2 fingers in front of him. "Eldest senior sister, I know immortal spells. Once a person is full of food and drink, once I use the immobilization spell on him, TSK, 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 the outcome is really unimaginable. It's beautiful." Pei Qian said seriously, "Master, I think it's better for fellow disciples to be more harmonious. Harmony breeds wealth." Chen Pingan smiled and nodded, "That makes sense." Then Chen Pingan said, "Sleep early, tomorrow I'll personally feed you." Pei Qian's eyes widened, "Huh?" She wasn't afraid of suffering, but Pei Qian was worried that after feeding him, she would be exposed. A pitiful level 4 would make a fool of herself in front of her master. Chen Pingan smiled, "If you're not anxious, it's not that you're not working hard. When you reach the level 5 bottleneck, you can go down the mountain alone to travel. At that time, whether or not you want to call Li Huai along is up to you. Of course, the little donkey that I promised you will definitely be there." Pei Qian said eagerly, "Master, it's today, after midnight. You can teach me fish techniques now." Chen Pingan pressed her little head and pushed it lightly, "I have some serious matters to discuss with Cui Dongshan." Pei Qian felt wronged. "It's understandable that you have serious matters to discuss with Mr. Zhong, but it's easier to discuss with the big white goose." "Master, I'm not sleepy. You guys talk, I'll listen." Cui Dongshan clicked his tongue, "You don't even listen to your master. You're just a level 4 martial artist. When you reach level 5 or level 6, you'll be invincible." Pei Qian refused to move. She crossed her arms and sneered, driving a wedge between master and disciple is the behavior of a villain. Cui Dongshan said, "Teacher, I can't do anything about it." Chen Pingan put two fingers together and bent them slightly. "Does your little head hurt?" Pei Qian ran away angrily. A moment later, Chen Pingan said without turning his head, "Is there money in the grass?" Pei Qian, who had been looking around, stood up angrily. "Master, I heard crickets on the way. I was catching crickets. Now that she ran away, I'm really going to sleep." After Pei Qian left, Chen Pingan was a bit worried. "I know there's no need to worry, and it's useless to think too much. But it's easy to persuade others with reason, but it's really hard to persuade yourself." Cui Dongshan said softly. Pei Qian did break through a bit fast, and she ate so much martial arts fate. Fortunately, Wei Pai suppressed the situation, and Lizhu Cave is famous for many strange people. But when Pei Qian goes to Jianghu by herself, it'll be a bit troublesome. Chen Pingan was a bit emotional, and said slowly, "But after listening to her talk about her trip to Lotus Root Blessed Land, I'm still a bit happy that she could think of and say the principle of holding back one's fist. But I'm afraid that if she learns from me, her Jianghu that belongs to Pei Qian in the future may be overshadowed." Cui Dongshan said, "What's wrong with learning the good things first, and then being yourself? Didn't you go through all these years like this? All the children in the world don't remember any rules, and they learn to be noisy first. Is that good? In an era where rules are most important, the elders are trying to get close to the juniors, and I don't think it's good." Chen Pingan nodded and listened. Cui Dongshan said, "Are you also worried about Chao Qinglang's future?" Chen Pingan sighed, "Of course. I don't want to judge Chao Qinglang's life, and I don't want Chao Qinglang to delay her studies and cultivation." Cui Dongshan laughed. "Why not let Zhongqiu bring Chao Qinglang along when he leaves Lotus Root Blessed Land, and let Chao Qinglang and Zhongqiu travel to the New World to seek knowledge, starting from Aquarius Continent? If it is too far, it will not work. Chao Qinglang's talent is not bad." Mr. Zhongqiu imparted knowledge and dispelled doubts, and worked hard on the word mellow. Mr.'s friend called Lu Tai also taught Chao Qinglang to stay away from pedantry, complementing each other. In the end, it's all because of Zhongqiu's upright and pure knowledge, Lu Tai's knowledge, messy but not messy, and he is willing to respect Zhongqiu from the bottom of his heart. That's why Chao Qinglang has such an atmosphere. If not, Chao Qinglang would be useless. In the end, it's still Mr.'s credit. Chen Pingan asked, "If I say that I really want Chao Qinglang's name to be recorded in our Luopa Mountains Ancestral Hall, would I be too selfish?" Cui Dongshan laughed and asked, "When Mr. was at the small house in the shabby alley, did you mention this to Chao Qinglang?" Chen Pingan said helplessly, "Of course I have to ask him first." At that time, Chao Qinglang was just foolishly happy, nodding his head with all his might, like a chick pecking rice, making me feel as though I was looking at Pei Qian, so I felt a little guilty. Cui Dongshan laughed out loud. "Then it's done. It's a matter of mutual consent. If Mr. feels uneasy, why don't you think about how much effort it would take to groom a scholar in the future? Wouldn't it be better?" Chen Pingan thought about it, and felt more at ease. After that, Chen Pingan thought about another child, named Xiao Xuxia. "I wonder how that young man is doing with his training." Chen Pingan thought highly of Xiao Xuxia, but towards different juniors, Chen Pingan had different thoughts and expectations. Xiao Xuxia's training style was actually the most similar to his own. He did not rely on anything, only on hard work. The young man's pure mind, his desire to learn the fist, and his desire to practice martial arts, made Chen Pingan like him very much. Chen Pingan mentioned Xiao Xuxia to Cui Dongshan for the first time. Of course, he also mentioned the young cultivator, the young girl Zhao Wan, and the fisherman Wu Shuoan, whom he admired greatly. Cui Dongshan said slowly, the meaning of primitive, since ancient times, has been the meaning of fish techniques. Above this, if you can innovate, then you have the ability to reach the heavens of martial arts. Chen Pingan laughed, you're not even a martial artist, I can't beat you in words, but regarding Zhao Shusha, don't do anything superfluous. Cui Dongshan nodded in agreement. With a student like him, he could take a few more glances at him in his free time, and there would be fewer accidents. Moreover, Cui Dongshan was too lazy to do those superfluous things. If he wanted to do something, he would do it to provide timely help. For example, improving the linen sect's mountain protection formation, increasing its power by 20%. Naturally, Cui Dongshan still held back his strength. Zhu Quan was well aware of the linen sect, but when it came to matters of the sect's rise and fall, Zhu Quan still did not take advantage of the incense offerings to take a mile after taking an inch. She did not even open her mouth to hint, and would not nag at Chen Pingan. Because the hemp sect couldn't offer an equivalent incense for the time being, or rather, they couldn't offer the incense that Cui Dongshan, Chen Pingan's student, wanted, Zhu Quan decided not to say anything. If it were Chen Pingan, Zhu Quan would definitely be blunt. Even if she asked the linen sect for money from the linen sect, if it was still not enough, then she would first pay on credit. She, Zhu Quan, would not feel guilty about owing a debt. But Chen Pingan was Chen Pingan, and Cui Dongshan was Cui Dongshan. Even if they were the teacher's students, they still treated Luopa Mountain as their home. This was a sense of propriety. Although Zhu Quan was the leader of the linen sect at the Skeleton Beach, it seemed very incompetent. Her cultivation level was not low, but it was not enough for the sect. She could only use the worst choice, which was to take the lead in Qinglu town to resist the momentum of Jingguan City's southward invasion. But everyone in the continent knew that the linen sect was a very straightforward sect on the mountain. They clearly distinguished between kindness and hatred. This kind of well-known sect style and the reputation of the cultivators was a huge sum of money that the linen sect had unknowingly accumulated. During this trip to the North Continent, Chen Pingan learned a lot from the linen sect that Zhu Quan was in charge of, as well as the lying ground peak where Venerable Fire Dragon had been sleeping soundly. Chen Pingan took out 2 pots of glutinous rice wine, one for each of them. This time, the 2 of them drank slowly. With a starting scale of a mountain, there would naturally be more things to do. How to deal with the new provincial governor Wei Li and the state city god required careful control of the situation. This was definitely not a simple matter where Cui Dongshan showed his identity as the leader of Dolly's Green Wave Pavilion. On the back of the fish, Lu Baixiang and Lu Zhongruan, who had already obtained the 2 immortal treasures, the water hall and the dragon boat, were already on their way back. Therefore, when he arrived at Luopa Mountain, the 2 direct disciples of Lu Baixiang, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, should be recorded in the pedigree. But what was more awkward was that until now, Luopa Mountain had not built an ancestral hole. Because of many things, Chen Pingan had to be present as the leader of Luopa Mountain. Laying the foundation, decorating the beam, hanging the portrait, burning the first incense, and so on all required Chen Pingan's presence. Therefore, Chen Pingan still needed to stay for a while. He first had to wait for Lu Baixiang and then for Zhu Lian to return from Old Dragon City. Among them, Zhou Mili had officially become the right guardian of Luopa Mountain. Chen Pingan also had to think carefully about whether it would cause some people's hearts to waver. Chen Pingan stood up. I'm going to the Riding Dragon Alley. Cui Dongshan smiled. Walking? Chen Pingan said, Pei Qian has a sword talisman issued by the Dragon Spring Sword Sept, but I don't. It's the middle of the night, so I won't bother Wei Pai. I'll also take a look at Jing Dafeng who sprained his ankle. Cui Dongshan said, then I'll accompany you. When the two of them went down the mountain, Qin Yuanji happened to be practicing his fish techniques. Chen Pingan and Cui Dongshan stood sideways and made way. Qin Yuanji did not say anything. His fist intent flowed and he walked up the mountain without any distractions. The two of them continued down the mountain. Cui Dongshan smiled. This little girl is also stubborn. She only looks at Zhu Lian in a new light. Chen Pingan nodded. It means that Zhu Lian has a good eye for disciples. The evil wind of Luopa Mountain that you have led astray will be reversed by Qin Yuanji. You have to cherish it. Cui Dongshan said helplessly, if you are determined to think this way, then you will feel more at ease. I will also brace myself to admit it. At the foot of the mountain, Chen Pingan knocked on the door. There was no response for a long time. Chen Pingan did not plan to let Jing Dafeng go. He knocked loudly. Only then did Jing Dafeng limp and sleepily open the door. When he saw Chen Pingan, he pretended to be surprised. Mountain Lord, why didn't you tell me that you're home? You didn't even want to walk a few steps. You looked down on me, the gatekeeper, right? Since you looked down on me, why did you visit me tonight? You're sad, you're sad. Go to sleep, I don't want to be an eyesore to you. I'm also worried. If I lose my bowl of rice, I'll have to pack up and leave tomorrow. Won't I be done for? Don't tell me I'll have to sleep on the streets of the county. It's going to be winter soon, and the weather is freezing. Mountain Lord, can you bear to do that? Let's talk about it later. I'm just a gatekeeper anyway. There's nothing important to talk about. Mountain Lord, go deal with your important matters first. Jing Dafeng was about to close the door. These words were spoken naturally and without any flaws. Chen Pingan pressed on the door with one hand and said with a smile, Brother Dafeng, you injured your leg. This is such a big matter. Of course I have to ask about it. Jing Dafeng was full of righteousness. He shook his head and said, it's not a big matter. As long as your third leg isn't broken, it's a small matter. One person closed the door, the other pressed on the door. They were in a deadlock. Jing Dafeng muttered, Mountain Lord, you've broken through and you're bullying people like this. Then I, Jing Dafeng, will have to make a scene. Chen Pingan laughed angrily. I really have something to talk about. Jing Dafeng asked, about who? Chen Pingan said unhappily, well, it's not about Pei Qian. Jing Dafeng cried out and bent down. His legs were a mess. He grabbed Chen Pingan's arm and pulled him into the door. Mountain Lord, please come in. The place isn't big, so I hope you don't mind. I'm not complaining about this matter. I just like to talk behind people's backs. It's really Zhu Lian's stingy side. The money he gave was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Look at this house, does it have any style at all? The dignified Luopa Mountain is so shabby. I, Jing Dafeng, don't even have the face to buy wine in the small town. I'm embarrassed to say that I'm from Luopa Mountain. Zhu Lian, brothers are brothers, business is business, but he's AF * King Miser. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, it's true that those who talk about it shed tears and those who listen are moved. Jing Dafeng turned his head and said, regarding the matter of Lotus Blossom Blushed Land, I almost got into a fight with Zhu Lian and Wei Ba for the sake of Brother Cui. It was an earth-shattering argument. In order for them to relent and agree to Brother Cui's share of the debt, I almost got beaten up. It was really a close call, but in the end, I still couldn't help. I could only drink every day and accidentally sprain my ankle. Cui Dongshan smiled and nodded. I'm grateful. Cui Dongshan stopped and said that he would wait for Mr. at the mountain gate. He stepped over the threshold and gently closed the door. Chen Pingan and Jing Dafeng sat down and talked about the matter of one soul and one spirit that they heard from Lion Peak's Li Lu. Jing Dafeng nodded and said, "There is such a thing, but I don't have the energy to do it anymore." Then Jing Dafeng asked, "Why? Do you feel that Luopa Mountain needs a fighter? Do you want to help Luopa Mountain gain face?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, I don't think so." Jing Dafeng laughed and said, you don't, that's why you ask. This is called finding a topic to talk about. Otherwise, I would have gone to the old house to drink the northwest wind." Chen Pingan said, "I came to find you this time because I thought that if you want to relax, you can go to Lotus Root Blessed Land often. But it's still up to you, so I just mentioned it casually." Jing Dafeng nodded. Elder Chui purposely left half of his martial arts fate in Lotus Root Blessed Land. Plus, it has been upgraded to a mid-level blessed land and the spiritual qi has increased. It is indeed more interesting there now. Jing Dafeng seemed to be tempted. He rubbed his chin and said, "I'll think about it. For example, opening a brothel with a thriving business there." Jing Dafeng grinned and waved his hand. This kind of immoral thing could not be done. It would be better to open a wine shop in the downtown area and hire a few graceful barmaids. Perhaps they were thin-skinned and could not attract business. He had to hire a few plump barmaids who knew how to chat and have more repeat customers. Otherwise, if he went there, he would not be able to earn much money and would be ashamed of Luopa Mountain. People by the side were like the moon, white wrists like snow. How pleasing to the eye. As a shopkeeper, he could cross his legs every day and only care about collecting money. Chen Pingan did not know what Jing Dafeng was thinking. Seeing that he was just smiling and wiping his mouth from time to time, Chen Pingan felt that something was wrong. He said goodbye and left. Jing Dafeng walked him all the way to the gate. If Chen Pingan had not rejected him, he would have walked him all the way to the town. Chen Pingan and Cui Dongshan walked away. Jing Dafeng sighed. He had deliberately mentioned Cui Cheng's martial arts fate earlier, but Chen Pingan's expression was normal. It was a good thing, but not a very good thing. It could not be helped. Like people, they would have their own joys and sorrows. As for that Cui Dongshan, Jing Dafeng did not want to interact with him. He was too good at chess. Jing Dafeng did not go back to sleep. Instead, he went out. He walked under the moonlight towards the mountain gate and leaned against the white jade pillar. There were no obvious hills in Luopa Mountain, but if one looked closely, there were. Around Cui Dongshan, there was one. Outside the mountain, Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian were. Dragon Rider Ali Shiro was also. As long as Cui Dongshan was willing, this mountain could become the #1 camp in Luopa Mountain overnight. There would be many new faces. However, Jing Dafeng did not feel that he was a dispensable existence. Because those people who surrounded Cui Dongshan wanted to enter Luopa Mountain, especially if they wanted to become a name on the register, they had to go through the mountain gate first. Coincidentally, Jing Dafeng was a gatekeeper. When Jing Dafeng thought of this, he felt that he was an amazing person. Luopa Mountain could not do without him. He waited quietly for a long time. Jing Dafeng suddenly stomped his foot. Why did Mistsin not go down the mountain after practicing her fish tonight? Shiro opened the door of the shop and saw that Chen Pingan and Cui Dongshan were both there. She felt a little awkward. If it was only the young mountain lord, it would be fine. However, with Cui Dongshan beside him, Shiro's heart palpitated. They went to the backyard. Chen Lingjun yawned and stood beside the patio. Chen Pingan asked Shiro to open the door of a side room and lit a lamp on the table. He took out a large stack of notes and maps of mountains and rivers drawn by the government or himself. He began to talk about the Jizhe crossing the river. At the same time, he took out black and white chess pieces with names and sects engraved on them. For example, Li Yuan of the Water Dragon sect and Lady Water God of Nan Sun Hall were white chess pieces. There were also Tan Ling, Tang Shi, Song Lanxiao, and other cultivators from the Spring Dew Garden in the easternmost part of Jizhia. In addition, there were also Cloud City, Sparrow Residence, and Floating Ping Sword Lake in the middle of North Continent. As for the relatively small number of black chess pieces, they were mainly Yang from the Chongxian Bureau. Chen Pingan explained about the different positions of the chess pieces on the table with a smile. Chess pieces are like that. However, human nature does not care about black and white. I'm just giving you a general impression. When you go to the river yourself, don't be stubborn. Otherwise, you will suffer a great loss. He looked at the snow-white line on the table that was connected by the chess pieces. Chen Lingjun held it in for a long time before saying softly, "Thank you." Chen Pingan was a little surprised. He smiled and joked, "It's the middle of the night. Is the sun rising from the west?" Chen Lingjun flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, "Anyway, I've already thanked you. It's up to you whether you want to accept it or not." Chen Pingan was a little amused. He planned to explain to Chen Lingjun in detail the things to take note of when traversing the river. No matter how big or small, he had to explain everything slowly. They would probably talk until dawn. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and said, "I'll have to trouble you to be more attentive. This is the route that your master exchanged his life for. There's no one in the world who's more prepared than you for traversing the river." Chen Lingjun looked a little nervous. He clenched the stack of papers in his hands tightly. Chen Pingan waved his hand. "It's not that exaggerated. Traveling the North Continent is the main thing. Traversing the river is secondary. You don't have to be grateful to me. However, you must remember that this is the foundation of your great Tao. If you don't take it seriously, you're being irresponsible to yourself. In the past, on Luopa Mountain, you and Chen Rishu were both flood dragons. You wanted to bury your heads in cultivation, but you couldn't do it. I didn't say anything about it. But this time, you must change your mischievous temper. If I find out that you dared to treat traversing the river as child's play, I'd rather get someone to throw you back to Luopa Mountain than let you wander around blindly." At this point, Chen Pingan said seriously, "Because you'll die there." Chen Lingjun nodded. "I know what's important." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I believe you." Chen Lingjun looked at Chen Pingan. His eyes were clear and his smile was warm. Chen Lingjun also calmed down. Chen Pingan smiled and took out a pen, ink, and paper. He placed them on the table. "A good memory is not as good as a lousy pen. I may have gone into detail. If you think it's very important, write it down. When you're on the road in the future, you can take it out and look through it at any time." Cui Dongshan said, "I'm just short of traversing the river myself." Chen Lingjun was just about to sit down when he heard this. He stopped, lowered his head, and clenched the paper in his hand tightly. Chen Pingan looked at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan raised his hands and said, "I'll go sit outside now." Cui Dongshan really went out and closed the door. Then, he took a stool and sat beside the patio. He crossed his legs and held the back of his head with both hands. Suddenly, he roared, "Great Aunt Shiro, where are the melon seeds?" Shiro said timidly, "Right away." She had forgotten to hide her feminine voice. Originally, she had stayed in the Dragon Rider Alley for so long that she had almost forgotten her feminine body. In the end, as soon as she met Cui Dongshan, she was immediately beaten back to her original form. Chen Pingan patted Chen Lingjuan's shoulder. Cui Dongshan's words are unpleasant to hear. I won't help him say anything good. They really are unpleasant to hear. But you might as well listen to them. Apart from those unreasonable words, every word that we find unpleasant to hear is mostly words that poke at the heart. We cannot care about it on the surface, but in our hearts, we have to chew on it. Coptis is bitter, but it can clear the heat and clear the heart. I'll say this much. In any case, after we separate this time, even if I want to say it, even if you want to hear it, you won't have the chance for the time being. Chen Lingjun silently remembered it in his heart. Then, he asked doubtfully, "Where are we going now?" Chen Pingon smiled. Inverted Hanging Mountain, the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Chen Lingjun complained, "There are so many things on the mountain." "Master, as the mountain lord, you're too much of a hands-off shopkeeper." He originally wanted to ask why he didn't return to Luopa Mountain earlier, but in the end, he held back. Because he also knew that anyone could say these words, but only he, Chen Lingjun, was the least qualified. Chen Pingon nodded and said, "I accept the criticism. I won't change it for the time being." Chen Lingjun grinned. Chen Lingjun sat upright, picked up the brush, spread out the paper, and began to listen to Chen Pingon talk about the local customs and sections. After Chen Lingjun wrote down a note on the paper, he suddenly raised his head and asked, "Master, will you still be like this in the future?" Chen Pingon was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Chen Lingjun said, "In the future, there will be many people on Luopa Mountain." "Master, will you also treat everyone like this?" Chen Pingon thought for a moment, shook his head and smiled. "It's very difficult. First come, first served, and so on. It's inevitable that there will be differences between those who are close and those who are distant. This is one thing. Of course, there are more things to consider. It's not necessarily good to do everything personally. The more people there are in Luopa Mountain, the more complicated the people's hearts will become. I can't do everything personally. I can only do my best to ensure that Luopa Mountain has a good atmosphere. For example, it's not that Cui Dongshan outside the sect has a high cultivation and great ability, so everything is right. You should listen to him in everything. If you can't reason with him and feel unconvinced, then you can come and talk to me. I will listen seriously." Chen Lingjun grunted in acknowledgement. Cui Dongshan said bitterly outside, "Teacher, this student is best at convincing people with virtue." Chen Lingjun rolled his eyes. Chen Pingon continued to tell Chen Lingjun about the matters of traveling the river. Sure enough, this nagging lasted until dawn. Chen Lingjun also memorized the crooked dozens of key matters. Chen Pingon clicked his tongue and said, "Chen Lingjun, your handwriting is far worse than Pei Qian's." Chen Lingjun's face flushed red. "I don't copy books every day. If I copy books for so long, the words I write should be sold for at least a few small coins. Snow is money." Chen Pingon smiled and asked, "Do you believe it yourself?" Chen Lingjun was defeated. He was thin-skinned after all. Chen Pingon sat on the bench with his hands folded in his sleeves. He closed his eyes and thought for a while to see if he had missed anything. Since he did not, he planned to think of something later and write a letter to Chen Lingjun. Opening his eyes, Chen Pingon asked casually, "How is your brother, the Imperial River Water God, now?" Chen Lingjun shook his head. "Just like that." Chen Pingon said, "Before leaving for the North Continent, you can actually make a trip to the Imperial River to say goodbye. You can eat and drink, but don't say that you're going to travel the river. Just say that you're going out for a long trip. Treat others with sincerity. Don't expose everything and hide nothing. Instead, don't cause trouble for others. You can also help others solve some problems to the best of your ability. However, there's no need for others to thank you. Chen Lingjun put away his pen and paper and leaned on the table. He looked a little sad. In the past, I didn't think about these things. I only cared about drinking, eating, and bragging loudly. Chen Pingon smiled and said, "The world won't always let us be carefree. It's not a bad thing to think more." Chen Lingjun hesitated for a long time, not daring to look at Chen Pingon. He said carefully, "If I say that I actually don't want to travel the river or go to the North Continent, and that I just want to stay on Luopa Mountain and wait for death, will you be angry?" Chen Pingon smiled and did not say anything, as if he already knew the answer. Chen Lingjun fell silent. He did not dare to look at Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon said, "I'm not angry." Chen Lingjun sat up abruptly, his face full of disbelief. "Really?" Chen Pingon said with a smile, "From the very beginning, I didn't think that it was a good thing to walk on the river. Because if it was a good thing, you, Chen Lingjun, would have to set off immediately. Huff and puff, rain or shine, you would have to walk on the river with your head down. I even think that if you don't want to travel the river one day, then there's no need to rush at all. The great river of salvation and desolation can't run away. In fact, only when you really think it through can you travel the great river of salvation and desolation. Compared to being ignorant and treating it as a task, the chances of success are higher. But then again, the great river of salvation and desolation is a path that you, Chen Lingjun, must take. It's very difficult to avoid it. It's not a bad thing to make more preparations now." Chen Pingon paused for a moment. "You might find it harsh to say this, but I should tell you my true thoughts. As Cui Dongshan said, there are so many flood dragons in the world. There are so many mountains, lakes, and swamps, but not everyone has the opportunity to travel the river with the great river of salvation and desolation. So if you clearly know that this matter can't be delayed, but you're just used to being lazy and unwilling to move your nest to suffer, I will be very angry. But if you feel that this matter is nothing at all, and that's so what if I don't travel the great river of salvation and desolation, Chen Lingjun, completely have my own great Tao to walk, or if you feel that I, Chen Lingjun, just like to stay on Luopa Mountain for the rest of my life, then neither your master nor Luopa Mountain's master will be angry at all." Chen Lingjun smiled and said, "I understand." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "Every time Chen Rishu goes to the city to buy things, you'll secretly protect her. I'm very happy, because this is what it means to be responsible." Chen Lingjun was somewhat embarrassed and angry. "I'm just strolling around casually. Who was it that blabbered and told master? See if I don't give him a big slap." "Languid," Cui Dongshan said from outside the door, "Me." Chen Lingjun was dumbstruck. Chen Lingjun trotted over to open the door and tiptoed behind Cui Dongshan to rub his shoulders. He asked softly, "Brother Cui, you've been working hard all night. Were you tired and sore? You must tell me. We're all family members who love each other. It's not right to be too polite. Did little brother use too little strength or too much strength?" Chen Pingon stepped over the threshold and kicked Chen Lingjun's butt. He laughed and scolded, "You also have a share of Luopa Mountain's feng shui." The straw shop next to Dragon Rider Alley also opened for business. It was the girl whose nickname was Jo Air. Chen Pingon smiled and greeted, "Jo Air, where's your master and senior brother?" The girl hurriedly bowed and said in surprise, "Mountain Lord Chin." Then she blushed and said, "Master has been managing the business. He's also old, so he gets up later. Today I'm opening the door. It wasn't like this before. Senior brother has been picking herbs in the mountains for a few days. It's estimated that he'll return to Dragon Rider Alley later." Jo Air was about to call her master. After all, it was the Mountain Lord who came in person. Even if her master complained and scolded her, she should still inform him. Chen Pingon stopped Jiao Er and smiled, "Don't disturb the Taoist master. I'm just passing by to see you." Jiao Er was a little nervous. "Mountain Lord Chen, the business of the shop is not very good." Chen Pingon said, "It's okay. The business of the straw shop is actually not bad. You should continue to work hard. If you have something to do, go to Luopa Mountain. Don't be embarrassed." "Jiao Er, you must help me pass this sentence to the old man. The Taoist master is a kind person. Even if something really happens, he likes to shoulder it. This is actually not good. It's not a big family. By the way, I won't be sitting in the shop. I still have some things to do." Jiao Er, who had just opened the door, quietly rubbed her hands behind her back and whispered, "Mountain Lord Chen, you really don't want to drink a cup of tea?" Chen Pingon waved his hand and smiled, "I really don't want to drink. Just take it as an extra." Jiao Er smiled. Chen Pingon nodded and said, "Jiao Er's complexion is much better than before. It shows that the soil and water of my hometown is still nourishing. I used to worry that you won't be used to living here, but now I'm relieved." Jiao Er blushed a little. Chen Pingon waved goodbye. He took Cui Dongshan along the steps of Dragon Riding Alley and went to the ancestral house of Mud Bottle Alley. This route was necessary to pass through the Gu family's ancestral house first. Chen Pingon stopped and asked, "What about Uncle Gu?" Cui Dongshan said, "It's difficult for an upright official to judge a family matter. But now that Gu Tao has become the mountain deity of the old mountains of the Li dynasty, it can be said that his merit and virtue have been fulfilled. A woman can get whatever she wants in the county capital. Gu Kan is doing well at the calligraphy lake. Her son is promising and her husband has reached the heavens in a single bound. As a woman, when her life is good, many of her faults are naturally hidden." Chen Pingon continued to move forward, the house with the plaque Xiao Shui Gao Feng hanging. Cui Dongshan said slowly, "The ghost in the wedding dress. Poor ghost. She fell in love with a poor person. The former was hateful and abominable. In fact, the latter was really pitiful. Back then, she was cheated by the scholars of the academies on both sides of the Lu dynasty and the Great Sui Kingdom. In the end, she committed suicide by jumping into the lake. An infatuated man who only wanted to earn the title of a sage in the academy by virtue of his knowledge hoped to be able to exchange for the recognition and conferment of the imperial court so that he could marry a female ghost. Unfortunately, she was born early. She was born in Dali back then, not in Dali today. Otherwise, there would be two completely different endings. The female ghost was in the academy. After all, she was a filthy ghost. Naturally, she couldn't even enter the gate. She insisted on barging in and almost had her soul dispersed. In the end, she wasn't so stupid. She used up her remaining relationship with the Dali imperial court to take away the scholar's bones. She also knew the truth that had been buried for a long time. It turned out that the scholar never let her down and even died because of this. She went completely crazy. After Gu Tao left her house, she carried a coffin and stumbled all the way back. She took off her wedding dress and changed into a mourning dress. She was in a daze every day and only said that she was waiting for someone. Chen Pingon asked, "What's right and wrong here? How do we calculate?" Cui Dongshan stretched out a palm and made a few cuts in the air with a knife hand gesture. He smiled and said, "It depends on where it starts and where it ends. If the female ghost and the scholar met and loved each other as the beginning, and the female ghost killed so many scholars as the end, then it's very simple. I was afraid that she would die with a slap. Now that she doesn't want to live anymore, everything ends once and for all. But if we look further, from the female ghost's achievements in the mountains and rivers, and from her good nature, then it will be very troublesome. If we still think that there's a chance that she can correct her mistakes and make up for it in the next 100 years or hundreds of years, then it will be even more troublesome. If we think from the perspective of those scholars who died in vain and think about the problem, then it will be big trouble. Cui Dongshan stopped and asked, "Sir, may I ask, which part of the beginning and the end do you want to cut?" Chen Pingan didn't give an answer. When Chen Pingan took out the key to open the door of the ancestral house, Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, "Then have you thought about a problem? What does it have to do with you if things are so messy?" After Chen Pingan opened the door, he smiled and said, "I'll think about it again." After opening the door, Chen Pingan took out 2 small stools. After Cui Dongshan sat down, he smiled and said, "On the mountain, there's a very ambiguous saying, there's a reason to cultivate on the mountain. It turns out that they're all immortals." Chen Pingan said, "I've heard of it." Cui Dongshan said, "When ordinary people hear it, they only feel that the world is unfair and treats them too little. Those who think like that are no longer immortals. Besides being angry, they should feel sad for themselves. That's what they should feel." Chen Pingan remained silent. He used the tip of his foot to draw a circle with a very small gap in the mud in the courtyard. Then, he drew a bigger circle outwards. There must be a path to take. Only then will everyone have a chance to choose. Cui Dongshan suddenly fell silent for a moment, and then slowly said, "Except for the first time, you haven't experienced real despair in your life." Chen Pingan didn't say anything. He folded his hands in his sleeves and bent slightly, looking outside the mud bottle alley that was not closed. Cui Dongshan continued, "For example, Lu Xianyang still died that year." Cui Dongshan said again, "For example, Qi Jingchen was actually the mastermind behind the scenes, the one who schemed against you the most." Cui Dongshan continued, "For example, Guqin made you think that he knew he was wrong and was correcting his mistakes. Later, you realized that was not the case. For example, when Pei Qian returned to Lotus Root Blessed Land for the first time, he killed Chao Qinglang. Then he chose to wait for death, betting that you wouldn't kill him." Chen Pingan finally said, "Set up a small world. I have something on my mind that I have to say." Cui Dongshan used his flying sword to draw a golden thunder pool. Chen Pingan stood up, folded his hands in his sleeves, and walked around in the courtyard. He said softly, "After Mr. Qi died, he still protected me, because there was a conflict between the 3 sects that Mr. Qi intended for me." "I know." Cui Dongshan stood up, his face pale, and said, "You shouldn't have known the truth so early." Chen Pingan turned his head, looked at Cui Dongshan, and said expressionlessly, "Don't worry. I'm very smart and calm. So Mr. Qi won't lose, and neither will I, Chen Pingan." "568, Cui Dongshan looked dejected and sat back on the stool. He stretched out his hands, one above his head and the other on his knees. "So what if Qi Jingchen is here to protect you? You're still at the lower level. There are many accidents between the higher and the lower levels. Du Mao is an example." At this point, Cui Dongshan thought of a certain existence and curled his lips. Well, Du Mao aside, Qi Jingchen still has some countermeasures. But if you go a little further, the cultivators of the upper 5 realms below the ascendant realm, such as Yupu, immortals, or nascent soul sword cultivators, what will you do if you fight them? Chen Pingan turned around and smiled. "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't all cultivators in the world have to deal with all kinds of accidents when they climb the mountain? Logic is never logic if it goes to the extreme. Don't you understand? You need to change your stubborn attitude of not admitting defeat." Cui Dongshan said, "Can't I admit defeat in my heart and not in my mouth?" Chen Pingan smiled and said nothing. Cui Dongshan restrained his expression and said, "It's not good to know so early." Chen Pingan said, "I know." Cui Dongshan scratched his head with both hands and said gloomily, "Since ancient times, God's plan is better than ours." This sentence can scare people to death at the top of the mountain. You can only win if you don't intend to. Don't you know that you were very lucky to be able to win against Lu Qin in the early years? Now, if Lu Qin were to target Mr. again, he would be willing to be shameless and set up an elaborate trap for Mr. Mr. would definitely lose. Cui Dongshan stopped what he was doing and said in a serious tone, "Lose." Chen Pingan nodded. "Maybe." Cui Dongshan sighed with a complicated expression. The formation of a clear understanding was making enemies for oneself. It was simply making enemies with the world. The weeds on the ground were far more resistant to the strong wind than the tall trees. Chen Pingan sat back on the stool and smiled. "Don't worry about this. People can't be scared to death by themselves. I've walked through Mud Bottle Alley for so many years. There's no reason for me to be timid. I can't practice martial arts in vain. I can't live in vain." Cui Dongshan nodded. "It's good that you think that way." Chen Pingan said slowly, "Let's take things one step at a time. That's all we can do. When we were on the ferry, you were able to make my 12 children feel as if victory was within our grasp. But 10 years later, what if I live for 100 years? Cui Dongshan said in a low voice, "If the chessboard is still the same 19 vertical and horizontal lines, I dare not say that I can still give you 12 pieces in a few decades. But if the chessboard is slightly bigger," Chen Pingan looked straight ahead and smiled. "Shut up." Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "Mr. is the most elegant when he's being unreasonable." His student was looking forward to it. He was looking forward to it. Chen Pingan said that he was going out and didn't bother about Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan remained in the ancestral home, squatting on the ground and looking at the two circles. He wasn't trying to figure out their meaning, but rather, he was just bored. There were thousands of studies in the world, but there weren't many that could make Cui Dongshan think about them in detail. Chen Pingan went to his parents' graves and burned a lot of paper, some of which he bought from the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. Then, he squatted there and added soil. Cui Dongshan tiptoed and leaned against the wall, looking into the courtyard next door. The feng shui of this alley was really good. Song Jisin had become Dolly's vassal. GQ was even more so. The entire old dragon city was her courtyard, and the Fu family was her bodyguard. Cui Dongshan climbed up the wall and jumped twice, shaking off the dust. Sword Immortal Chao Shi had already returned from North Continent to South Saw Continent. After all, the Xiong Town Tower needed someone to guard it. Only Chao Jun, whose cultivation path was a little bumpy, was left behind to climb up the ranks in Dolly. It wasn't that Mr. didn't have an answer about the wedding dress ghost. It was just that Cui Dongshan purposely made it more complicated, in order to confirm which kind of study Mr. was leaning toward. As it turned out, he had shot himself in the foot. Cui Dongshan was rather regretful now. Cui Dongshan extended his hands, opened his fingers, and shook his wrists. If it weren't for this, Cui Dongshan would have liked to talk to Mr. about another, trivial matter, a study that required the interweaving of countless tiny threads. Naturally, Cui Dongshan wouldn't teach Mr. everything. He would only pick the parts that were beneficial to Mr.'s cultivation. Creating a porcelain man. How did a pile of broken porcelain pieces assemble into a real human being? How did the 3 souls and 6 spirits, the 7 emotions and the 6 desires come into being? The root of knowledge was to weave a net. The biggest problem right now was that the cost was too high, the knowledge was too deep, and the threshold was too high. Even Cui Dongshan couldn't come up with any solution. Once it was done, the greatest external concern of the world, the invasion of the demon race, and the mortal enemy that the Qingming world had to build the Beko Keikyung building to resist, would not be able to escape the fate of total annihilation. In a sense, the appearance of human beings was the earliest porcelain man. It was just that the material was different. Cui Dongshan also hoped that one day, someone who could convince him sincerely would tell him whether his choice was right or wrong when he was about to succeed. Not only that, the person would also tell him clearly what was wrong and what was right. Then, Cui Dongshan would be able to act generously, regardless of life and death. He wouldn't be like the old scholar back then, who only talked about the result and didn't say why. A Dali military ferry slowly docked at the crossing of the Oxhorn Mountain. Accompanying it was a huge dragon boat that had been camouflaged by Wei Pai of the northern mountain and Jin Qing of the middle mountain. Lu Zhongruan, Lu Baixiang, and Wei Xian got off the dragon boat. General Lu Xuemei and sword cultivator Chao Jun didn't get off the boat. They escorted the dragon boat all the way here, which was considered a success. Lu Xuemei still needed to report to the hunting inspector Chao Gue. Lu Xuemei asked softly, "Is that green-robed young man Qin Pingon, the leader of the Luopa mountain?" "Like your ancestors, he was born in that mud bottle alley." Chao Jun sat on the railing and nodded. "He's a very interesting young man. In my eyes, he's even more interesting than Ma Kushuan." Lu Xuemei smiled. "Qin Pingon is also a friend of my good friend Guaniran. At the end of last year, we talked about this leader of the Luopa mountain at Fan Street. Guaniran has a steady temperament since he was young, so he didn't say much. However, I can see that Guaniran values this person very much." This was the first time Chao Jun heard of this, but he didn't find it strange. Lu Xuemei felt a little nostalgic. That Fu Yu who came from Yinqi Alley seems to be the prefect of Baoshi Prefecture now. He's quite successful. However, I'm not very close to Fu Yu. I only remember that when we were young, Fu Yu liked to follow us around every day. At that time, the kids from Yinqi Alley didn't like to hang out with the kids from Yinqi Alley. The two groups of kids didn't get along well. Every year, both sides would meet and have a few fierce snowball fights. Fu Yu was more awkward. He didn't get along with either side, so every time it snowed, he simply didn't go out. Regarding this governor, I only remember this. But in truth, Lag Alley and Fan Street each had their own big and small hills. It was very lively. After growing up, it became boring. When we meet occasionally, everyone is smiling. Chao Jun laughed. "In another 100 or 200 years, if I think of General Lu again, I think it's about the same." Lu Xuemei said helplessly, "You really don't know how to chat." Chao Jun said, "If I knew how to chat, I would have been promoted and become rich." Lu Xuemei shook her head. "If you don't have any real military merits, you don't know how to chat, why would I bother with you?" Chao Jun laughed. "You know how to chat." Lu Xuemei leaned on the railing. "No matter if I die on the battlefield or from old age, when you pass by the Aquarius continent in the future, remember to visit my grave." Chao Jun looked into the distance. "Who said that cultivators must live long? Between you and me, it's hard to say who will visit the grave and offer wine." Lu Xuemei laughed bitterly. "Can't you say something pleasing?" Chao Jun thought for a while. "I wish General Lu to become a hunting envoy soon." Lu Xuemei nodded. "That's good." Lu Xuemei laughed. "Then I wish Sword Immortal Chao to ascend to the upper 5 realms soon." Chao Jun rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "That's difficult." Chen Pingon only brought Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to welcome Chao Jun. As for Chao Jun, who was wearing a dazzling black robe and carrying a long and short sword, Chen Pingon saw him clearly but pretended not to see him. Wei Xian nodded to Chen Pingon, and Chen Pingan returned the greeting with a smile. Only when he saw Pei Qian, Wei Xian smiled for the first time. This little black charcoal, he's quite fast. Pei Qian jumped all the way to Wei Xian's side and swaggered around Wei Xian. Oh, you're even darker now. Wei Xian said with a straight face, impudent. Pei Qian said angrily, what the hell? Are you putting on airs with me again? Who are you trying to fool? What kind of golden pole does your family have? Wei Xian said, now I'm Dolly's Wu Xianlang, and a high official. The founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, Wei Xian, was born in the countryside and rose to fame on the battlefield. Pei Qian pointed at Zhou Mili, who was carrying 2 walking poles, with a thumb. How old? As old as her. Wei Xian didn't know what Pei Qian was up to. Do you have a story? Pei Qian shouted, Zhou Mili. The little girl in black stomped her feet, raised her head and puffed out her chest. Here. Pei Qian snorted, say it, what's your name? Zhou Mili frowned, stood on her tiptoes, and whispered in Pei Qian's ear, you called my name just now. Should I call myself the Mute Lake Monster or the Right Protector of Luopa Mountain? Pei Qian sighed, this little winter melon is just a bit stupid, but everything else is good. Wei Xian smiled as he stretched out his hand, wanting to rub Charcoal's head. Unexpectedly, Pei Qian lowered his head and bent his waist, nimbly dodging Wei Xian's hand. Pei Qian clicked his tongue and said, Old Wei, you're getting old. How are you going to find a wife with your stubble? You're still single. It's okay, don't be sad. In our Luopa Mountain, there are many people like you who can't find a wife. Neighbors like Wei Pai, old Chef Zhu, Xing Dafeng at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Bai who left home, old Song at the top of the mountain, Yuan Lai, all of them are miserable. Wei Xian smiled, you don't have a wife either, right? Pei Qian's mouth twitched, and he snorted 3 times. Zhou Mili followed suit, laughing. Chen Pingan, who had just finished chatting with Lu Baixiang and Lu Zhongruan, smashed a chestnut on each of their heads. Pei Qian was used to it. Zhou Mili, who once stood in the big bamboo box and let Chen Pingan eat chestnuts, opened her mouth to bite Chen Pingan, but Chen Pingan held her head. Just as Zhou Mili was about to attack, she heard Pei Qian's heavy cough, and immediately stopped moving. Lu Zhongruan had a sword talisman made by the Dragon Spring Sword Sect, so he left with the wind. The precious water hall, which was refined by the immortals, was still hidden on the dragon boat for the time being. Later, Lu Baixiang would ask Wei Pai to directly use his magical power to send it to the back of the fish. Otherwise, the water hall was the size of a carriage, and she didn't have the legendary object near her. It was not that she couldn't use magic to move the water hall, but it was too obvious. There were too many people at the ferry, and Lu Zhongruan really didn't want to complicate things. As for the dragon boat named Flipping Ink, it was of course the property of the Luopa Mountain. Moreover, the entire Oxhorn Mountain was jointly owned by Chen Pingan and Wei Pai, so it was natural for it to be parked here. Lu Baixiang led the way and led Chen Pingan onto the dragon boat. This huge object was 3 stories high, which was not surprising, but it was extremely large, half the size of the cross-continent ferry of the Linen sect. It could carry more than 1,000 people, and if it was full of goods, of course, it would be different. Now that Luopa Mountain had obtained such a large and sturdy ancient ferry, there were many things they could do. Chen Pingan couldn't help but gently stomp his feet again and again, and his face was full of smiles. Just now, when Pei Qian and Zhou Mili heard that from today onwards, such a large immortal ferry was the property of the Luopa Mountain, their eyes widened. Pei Qian pinched Zhou Mili's cheek and twisted it hard. The little girl cried out in pain, and Pei Qian grunted. It seemed that it was really not a dream. Zhou Mili nodded vigorously, saying no, no. Pei Qian patted Zhou Mili's head and said, "Mili, you are really a little lucky star. Does it hurt?" Zhou Mili grinned and said, "It hurts like a hammer." Pei Qian covered her mouth and whispered, "How could I forget that when we are outside, we are not allowed to casually let people know that we are a big water monster. If we scare people, we are always in the wrong." The little girl in black was sad and happy at the same time. The fairy strolled through floor by floor, and from time to time, it opened the door of the room that had sunk for hundreds of years and still had the smell of wood. Because the decorations of the fairy had long been removed and used for the national treasury to prepare for war, now the big and small rooms were similar in layout. In fact, they were all about the same. Chen Pingan didn't feel bored at all. Finally, he came to the top floor and stood in the largest room. If there was no accident, this would be the sky room of the turning ink fairy in the future. Chen Pingan suddenly restrained his expression and came to the observation deck with a wide view. The crash of the ferry in the Dianshan mountain in the Zhuiying dynasty affected the whole situation. Everyone on the ferry was a chess piece. It was just that some survived, and some died. As for why Mr. Jian, who destroyed the ferry, did so, and what kind of hatred made him choose to act so decisively, it didn't seem to be important. Chen Pingan was thinking about a problem. His cultivation was low now, and his family was weak. Mentioning this matter again was like hitting a stone with an egg, so he could temporarily endure it. But if Luopa Mountain was now a sect, and he was already an earth immortal of the nascent soul realm or even a cultivator of the pure jade realm, he could accumulate grievances in his heart and talk about the situation of Chun Shui and Qiu Shi. It could be said that he would have to pay a huge price for it. For example, he would completely fall out with the Dali dynasty and become enemies with the Lord of Heaven Xie Shi. The 4 people in the picture scroll would die one by one, and Luopa Mountain would be in a precarious situation. Everyone on the mountain would become a street rat in the Aquarius continent. Chen Lingjun would die if he went to the North Continent, and Chen Rishu would no longer be able to go to Longquan County City. The Dali men of sacrifice at the shop in Dragon Alley changed from guards to assassins. The lives of the people of Luopa Mountain were uncertain. If someone left Luopa Mountain, who would be in the wrong? How should Chen Pingan choose? If Chen Pingan was now a true sword immortal, he could save a lot of trouble. 1 shoulder and 1 sword. But how difficult was it to become a sword immortal? It was so far away that the hope was slim. Besides life and death, there were still many disasters. Chen Pingan would also learn from Little Bao Ping, Pei Qian, and Li Huai. When he read the Jianghu novels, he admired the heroes in the books who pressed forward without hesitation. They were resolute, disregarded life and death, and sacrificed themselves for justice without hesitation. The world not only needed such stories in books, but also many such people outside the books. What they did might be big or small, but there was a clear distinction between good and evil. But compared to Pei Qian, who picked the wonderful stories of heroes and read them over and over again, who met the unparalleled Jianghu seniors, who made the most interesting friends in Jianghu, who fought for justice and killed those big devils. Pei Qian liked to skip a lot of stories of hardships. Chen Pingan often read the beginning and was stuck. The people who were destined to have all kinds of encounters and opportunities in the future would often have their families broken and their families destroyed at the beginning. They would be alone and carried a deep hatred of blood. Then, in the books, they would suddenly grow up. Chen Pingan would feel uncomfortable. Those wonderful stories of the Jianghu might be very fascinating, making Li Huai and Pei Qian in high spirits, but it was difficult for Chen Pingan to empathize with them. Perhaps it was because real life wasn't written in black and white. Pei Qian asked in the room, "Master, what's wrong?" Chen Pingan shook his head, "Nothing. I just thought of something in the past." Lu Baixiang came to Chen Pingan's side and said with a smile, "Congratulations." Chen Pingan said, "You have to hurry up too." Lu Baixiang's expression was somewhat melancholy. "I'm hesitating whether or not to find a chance to fight with Zhu Lian." Chen Pingan smiled, "I think it's okay. It won't cost any money anyway." Lu Baixiang looked at Chen Pingan. "In the North Continent, you got beaten up quite a bit." Chen Pingan nodded. 2 10th realm martial artists helped to feed me punches one after another, beating me to death. Are you envious? Lu Baixiang smiled. "Now that you mention it, I feel much better." Chen Pingan said, "Don't forget, this narrow saber, stopping Shui, was lent to you." Lu Baixiang joked, "Didn't I help Luopa Mountain find 2 good seedlings? Are they not good enough for a saber?" Chen Pingan did not respond, only saying, "Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai, that's a good name." Lu Baixiang asked, "You've met them?" Chen Pingan grunted, "When I met them, I praised their names. But the way that little girl looked at me was exactly the same as the way Xin Yuanji looked at me when she was guarding against a thief. I don't understand. After so many years in the martial arts world, I only end up being misunderstood in my own Luopa Mountain." Lu Baixiang laughed, "I'm in a good mood." Pei Qian was currently pacing around Wei Xian, his fingers together, continuously using the body-fixing technique on Wei Xian. Wei Xian leaned against the door, ignoring him. Chen Pingan turned his head and looked, asking, "Earlier, you said in your letter that Xin Yuanji fell down while practicing. What happened?" Pei Qian seemed to have been hit by the body-fixing technique. His body was stiff in place, sweat seeping out of his forehead. He could only give Zhou Mili a look. Lying to Shifu was absolutely impossible, but being honest with Shifu was not an option either. Zhou Mili was indeed worthy of being her trusted general. She immediately understood and said loudly, "It's dark at night. Even a ghost can't be seen. Sister Tsin accidentally fell down." Chen Pingan nodded. Pei Qian put his hands behind his back and gave Zhou Mili 2 thumbs up. Chen Pingan said with emotion, "With this dragon boat, Luopa Mountain will have more confidence in doing business with Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden. Not only that, Luopa Mountain will have more room to maneuver." Lu Baixiang said, "The dragon boat can be decorated simply. Anyway, from what you said, the dragon boat is mainly used to transport goods. But what about the people who support the normal operation of the ferry?" Chen Pingan said with a smile, "When Zhu Lian returns to Luopa Mountain, let him have a headache. If it doesn't work, Cui Dongshan has a lot of connections. Let him help Luopa Mountain spend money to hire people to board the ferry." Lu Baixiang did not add insult to injury this time. He said, "I will try to help find some people, but the most important thing is to choose a ferry steward with enough weight. Otherwise, it will be easy to make trouble." Chen Pingan said, "Actually, I have some ideas about this matter. But whether it can be done or not, we have to wait until the ancestral hall is built." The location of Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall had been decided long ago. With Wei Pai there, it was a very simple matter. After Chen Pingan sent a flying sword message back to Luopa Mountain from Mi Mountain, Wei Pai had already begun to prepare. Because Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall did not pursue a large scale, it did not take much manpower and resources. And the large-scale construction in the mountains to the west of Longquan County over the years, in addition to the continuous construction of several counties, had accumulated a lot of experience. Most importantly, Chen Pingan proposed that the ancestral hall did not need a special array. In his words, if Luopa Mountain's great mountain and river array could be broken by someone and successfully climbed the mountain to demolish the ancestral hall, then whether or not the ancestral hall was protected by an array was actually meaningless. Chen Pingan said, "I've delayed a lot of your matters." Lu Baixiang said with a smile, just think of it as sharpening a blade to cut firewood. My sect is only a vassal of Luopa Mountain. If it succeeds, then that's for the best. If it doesn't, then it won't hurt Luopa Mountain. I will naturally grasp the propriety of it. But let me say the ugly words first. In many matters, my methods are not clean. I can only guarantee that I won't go overboard. Chen Pingon said, try not to give me a chance to gossip. Lu Baixiang chuckled. As the mountain lord, after Chen Pingon personally burned incense and offered sacrifices to the four directions of heaven and earth, the construction of Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall began. The ancestral hall was located on the Jisa Peak, a secondary peak of Luopa Mountain. Because there was a bamboo building on the main peak, the situation was somewhat awkward. At the top of this spirit-gathering peak, there was a mountain temple that was officially conferred by the Dali imperial court. Moreover, Chen Pingon was actually particularly close to the Jisa Peak. On this day, in Zhu Lian's courtyard, Jing Dafeng and Wei Pai were playing chess, while Cui Dongshan was watching from the side. On the side, Chen Lingjun was giving advice, telling Jing Dafeng and Wei Pai how to place their pieces. In the past 2 days, Chen Lingjun's back was particularly stiff. Because he had wandered around the mountains in the west for many years, he had met many cultivators who had set up residences here. One of them was a Dragon Gate cultivator of Yellow Lake Mountain. In the past, they were not very familiar with each other and even disliked each other. This was because there was a lake in Yellow Lake Mountain with a giant python in it. Chen Lingjun and the Black Snake both coveted it. Unexpectedly, at the turn of summer and autumn this year, the other party took the initiative to express his goodwill. After a few rounds of drinking, not long ago, the old Dragon Gate cultivator suddenly said that he planned to sell Yellow Lake Mountain. At the table, he said that Brother Chen had a wide network and many acquaintances. He was the guest of honor at the night banquet of Wei Shan. Chen Lingjun drank a large bowl of wine and patted his chest in agreement. However, when he left Yellow Lake Mountain, he was a little worried that this was a trap targeted at Luopa Mountain, so he found Chen Pingon and told him about it. Then, Cui Dongshan said to buy it. It was cheap to get it, so it would be a waste not to take it. With such a high mountain as their backing, what was there to be afraid of? Chen Pingon asked Chen Lingjun to negotiate the details. The price of celestial coins, gold essence coins, and copper essence coins could all be negotiated. If the negotiation was not going well, he would drag Wei Shan's god into the discussion. Chen Lingjun's heart was beating like a drum. In a daze, he ran to Yellow Lake Mountain to drink. After all, he was used to drinking and discussing matters. In the end, the price was reduced to only 10 grain rain coins. At that time, Chen Lingjun was a little dumbfounded. I casually gave you a number just to raise the price and haggle with you. In the end, the other party seemed to be stupefied and didn't move. What's going on? Chen Lingjun ascended the mountain in a daze and descended even more in a daze. Chen Pingon did not say anything either. As a result, Luopa Mountain and Yellow Lake Mountain exchanged land deeds and celestial coins. They were inspected and recorded in the provincial governor's manor, Dali's Department of Rights, and the Department of Revenue respectively, sealing the deal extremely quickly. Chen Pingon asked Cui Dongshan in private. Cui Dongshan smiled and said it was rare for the old bastard to be so kind, so there was no need to worry about it being a trap. Chen Lingjun had finally helped Luopa Mountain with something proper. After the ancestral hall was completed, the little water snake could be recorded in the records of merits and demerits of the ancestral hall. As a result, Chen Lingjun walked with his nose in the air right now. Coupled with Pei Qian, Chen Rishu, and Zhou Mili, the 3 girls, they all saw him in a different light. In particular, Pei Qian led Zhou Mili to flatter him without holding back at all. If it were not for the fact that Cui Dongshan pressed down on Chen Lingjuan's head one time and said Grandpa Chen had been walking a little too freely recently, he would have only restrained himself a little. Otherwise, Chen Lingjun would have been even more arrogant. In the past few days, Chen Pingan had been going through his belongings. Most of them needed to be returned to the treasury of the ancestral hall, so he had to record them all. Some of them were to be given away as gifts from the Mountain Lord during the completion ceremony. Chen Pingan had only helped Pei Qian feed her punches once, and that was it. Even though he said he was fighting a fourth realm cultivator against a fourth realm cultivator, he was actually still facing off against Pei Qian as a fifth realm cultivator. In the end, he still underestimated Pei Qian's size, allowing Pei Qian to punch him in the face immediately. Although martial artists with the golden body would not be injured, let alone bleed, Chen Pingan's dignity as a master had been completely destroyed. Before Chen Pingan could secretly increase his cultivation, preparing to feed Pei Qian with a sixth realm cultivator, he never thought Pei Qian would refuse to spar with his master no matter what. She hung her head in a sickly manner, saying she had committed the capital crime of disrespect, so master could just beat her to death. She would never fight back. If she fought back, she would be expelled from the sect herself. How was he supposed to teach her? The two of them walked barefooted to the corridor on the second floor, leaning on the railing to admire the scenery. Behind the master and disciple were two pairs of boots neatly placed at the entrance of the bamboo building. In the courtyard, Wei Pai, who was twirling a chess piece with 2 fingers, suddenly put it back into the chess jar and laughed, "No more, no more. The fairy Zhu Lian has already entered Huangting territory." When Jing Dafeng was playing chess, Pei Qian and the rest basically stayed far away from him. It was better not to get close to someone who took off his shoes and scratched his feet while munching on melon seeds. Jing Dafeng did not mind Wei Pai going back on his word. A game of chess only cost money, and a little gambling was fun. Cui Dongshan stood at the side, spreading his arms, allowing Pei Qian and Zhou Mili to hang on the swing. Cui Dongshan laughed, "Wei Shanjun can go get them. I'll take over." "Brother Dafeng, what do you think?" Jing Dafeng glanced at the chessboard. Wei Pai's momentum was already gone. But since Cui Dongshan said so, Jing Dafeng was not in a hurry to say yes or no. He took a few more glances and laughed, "What's the wager?" Cui Dongshan laughed, "What wager? I'm not short of money." Jing Dafeng clicked his tongue, "Sure, then let's continue." Pei Qian and Zhou Mili finally let go. Cui Dongshan sat on Wei Pai's seat, picked up a chess piece, and gently placed it. Jing Dafeng glanced at Wei Pai behind Cui Dongshan. The latter smiled, "Let's watch for a while longer. Zhu Lian is on the ferry, spitting everywhere. He's busy helping Luopa Mountain cheat people. Let's not spoil his fun." Cui Dongshan's chess pieces flew. Jing Dafeng did not believe it. How could he turn the situation around like this? He was not slow either. Even if the guy opposite him was the one who played the rosy clouds, Jing Dafeng did not think he would lose. In the end, Jing Dafeng learned from Wei Pai and put the chess piece into the chess pot. He laughed, "Let's not play anymore. Wei Pai and I are going to pick up Brother Zhu. A day without him feels like 3 years. How many days has it been? I miss him." Cui Dongshan did not care at all. He called Chen Rishu, who was sitting quietly at the side eating melon seeds, "Come, let's continue. I'll help Brother Dafeng play chess. You play white. Otherwise, there will be no suspense." Chen Rishu smiled and nodded. She liked to play chess. Otherwise, she would not be so focused on watching Wei Pai and the other two play chess. Cui Dongshan did not get up. He just changed the position of the chess pot. Cui Dongshan and Qin Rishu continued to play chess. Wei Pai and Jing Dafeng walked out of the courtyard side by side. Wei Pai laughed, "It's a bit embarrassing." Jing Dafeng nodded, "It's a bit. Fortunately, Brother Zhu is not here. Otherwise, he would probably still lose." Not waiting for them to go too far, Chen Lingjun said loudly, "What's going on? How did the stupid girl win?" Chen Rishu blushed and said, "Mr. Cui deliberately lost to me." Cui Dongshan said innocently, "How is that possible?" Pei Qian stood behind Chen Rishu. He pressed his hands on his shoulders and said in a deep voice, "Nuan Shu. From today onwards, you are our Luopa Mountain's #1 Go expert. In the future, before old chef, Jing Dafeng, and Wei Pai play chess, they will all bow to you to show their respect." Lu Baixiang also had his own house on Luopa Mountain. The name of the house, the plaque, the couplets, and other things were all undecided by Luopa Mountain. They were left to the owner to decide and decorate. Chen Rishu began to feel that Zhu Lian's idea was very humane and agreed. But Zhu Lian himself said that Luopa Mountain was short of money. Let these heartless fellows pay for it themselves. Wei Xian sat leisurely at Lu Baixiang's side, drinking a little wine. There were some side dishes on the table. They were all prepared by Chen Rishu, the little housekeeper. Every house had different owners and different tastes, so there were different wines and side dishes. Lu Baixiang's two direct disciples, the siblings, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, sat at the side. Yuan Bao had a good impression of the serious Wei Xian. Compared to Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng, his impression of him was much better. At the mountain gate, Zhu Lian, who had been dragged directly from the ferry to the foot of Luopa Mountain by Wei Pai, carried a bag on his back and lamented, "My old bones are covered in dust and wind. I'm really going to fall apart. Don't complain to us here. It's useless." Jing Dafeng laughed, "I've already sprained my ankle because of someone. A few days ago, it was Miss Tsin who helped look after the mountain gate. As for our mountain god Wei, he was at the unpolished Jade Realm, but he was also scolded badly. Now it's just you." Zhu Lian glanced at Wei Pai, then at Jing Dafeng, and laughed, "If you didn't scare me, I would have believed you. Now that you've opened your mouth, you've exposed yourself. Up the mountain, there's nothing to worry about." Wei Pai stretched out his hand, "I've won. A piece of snow costs money." Jing Dafeng slapped away Wei Pai's hand, "You lost the chess game, so we're even." Zhu Lian laughed, "So it's true. I knew it with a trick." Wei Pai laughed, "Don't believe it. This guy knew it from the beginning. Otherwise, we'll lose again." Jing Dafeng squinted, "Do I need you to tell me that?" Zhu Lian wiped his mouth, "I've seen a lot on this trip. When I get back, I'll have Wei Pai bring 2 jugs of good wine. Let me slowly tell you about it." Jing Dafeng immediately became spirited. He thought of something and whispered, "How is it?" Zhu Lian patted his bag. Jing Dafeng nodded, "Us brothers are truly top-notch scholars. We'll read until we're old." Wei Pai rubbed his forehead. Chen Pingan stood alone on the second floor of the bamboo house. He knew that Zhu Lian had arrived, but he didn't need to go out of his way to receive him. The Cloud-Splitting Mountain had received 2 letters from the Tai Hui Sword Sect, one from Qi Jinglong and the other from the White Head. Qi Jinglong said in the letter that he had spent all his 100 pieces of grain rain money and bought an imitation sword from the Hate Sword Mountain, as well as 2 sets of armor crafted by the San Lang Temple. The price wasn't cheap, but these 3 things were definitely not bad. They were too expensive, so he had the hemp sect deliver them to the Oxhorn Mountain. The letter was concise and to the point. It was still Qi Jinglong's usual style. At the end of the letter, it was a threat. If he succeeded in the 3 rounds of the Q-sword competition, and Su Xingzhou from the Cloud City came up the mountain with a bamboo chest to visit him, then he would let Chen Pingan decide what to do. The Whitehead's letter revealed a sense of schadenfreude. He said that the guy surnamed Liu was an eye-opener. Obviously, the Q-sword competition was just around the corner, but he still went to the Hate Sword Mountain and the Sanlang Temple one after another, which made the old men in the ancestral hall of the Tai Hui sword sect so worried that they almost broke their beards. In the Hate Sword Mountain, he met Fairy Liu from the Water Classic Mountain. He didn't know what they talked about. He didn't know if the guy surnamed Liu was sanctimonious and careless with girls. Anyway, Fairy Liu was so angry that her eyes turned red, which shocked a lot of people. At the Temple of Sanlang, another confidant actually popped out. It seemed like she was a woman who had quite a reputation at the Temple of Sanlang. In any case, she had followed the 2 of them from the beginning to the end. Her gaze could eat people up. The one surnamed Liu picked 2 treasures, negotiated the price, and ran away. Chen Pingan walked slowly from one end of the corridor to the other, going back and forth in this manner. Unexpectedly, before Zhu Lian arrived, Wei Pai came first. He brought over a secret flying sword message, which had just been received by the cloud-covering mountain. The writer was Luopa Mountain's consecrator, Zhou Fei. After Chen Pingan read the letter, he sighed. Was there such a coincidence? He walked to the first floor, took out a picture scroll, and threw in a gold essence copper coin. Sui Yuyu walked out of the picture scroll. Chen Pingan asked, "What happened?" Sui Yuyu said indifferently, "I failed to kill and was killed. That's what happened. In the future, I will continue to cultivate in the Book Lake's Real Realms sect." Even if Sui Yuyu came back to life in the picture scroll, there was still a strong murderous aura on her body. From this, it could be seen that she had a lot of enmity with people in the Tongyi Continent's Jade Gui sect. It was just that he didn't know if it was from the same sect on the mountain or from going down the mountain to experience the world. Chen Pingan also didn't want to ask anything in detail. He smiled and said, "It just so happens that the Luopa Mountain's ancestral hall is about to be lit, and then it will be the official hanging of the statue and offering of incense. Zhu Lian, Liu Baixiang, and Wei Xian are all on the mountain now." Sui Yuyu nodded and looked around. "This is Luopa Mountain?" Chen Pingan said, "You can stroll around as you wish." Sui Yuyu silently walked out of the house and stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing into the distance. Chen Pingan didn't follow, sitting on a small bamboo chair. Zhu Lian and Jing Dafeng, who were standing on the small path, came over and sat at the side. Jing Dafeng sighed, "I just realized that the scenery here is good." Chen Pingan smiled, "It's been hard on you." Zhu Lian shook his head, "It's not as hard as young master." Jing Dafeng muttered, "It's not hard on you guys, but it's hard on me." After the Ji-Se Peak's ancestral hall was lit, some guests had already arrived at Longquan County one after another. Picking an auspicious day, the mountain lord Chen Pingan took the lead in hanging the statue and offering incense. This time, when Luopa Mountain officially established the mountain gate, there wasn't much fanfare, and they didn't invite many people who could have been invited up the mountain. For example, Old Dragon City's Fan family and Sun family. There were also some well-informed people who wanted to come but didn't dare to come up the mountain without permission, such as the 2 water gods of Huangting country. There were also many friends who weren't suitable to appear in the eyes of others, and could only keep their regrets in their hearts. Therefore, the people who came to attend the ceremony were all close to the water pavilion, such as Northern Mountain Lord Wei Pai, Cloud Mountain Forest's Deer Academy's Deputy Mountain Lord, Dragon Spring Sword Sect Master Wan Wei, and 2 direct disciples, Golden Core Cultivator Dong Gu, Dragon Gate Realm Sword Cultivator Su Xiaoqiao. Boiled fish back Pearl Hairpin Islands Luzhongruin. These were the guests. Other than that, they were the people of Luopa Mountain, this new mountain. 3 portraits hung in the ancestral hall. An old elementary scholar was hanging in the middle. Qi Jingchen. Chui Qing. On the 3 incense tablets, only the name was written, and no other words were written. Mountain Lord Qin Pingan. Eldest disciple Pei Qian. Student Chui Dongshan. Student Chao Qinglang. Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, Sui Yuyu, Wei Xian. Chen Lingjun, Chen Rishu, Shi Rou. Xin Yuanji, Yuan Bao, Yuan Lai. Luopa Mountain's guardian consecrator, Zhou Mili. Official consecrator, Xing Dafeng. Zhong Qiu. Unpolished Jade Realm Wild Cultivator, Zhou Fei. Honorary consecrators, Blind Daoist Jia Qing, Zhao Dengao, Tian Zhou, North Continent's Hemp Sect's nascent soul cultivator Du Wenxi, Ancestral Hall's direct disciple Pang Lanxi. The young mountain chieftain, who was closest to the 3 portraits, stood alone at the forefront. He was no longer the thin youth who wore straw sandals and had a charcoal black face. He wore a green robe and had a jade hairpin on his head. He had a slender figure and held incense in his hands, his back facing everyone. (569) Once the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain was completed, the rest of the buildings on Ji-Se Peak would have to follow suit. Starting from the memorial arch at the foot of Ji-Se Peak, and going up in order, there were more than 30 buildings of various sizes along this central axis. They had the characteristics of temples and monasteries, as well as the elegance of gardens. Even the plaques and couplets had detailed descriptions of what should be written on them. As for the remaining rooms outside the main hall and pavilion, it was especially evident of their skill. Xing Dafeng and Wei Ba had also helped to come up with plans and suggestions. However, the final decision naturally still had to be made by Qin Pingan, the mountain lord of Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingan had brought the construction methods from Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. He had obtained it from the treasury of the Ministry of Works in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. Qin Pingan highly praised it and gave it to Zhu Lian along with a large stack of copied blueprints from the ruins of the immortal mansion in Biting Kingdom. Qin Pingan only had one small request for the many auxiliary buildings of the ancestral hall. It was to have a landscape pavilion that imitated Song Yufan's villa. It could be named Zhichun Pavilion or Long Pavilion. Other than that, Qin Pingan did not have any more extravagant hopes. In the end, after Zhu Lian took the construction methods, she smiled playfully. Qin Pingan then remembered that this was a model book issued by a certain imperial court in the history of Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Zhu Lian laughed and said that she had indeed contributed to the compilation of this book. 2/3 of the building regulations in the book, such as the Kaisan Well and the Dugong, were actually her work. Qin Pingan then asked with a smile why the mansions in the middle of the main peak of Luopa Mountain did not have the slightest trace of the construction methods, and were built very mediocre. Zhu Lian answered confidently. At that time, the family was poor and even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. What's more, the young master lived in the bamboo house. The others should be grateful that they had a place to stay. Otherwise, if Zhu Lian had to do it herself, she would have to spend a lot of money to build a luxurious mansion. Now, the group of buildings led by the ancestral hall was where the face of Luopa Mountain lay. Naturally, it was not included. It must be done by Zhu Lian himself. He would not let mediocre craftsmen ruin the scenery of Ji-Se Peak. In Zhu Lian's words, when you have no money, you should think about how to save money. You should be embarrassed when you don't have money. If you act like you have money, you will be looked down upon by others for no reason. But when you have money, you should be more particular about how to spend it. Chen Pingan felt that it was very reasonable, but he still kept a straight face and held back his laughter. Although he said that he shouldn't make decisions on his own in the future, how could he let his own people suffer? Wouldn't that chill the hearts of all the officers and soldiers? Even Pei Qian felt that his master's words and expression at that time were not sincere at all. Pei Qian still felt that old chef's expression of wanting to die to atone for his sins was far less natural than his own. The guests who came to watch the ceremony had naturally left Luope Mountain. Du Wenxi and Pang Lanxi, who were the honorary elders of Luope Mountain, also took their own ferry and returned to the Skeleton Beach. Chen Pingan gave Pang Lanxi 2 calligraphies, which he bought from a young county officer in a small county in Malay Kingdom with a few pots of divine wine. He asked Pang Lanxi to give the calligraphies to his great-grandfather. Liu Baixiang also brought the siblings, Yuan Bao and Yuan Lai, back to the border of the old Zhuiying dynasty. Chen Pingan gave the 2 direct disciples of the ancestral hall each a set of precious armor made by the San Lang Temple in North Continent. Zhong Qiu brought Chao Qinglang to travel around Lotus Root Blessed Land. After that, they would return to Luope Mountain and Aquarius Continent. When sending Chao Qinglang off, Chen Pingan not only gave his student the spring grass Taoist robe that cost a lot of immortal money to repair, he also gave Chao Qinglang many bamboo slips that he carved along the way and a sentence. Learn from the books, be a person outside the books. Outside the bamboo building, the student bowed to the teacher and the teacher bowed back to the student. Sui Yuyu had already left the mountain and went to the Book Lake True Realm sect. Even though the sect master Jiang Shangjin, who used the identity of the rogue cultivator Zhou Fei, was at Luope Mountain, Sui Yuyu did not talk to him much. Sui Yuyu did not mention much about the grudge of the Jade Gui sect. Previously, when he was at Luope Mountain, he lived in seclusion every day and only went out once. That was when he visited Mount Huimeng and Mount Yellow Lake. Only then did his mood improve slightly. It seemed that he had chosen a certain place and had some plans. Chen Pingan originally wanted to ask about the whereabouts of the infatuation sword. Was it accidentally broken in a battle with someone, or was it stolen by someone? At the very least, there should be an explanation. Unfortunately, since Sui Yuyu did not speak, Chen Pingan did not have the nerve to ask. Wei Xian took Pei Qian to Lotus Root Blessed Land. He said that he wanted to let Pei Qian know whether or not Wei Xian had a golden carrying pole at home. Pei Qian asked the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom what would happen if he went to the palace and did not have a golden carrying pole at home. Wei Xian said that he would give him one. Pei Qian's eyes widened and he raised his hands, giving 2 thumbs up. Oh, no wonder old Wei is now a high official of Wu Xianlang. How generous! Regardless of whether he wins or loses, he will give me a golden carrying pole. Wei Xian chuckled. As the master of the True Realm sect, he should be the busiest one. However, Jiang Shangjin shamelessly stayed on Luope Mountain and did not leave. He even picked a mansion halfway up the main peak. Zhu Lian said that there was no empty mansion for the time being. Every mansion had its own owner. If there was no other choice, he would brace himself and specially build one for Zhou Feifei. Jiang Shangjin suggested that they might as well build more immortal mansions. Luope Mountain did not have much, but there was a lot of empty land. Not only was the main peak built, the empty back mountain of the main peak was built as well. Including Mount Huimeng, all the mountains under the name of the Mountain Lord were not to be empty. All the expenses were to be paid by Zhou Feifei. Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and smiled, saying that this was not particularly appropriate. Jiang Shangjin waved his hand and directly gave Zhu Lian a large amount of grain rain money, saying that this was the responsibility of Zhou Feifei and was extremely appropriate. Zhu Lian held the grain rain money in one hand and carefully counted it. He said that there were 15 grains, which was an odd number. Why not return 1 grain to Zhou Feifei? Then he just stood there and did not see any movement. Jiang Shangjin had a guilty look on his face, saying that good things should come in pairs. He then gave him another 3 grains of grain rain money. Zhu Lian then took the money and carefully put it in his sleeve. He lamented that it was hard to find another person in Luopa Mountain who was as straightforward as Zhou Feifei. Recently, Cui Dongshan had been busy building trump cards and mountain formations for Mount Huimeng, Mount Huanghu, and other mountains. For example, the pair of Dragon King baskets that Chen Pingan had obtained from the North Continent could be placed in Mount Huanghu after being repaired by Immortal Fire Dragon. Chen Pingan gave the Dragon King baskets to Chen Pingan and Chen Rishu respectively for them to refine. However, Chen Lingjun did not agree at first, hoping that Chen Pingan could give it to the Black Snake of Chituan Mountain who was about to transform into a human form. In the end, Chen Lingjun was still worried that there would be a mistake in the matter of Jide traversing the river. Once one of the Dragon King baskets was lost, it would implicate the fate of Mount Huanghu's mountains and rivers. The power of the protective mountain formation of Mount Huanghu, which was built around the 2 Dragon King baskets, would be greatly reduced. Chen Pingan also did not agree. He told Chen Lingjun not to worry about this matter and to refine it into his natal item without worry. If he succeeded in traversing the river in the future, it was not like he could not return the favor to Mount Huanghu. Chen Lingjun was still hesitant. Chen Pingan could only say that the Dragon King baskets were such precious treasures of the mountain. He was willing to give it to Chen Lingjun, but his heart would ache if he gave it to someone else. Chen Lingjun only then accepted it. When he left, he felt a little lightheaded. On this day, at the cliff side of the bamboo building, Chen Pingan and Jiang Shangjin, who was about to leave the mountain, sat opposite each other and drank. Of course, they were drinking the immortal wine that Jiang Shangjin had brought. Jiang Shangjin asked, "Is the lotus flower blessed land really going to give Zhenjing sect 15% of the profits? Or is it permanent?" Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "It's not Zhenjing sect or Yugui sect. It's the head of the Jiang family, or in other words, the consecrator Zhou Fei." Jiang Shangjin laughed and said, "Then I'll just lie down and wait to collect the money. When I think of this, I'm worried." Jiang Shangjin had no reason to reject benefits that were delivered to him. Just like the money and treasures that Jiang Shangjin gave to Luopa Mountain, Zhu Lian accepted them without hesitation. It was just reciprocity. When Jiang Shangjin first asked Luopa Mountain, it was for a permanent 20% of the profits of the blessed land. Zhenjing sect was willing to lend Luopa Mountain 3 sums of money. The first sum was 1,000 grains of grain rain money to help the lotus flower blessed land become a middle-grade blessed land. After that, it would take out another 2,000 grains of grain rain money to stabilize the lotus flower blessed land's fate of mountains and rivers and increase the flow of spiritual energy. After becoming a high-grade blessed land, Jiang Shangjin still needed to take out 3,000 grains of grain rain money. The 3 sums of immortal money, without mentioning the interest, Luopa Mountain had to pay it back within 100 years, 500 years, and 1,000 years respectively. Otherwise, Zhenjing sect would have to lend them a high interest rate. Luopa Mountain could sell its vassal mountains to Zhenjing sect at a discount. If they were unwilling to give up their territory, they could also pay with their people. This was the true meaning of business is business. To Jiang Shangjin, he had a lot of money. Giving people money was one thing, but how to earn money was another. He had to abide by the rules. In this period of time, other than gifting the 6 islands of the Book Lake to Luopa Mountain, Jiang Shangjin would also transfer people from the famous Cloud Cave Blessed Land to enter the Lotus Flower Blessed Land and be in charge of the management. As for how much authority the Jiang family disciples had in this new middle-grade blessed land, it would depend on how much Luopa Mountain was willing to give. But at that time, Zhu Lian insisted that Luopa Mountain could only give 10% to Xinjing's sect. The Great Treasure Bottle Continent's northern mountain monarch, Wei Pai, had contributed money, effort, and people. Even if he worked like a cow or a horse, he would only get 10% of the profits. Xinjing's sect was too greedy. Even if Zhu Lian agreed to it, it would easily hurt Wei Pai's reputation. With Wei Pai's personality, who did not know of his reputation? If Wei Pai became estranged from Luopa Mountain because of this, Luopa Mountain would lose more than it would gain. Jiang Shangzhen originally did not expect to get 20%. The bottom line was a permanent dividend of 15%. If Zhu Lian insisted on 10% of the profits, it would be too little. Moreover, Zhu Lian had said one thing that Jiang Shangzhen was worried about. The Lotus Flower Blessed Land's territory was not big. There were 20 million people of Nanyuan Kingdom and other sentient beings, plus Songlai Kingdom, Beijing Kingdom, and the grasslands outside the Great Wall. Although including the souls of people, everything seemed to be in the void and was roughly divided into 4. But as time passed, as long as Luopa Mountain was properly managed, once the number of people in the Blessed Land exceeded 50 million, it would become a rare middle-grade Blessed Land. Cloud Cave Blessed Land was one of the few high-grade Blessed Lands. Jade Gui Sect's Jiang family had managed it for generations, but they had never been able to break through the bottleneck of 90 million people. Of course, there was also Jiang Shangzhen's unscrupulous and reckless behavior. In history, there were a total of 5 great chaos where people were plunged into misery and suffering. In Jiang Shangzhen's hands, there were as many as 3. This was also the fun part of Zhu Lian. His words were extravagant, and he spoke a lot of nonsense. But he would always secretly hide 1 or 2 sentences that carried a lot of weight. Chen Pingan gently tapped the table with his finger. Immortal money, gold and copper coins, secular dynasty emperors. This was the outline that should be followed if one wanted to manage a blessed land well. The cultivators on the mountain, the gods of the mountains and rivers between the mountain and the foot of the mountain, and the hearts of the people at the foot of the mountain. If there was a flaw in any of these links, and they were all interconnected, the blessed land would not be a treasure bowl, but a bottomless pit that ate up endless money. It would become a chicken rib, and it would even greatly weaken the foundation of a celestial sect. Wei Pai privately said something meaningful to Qin Pingan. After obtaining such a lotus flower blessed land that temporarily has 40 million people, you have to be careful of your own heart. Qin Pingan reassured Wei Pai. Jiang Shangzhen smiled. In the beginning, it's just a painful matter of spending money and dealing with the troublesome matters of the mountain and the foot of the mountain. When you manage it for a long time, there will be real troubles waiting for you. Mountain Master, you have to be mentally prepared. The amount of immortal money spent on a blessed land determined the number of cultivators and the height of the cultivation bottleneck. In an inferior blessed land, even if one had outstanding talent, it was very difficult to enter the cave-dwelling realm. Even Lake Mountain Sect's Eugenie, who was a cultivator of the 5 realms in the vast world, was also stuck at the Dragon Gate realm in the past in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. After entering a medium blessed land, the cultivation genius could be expected to reach the Earth Immortal realm. In one of the great calamities in the history of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, Jiang Shangzhen was secretly defeated by a cultivator of the pure Jade realm who secretly colluded with several Earth Immortals. They abandoned their grudges and besieged Jiang Shangzhen, the god of the Blessed Land, who was traveling incognito. They tried to completely break away from the control of the Jiang family and created an unprecedented situation of separation of heaven and man. Of course, there was also the careful planning of some of the hostile forces of the Jade Gui sect. Otherwise, the cultivators of the Blessed Land would definitely not be able to do such a thing. Jiang Shangzhen spoke tirelessly and explained the secret history of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land in detail. Jiang Shangjin began to conclude the disaster. Although after the event, I was furious and led people to break through the cloud cave blessed land, but in fact, I don't hate those top cultivators of the blessed land who failed at the last step. On the contrary, I feel that they are sad, respectable, and pitiful. The pitiful thing is that they worked hard to cultivate for hundreds of years, and some of them even cultivated to an unprecedented jade realm, and died just like that. The respectable thing is that they had courage and insight, but the sad thing is that they mistakenly thought that they had succeeded. Without Jiang Shangjin, the cloud cave blessed land would be free from then on. But they didn't know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. The Jiang family's master can be changed, and can even be supported by others as a puppet. When the new master takes office, as the price of becoming the Jiang family's master, whether it's repaying favors or repaying money, it means that the cloud cave blessed land will suffer a disaster for at least 100 years. Jiang Shangjin sighed. But this kind of logic, as long as it's me, Jiang Shangjin, who says it, it won't hold water from the beginning. It's destined to not make sense. I also feel that those proud and arrogant geniuses didn't do anything wrong. If I were them, I would also do the same. The only difference is that I would be more patient, and my plans would be more comprehensive. I would help the blessed land to get more benefits from the deal with the mastermind behind the scenes. Jiang Shangjin smiled at Qin Pingan. The world is strange. Good things may not come, but bad things will definitely come. I'm not deliberately saying bad things, but now, Mountain Lord, you can think of a way to deal with the future. It's hard to make money without foresight. Qin Pingan said, thinking wrong first before doing things is one of my few good habits. Jiang Shangjin smiled and nodded. After drinking, he prepared to leave. During this period of time, Jiang Shangjin had wantonly collected a dozen sword talismans made by the Dragon Spring Sword sect through various channels. They were all bought at a high price. Ruanting's two direct disciples, Dong Gu and Su Xiaoqiao, almost wanted to specially make a bunch of talisman swords for this unknown wild cultivator. In the end, they were scolded badly by Ruanting, who rarely reprimanded his disciples. Qin Pingan stopped Jiang Shangjin and took out the Taoist fast tablet from the token. Jiang Shangjin said in surprise, "Is this the benefit of being the Luopa Mountain's consecrator?" Qin Pingan smiled. "It's a gift for that child." Jiang Shangjin accepted the old fast heart tablet and clicked his tongue. 2 favors for one thing. I, Zhou Fei, am ashamed of my inferiority to Mountain Lord's realm of doing business. Qin Pingan reminded him, "Don't teach a devil incarnate." Jiang Shangjin said, "The current book Slip Lake doesn't have the soil for the next gu can to grow." Qin Pingan said with an indifferent expression, "I hope so." Jiang Shangjin sighed and said, "It's the wild cultivator Zhou Fei who has nothing to do. The master of the True Realm sect and the master of the Jiang family are still very busy, so they return to Book Slip Lake this time. For the meeting of allies, I may let someone below represent them. It may be Lu Laoqing or Li Fuyao. Anyway, it won't be the True Realm sect's river-intercepting immortal." Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. Both of them are fine. Next, Qin Pingan would board the boat at the Oxhorn Mountain Ferry and take the Linen Sect's cross-continent ferry to the south, directly to Old Dragon City. On the way south, he would meet 2 groups of people. The first group was the Linen Sect and Spring Dew Garden to discuss the details of the cooperation. The second group was the allies formed around the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, including Jiang Shangjin, Old Dragon City's Fan Air and Sun Jeshu. Now that the Blessed Land had been upgraded to a medium-level Blessed Land, there were many things to discuss again. While waiting for the Linen Sect's ferry to return south, when Wei Xian and Pei Qian returned to Luopa Mountain, Cui Dongshan would take Wei Xian and leave Longquan County together. Chen Pingan planned to take his dragon boat and take Pei Qian to the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. He had to go. Because of the completion of the ancestral hall of the Luopa Mountain, Chen Pingan hoped that there would be people present, including Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, and Yu Lu. Thank you. People are hard to please, things are hard to do. And Chen Pingan once told Lu Chuan his wish, which was that one day in the future, he hoped to go to Luopa Mountain. Back then, he accompanied them step by step to the academy to study. In the future, they could concentrate on their studies on Luopa Mountain or one of the mountains in Longquan County. They were not from Luopa Mountain and were not recorded in the genealogy records. Luopa Mountain was just a place with beautiful scenery and many books. Every spring, the willows would rustle, the grass would grow, and the orioles would fly, so that the five of them could still be closer to the school and the town in the future, even if it was only for a short period of time. Then, if they wanted to travel, they could travel. If they wanted to gain experience, they could go down the mountain. That was all. More than that, Chen Pingan felt that he could not do it. Because everyone was growing up. Back then, the little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket who ran all over the streets with sticks of locust tree wood, Li Huai who cried and made a fuss in the mud in the mountains for a small bamboo chest, Lin Shui who was kind but did not say anything good in the immortal inn of Huangting country, Yu Lu who liked to replace Chen Pingan to guard the second half of the night, and Xie Xie who always had a cold face but was in fact full of fear of the whole world, were all like this. On this night, Chen Pingan lay on the desk on the first floor of the bamboo building, making a face, imitating the little lotus figure on the desk, giggling. On the back of the boiled fish rented from Luopa Mountain, Lu Zhongruan, the owner of Pearl Hairpin Island, had not yet gone to Book Slip Lake. She was walking alone on the mountain peak. From the moment she decided to refine the waterhole on the back of the boiled fish, the name, Pearl Hairpin Island, actually did not live up to its name. When Lu Zhongruan returned to her residence, she placed a hand-drawn map on the table. It included the 62 mountains of Longquan County, including Cloud Mountain. The Divine Beauty Mountain, where the ancestral hall of the Dragon Spring Sword sect was located, formed a triangle with Lamp Mountain and Hengming Peak. In addition, there were 3 mountains that were rented from Luopa Mountain, the Rainbow Cloud Peak, the Immortal Grass Mountain, and the Treasure Tree Mountain. The 6 mountains formed a continuous force, and in addition to the many mountains that the Dragon Spring Sword sect had obtained later on, although the Dragon Spring Sword sect had roughly the same number of mountains as the Luopa Mountain and did not have a big advantage, in fact, the territory was still slightly better. Moreover, it was said that the Dali dynasty intended to extend to the old central mountains in the north of the capital and give a large piece of territory to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Other than Saint Wanjiao's Dragon Spring Sword sect and Chen Pingan's Luopa Mountain, the various forces left behind were no longer in the mood. Even if they gathered together and could twist into a rope, it was obvious that they would not be able to contend against the 2 giants. Dragon Spine Mountain, Dry Spring Mountain, Fragrant Volcano, Yuanmu Peak, True Earth Mountain. Lu Zhongruan lowered his head and stared at the distribution of the 3 forces on the map. Aou's back clearly belonged to the third party outside the confrontation between the 2 forces, but the immortals on Dali Mountain had obviously automatically included Pearl Hairpin Island in the category of Luopa Mountain's vassal. Before Lu Zhongruan attended the ceremony, it was not that he did not have a knot in his heart, because Lu Zhongruan had never wanted his Pearl Hairpin Island to become a vassal of any big mountain. However, after the ceremony at the ancestral hall of the Luopa Mountain, Lu Zhongruan's mood was a little gloomy. The young man who had been an accountant on Verdant Canyon Island for a few years had unknowingly won over such a large family. The Lord of Mount Beiyu was so close to Luopa Mountain that they were about to wear the same pants. The key point was that Wei Pai had never bothered to hide this. The 3 night banquets were like rain on a yellow plum day, so rapid and dense that it caught people off guard. Before and after the night banquets, on Mount Pai Yun, everyone had a bright smile on their faces, but who did not complain incessantly in their hearts. Just the 3 gifts alone were not dispensable expenses. Those who did not have any capital would probably have to tighten their belts to live. There was also an official worshipper of a pure jade realm wild cultivator. This was simply a shocking thing. Which immortal family did not have the word clan, but had a mountain worshipper of the upper 5 realms? Were they really not afraid that the guest would bully the host? In addition, there were 2 direct disciples of Mui Mountain Ancestral Hall of the Linen sect of the North Continent as honorary worshippers. What kind of situation was this? As for the young man in white, Cui Dongshan, who was standing in the 2nd row, Lu Zhongruan felt that he was not at all easier to talk to than the wild cultivator Zhou Fei. And the 4 men and women who were standing in the 3rd row at that time, Zhu Lian, Lu Baixiang, Sui You're right, Wei Xian, which one of them was simple? Lu Zhongruan knew 3 of them. They were the salvage of the Water Temple's dragon boat. He had been with the 3 for a long time, and all of them were reserved and had an astonishing aura. The remaining woman, whose aura was not inferior to the 3 martial arts grandmasters, was still unknown. But since she was able to stand with the 3 of them, it meant that Sui Yu's battle prowess was not weak. The 4 of them should at least be Golden Body Realm martial artists of Luopa Mountain. Where could he find them in such a huge Aquarius continent? But the thing that really made Lu Zhongruan accept his fate was that the younger generation of Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall had created the kind of people that he often met. Pei Qian, the young man Chao Qing Lang, Xin Yuan Ji, Yuan Bao, and Yuan Lai, the pair of siblings, because these young second-generation disciples of Luopa Mountain determined the depth of Luopa Mountain's foundation and future height. But what shocked Lu Zhongruan the most was still not these, but 2 things. One was the 3 portraits hanging in Luopa Mountain Ancestral Hall. This meant where Luopa Mountain came from. That day was the first time Lu Zhongruan knew, and at the same time understood the name of Luopa Mountain. There was a deep meaning to it. The second thing was that in the small ancestral hall, there was a silent atmosphere. The green-robed young man with the jade hairpin stood alone at the front. The people behind him, regardless of their realm, origin, temperament, direct disciples, consecrators, all of them were solemn. Especially when Chen Pingan reported Zhou Mili's duty as a mountain protector, Lu Zhongruan, who was watching from the side, carefully observed and sensed the subtle expressions of the people. It was not something that seemed like it, but it was absolutely true. No one felt that the young mountain lord was doing something funny. When Lu Zhongruan thought of this, he could not breathe. He walked out of the house and took a walk in the courtyard. Looking up at Luopa Mountain, Lu Zhongruan's mood was complicated. Cliff Academy. After Li Huai finished class, he found his sister standing outside the door. Slim and elegant. He did not deny that his sister was good-looking. Li Huai said with a smile, "Sister, I met Lin Shi today. I was just talking about you, and you came." Li Lu looked at her brother, who was already taller than her, and smiled softly. "I received a letter from home. Mother heard that you were busy with your studies, so she was worried about you. She asked me to come and see you." Li Huai opened the door of the schoolhouse and poured a cup of tea for Li Lu. He said helplessly, "I was just casually complaining. Mother doesn't know, but you do. To me, since the first day I went to school, when was there ever a day when I wasn't busy with my studies?" Li Lu took off her bag and put it on the table. She sat aside and nodded. "The only difference is that you have grown up." Li Huai rolled his eyes and said, "I also don't want to grow up, just like Pei Qian, who only eats and doesn't grow. My studies are useless and I am really tired. But every time I travel with the teachers, I travel thousands of miles. My legs and feet are tired, but my heart is not. Compared to studying bitterly at a private school, it is actually more relaxing. So I am more suitable to be a Jianghu hero. Studying is not very promising. Li Lu patted the bag. There are some things inside. Keep them well. If you need money in the future, you can ask the Mao Shan master to sell them for money. Are you kidding? I don't dare to ask the Mao Shan master. I can't wait to hide from him. Li Huai leaned on the table and opened the package. He picked and complained, I knew it. Sister, you've been working as a maid for the old immortal master at Lion Peak for only a few years. You must not have accumulated any good things. Look, none of them are the immortal treasures with the light of treasures. Compared to those that Qin Pingan gave me, they are far inferior. Sister, work hard and cultivate well so that you can become an immortal in the middle 5 realms of the cave-dwelling realm as soon as possible. You don't know how glorious Lin Shi is now. He's about to be fought over by the women in the capital of Great Sui. Li Lu smiled and did not say anything. The things in the bag were dim because the secret prohibition was not open for the time being. She was not afraid that the academy and Mao Xiaodong would not be able to hide it if they were careless. Li Huai sighed and shook his head. He put down the things in his hands and tied the bag again. He could only help Lin Shi to this extent. As for why Dong Shuijing insisted on liking his elder sister, Li Huai could not figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. It was fine if Dong Shuijing liked his elder sister. He opened a wonton shop in Longquan County, which was quite compatible with his family. But Dong Shuijing, Lin Shi, was now the Great Sui dynasty's famous jade of cultivation. What was so good about his elder sister? Li Huai lifted the bag. Wow, it was quite heavy. Then Li Huai looked at his sister who was holding a cup with both hands and drinking tea slowly. He could not help but say earnestly, Sister, I won't say anything today. Anyway, you are not married yet. You are a family. You send money back and forth, and the money is all in your own family. But when you get married, you can't send me things like this. It is not easy to cultivate on the mountain. You went to the Lion Peak because of your relatives. You will definitely be gossiped about on the mountain and gossip about you behind your back. You'd better save more money yourself. In fact, as long as you can help father and mother run the shop a little, it will be enough. Our father and mother don't care about you. If mother says something, you can push it to me. I really don't want to scold you, but you are not young anymore and will soon become an old lady. You should think about your own marriage. Li Lu smiled and narrowed her eyes. It seems that you have really grown up. You know how to think about your sister. Li Huai sat cross-legged on the bench, poured some soybeans into a bowl and pushed it to his sister. He grabbed a handful and put it in the palm of his hand. Chewing the soybeans in his mouth, he laughed and said, Sister, you are so heartless. Since I was young, I have spent a lot of effort for you. I tried my best to find a brother-in-law for me. For example, my good brother Alliance and Qin Pingan, whom I admire the most. Unfortunately, they did not succeed. You can only blame yourself. You can't blame me. Li Lu threw a soybean at him. No one talks about their sister's brother like you. Li Huai caught it and threw it into his mouth together with the ones in the palm of his hand. Jokes are jokes. When you get married in the future, if you continue to send things to your mother's family like this, it won't work. Brother-in-law will not be happy. Don't listen to our mother's nagging. I will fight for what I want to be in the future. How can I rely on my sister and brother-in-law? I will let you be looked down upon by my brother-in-law's family. The more Li Huai said, the more reasonable he felt. Even if my future brother-in-law is magnanimous and doesn't care about it. You shouldn't do this. Li Lu smiled and asked, why? Li Huai impatiently said, Sister, you are so annoying. If you do what I say, who is the most important person in our family? Me. Mother listens to me, father listens to mother, you listen to father. Whose words do you think are the most effective? Li Lu smiled. Li Huai blinked. Well, I admit that the first words were discussed by Chen Pingan and I in the past. These years, we have been apart more than we have been together. I have been saving up the opportunity to nag you. But Chen Pingan didn't teach me the latter question. How can I argue with you? If you really want to know the answer, I will ask Chen Pingan later. Li Lu asked, how do you know that Chen Pingan is definitely right? Li Huai asked, did Chen Pingan say something wrong? Li Lu smiled and said, no. Li Huai snorted, Li Lu. Your younger brother is the kind of person who can stab himself twice for the sake of brotherhood. Li Huai stretched out his thumb and pointed to his chest. Li Lu smiled and leaned forward. She gently moved Li Huai's hand away and pointed to her ribs. The book says to stab yourself in the ribs. Here, don't stab yourself in the heart. In the future, even if it is for a good friend. Li Huai stared and said, Sister, you are a girl. What do you know about Jianghu? Don't tell me this, or I will get angry with you. Li Lu smiled and didn't speak anymore. Did Li Lu know about Jianghu? This was a very interesting question. According to legend, in ancient times, there was only one world. All the lakes and seas were blasphemous. There was once a group of female officials with high authority in the celestial court. Their official position and power were above that of Master Yu, River Uncle, and many dragon kings. They were called Dragon Slayer envoys. They patrolled, supervised, and ordered the flood dragons in the world. And these people with high authority only listened to the orders of an ancient god. The latter was called the Master of Jianghu. Li Lu suddenly asked, the few times you went out to study, how was it? Li Huai gradually restrained his smile and said softly, when I was young, I only followed Li Baoping and blindly cheered and read loudly. I didn't even know what I read. There were many words in history books. In the past, I could only memorize them and couldn't remember them. After walking a lot and meeting a lot of people, I suddenly realized that it was difficult for me to forget them. The experts in the mountains and wilderness seek the dark, walk the path of eccentricity, and seek fame. The beauty of the general's material, the elite troops, and the evil, the Tao is perfect in every case. The remains on the wall, the swan-shaped vegetables, from the gullies are also compared. Li Huai squeezed out a smile, Sister, let's not talk about these. Li Lu nodded and said, then let's talk about Li Baoping. Li Huai felt a headache coming, don't talk about this, I have a bigger headache. Now that I see Li Baoping, she is so boring. Every day she reads, she says she wants to read thousands of books. She is still very busy and no longer runs around crazily. Guess what, she is even more invisible than Lin Shuyi. Sister, don't you think it's strange? In the past, I felt that Li Baoping was already the most terrifying existence in the world when she was young. Now I feel that Li Baoping is not as good as she was in the past. When Chen Pingan comes to the academy, I must risk my life to remonstrate with him. In front of Chen Pingan, I must talk about this Li Baoping. There is no other way. Perhaps only he, as the youngest uncle, can control Li Baoping. Li Huai shook his head hard, don't talk about her, my head hurts. Yu Lu and Xie, actually I don't see them that much. They are all like this. But our relationship is actually not bad. When we meet occasionally, I can still feel it. After Li Lu left, Lin Shui just came. After knowing that Li Lu came and left in a hurry, Lin Shui was a little silent. Li Huai was also at a loss. It was hard to persuade him. If he persuaded him correctly, he might not be able to become his brother-in-law. If he accidentally persuaded him wrongly, it would be adding salt to the wound. After Lin Shui left, Li Huai sighed. Why did he have a girl he liked so early? How good would it be if she was like him? Back in the house, Li Huai put the small bamboo box on the table, put his sister's package in it, and then carefully wiped the box. In the end, Li Huai rubbed his chin and felt that it was necessary to use his trump card. He poured a cup of tea, dipped his finger in it, and randomly chanted, Tian ling ling di ling ling di ling ling di ling ling di 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 ling di. After that, Li Huai made a gesture of qi sinking into his dantian. Looking at the marks on the table, he nodded with satisfaction. Good handwriting. 100 alliances were not as good as his. At the beginning of winter, Chen Pingan was at the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. He was about to board his dragon boat with Pei Qian and go to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Even though Zhou Mili had already handed over 2 mountain walking staffs, she was still carrying a golden shoulder pole on her shoulder. Cui Dongshan and Wei Xian were also leaving Longquan County, but they were taking another Dali military ferry that was passing by. Wei Xian was chatting with Pei Qian. Cui Dongshan only said a few parting words. Sir, you've been working hard for so many years to move mountains and earn your support with your own ability. Actually, you can rely on 1 or 2 now. The road is long and difficult. Sir, please take it easy. End of chapter. .570. At the bow of the dragon boat stood an adult and a child. The adult was in a green robe and had a sword on his back. The child had a sword, a walking stick, a bamboo box, and a small bamboo hat on his waist. Having a lot of belongings was also a small worry in the midst of great happiness. Lu Zhongruan stood on the top floor of the dragon boat and looked down at the deck. She needed manpower to steer the dragon boat, so she negotiated a new deal with Luopa Mountain. Lu Zhongruan found a few disciples of the ancestral hall who had followed her to cultivate on the back of Aou and taught them how to operate the dragon boat. It was not a long-term plan, but it could allow the cultivators of Pearl Hairpin Island to integrate into the mountains of Liju blessed land faster. This was the choice Lu Zhongruan made after careful consideration when she took a walk in the courtyard that night. Lu Zhongruan completely understood. Instead of implicating the cultivators of Pearl Hairpin Island into an awkward situation because of his awkward attitude, he might as well learn from Zhu Lian, the chief steward of Luopa Mountain, and be shameless. Chen Pingan was chatting with Pei Qian about his travels in the North Continent. They talked about a cultivation genius called Lin Su, who was the leader of the 10 youths in the North Continent. It was said that as long as he made a move, it meant that he had already won. After Pei Qian heard about it, he felt that the guy was a little tricky. It was a pity that his master had traveled for so long in the North Continent, but that guy did not have the chance to meet his master. It was a big regret in Lin Su's life. He was probably regretting it so much that his intestines were in knots. Lin Su could not be blamed for not being observant. After all, not everyone could meet his master. Naturally, Chen Pingan didn't know what Pei Qian was thinking about in his head. He was not unfamiliar with the 10 youths from the North Continent. Among the 10 of them, Qi Jinglong was his friend, the best kind. He had met Yang Ningjin, who had hidden her identity, at the Ghost Region Valley's Mirror Mountain. He had also interacted with the scholar Yang Ningxing. Along the way, they had been scheming and plotting against each other. Through the catoptric deflection, he had watched the battle at Jiuli Mountain in the city above clouds. He had seen the wild cultivator Huang Shi and the warrior Xionyang fight to the death. Chen Pingan suddenly said, "When I brought you out of the lotus flower-blessed land, I did not like you. It was not entirely your fault. There was also a reason why I did not like myself. It is hidden inside. I have to explain it to you." Pei Qian grinned and said, "I didn't like myself back then either." Chen Pingan asked, "Do you remember the first time we met?" Pei Qian felt a little guilty and said softly, "Master, when I was in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, I found the little girl who often brought me food back then. I sincerely thanked her and even apologized. I also specifically told Chao Qinglang that if anything happened to the little girl's family in the future, he should help. Of course, if she or her family was in the wrong, Chao Qinglang should not interfere. Therefore, Master, you must not bring up old scores." Chen Pingan reached out and pressed Pei Qian's head. "Only when you can talk about the past can you truly untie the knot in your heart. You did wrong in the past, but you did well in the future. Master is very pleased. But there are still some mistakes that can be turned over. Like those little bamboo slips, you should take them out to bask in the sun and look at the moon. They can help you reflect." Chen Pingan looked into the distance of the ferry. It was the middle of winter. It looked like it was going to snow. Chen Pingan sighed. Taoism advocates nature. There is still a saying. If you do not cultivate the human path, it is difficult to approach the heavenly path. Pei Qian's expression was serious. Master's words are like gold. I want to learn from Master and make a set of carving knives and bamboo slips to record Master's teachings. Chen Pingan pulled Pei Qian's ear and laughed angrily. Cui Dongshan, Zhu Lian, Chen Lingjun and the others of Luopa Mountain added together are not as good as you. Pei Qian stood on tiptoe, tilted his head and howled. When Lu Zhongruan saw this scene on the top floor, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chen Pingan leaned on the railing. Cui Dongshan liked to talk about Cliff Academy with him. At this time of year, Li Baoping must still be wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. She had always been the strangest student of Cliff Academy in the Great Sui Kingdom. In the past, she was strange because she liked to skip classes, asked questions, copied books like a mountain, and came and went like the wind. Now she was strange. It was said that Li Baoping had become quiet and taciturn. She did not ask questions and just read books. She still liked to skip classes and wander alone in the streets and alleys of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. The most famous thing was that a teacher of the academy asked Li Baoping to teach on his behalf when he was sick. 2 days later, the old teacher returned to the classroom and found that his prestige as a teacher was not enough. The eyes of the students hurt the old teacher. At the same time, he looked at Li Baoping sitting in the corner and felt a little proud. Chen Pingan was a little worried at that time. Cui Dongshan, on the other hand, laughed heartily and said that little treasure bottle was imparting knowledge to others without being the least bit unconventional or overstepping the rules. Lin Shui was a true cultivator. He relied on the Cloud Gem book to make rapid progress on his path of cultivation. In the academy, he met a great master who taught him everything he knew. However, the two of them were not master and disciple. It was said that Lin Shui now had a great reputation in the Great Sui Kingdom. In fact, a high-ranking assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, who was responsible for finding potential cultivators for the Dali Imperial Court, personally contacted Lin Shui's father. However, Lin Shui's father refused and only said that he would pretend that he had never had such a son. Yu Lu had been training for the Jinshan state these years. In the past few years, he had broken through the realm too quickly. Moreover, Yu Lu, who was suspected of drifting with the crowd, finally had some ambition. He liked fishing and had a fish basket, but he would release it after he caught it. Obviously, the fun was only in the process of fishing. As for the size of the catch, Yu Lu did not care. Thank you. He had been guarding the house left by Cui Dongshan and concentrating on cultivation. After the dragon-binding nails were all removed, he had made great progress on the path of cultivation. However, he hid it very well and lived in seclusion. Mao Xiaodong, the deputy master of the academy, also helped to hide it. Li Huai and his two schoolmates, Lu Guan and Ma Lian, had caused a lot of trouble during their years of study. However, Lu Guan often took the initiative to take the blame and Ma Lian helped to clean up the mess. It was not that Li Huai did not want to help, but Lu Guan and Ma Lian did not want Li Huai to be a hero after Lu Guan and Ma Lian helped them a few times. Li Baoping was worthy of being called the best in learning and seeking knowledge. In terms of cultivation, Thank was actually at the forefront. However, Lin Shui could be said to be the best in both cultivation and study. Everything was leisurely. Cultivating the mind and temperament had never been a big thing in life. In fact, it had always been Yu Lu's strength. Now, Yu Lu was slowly nourishing the fist intent and gradually building the foundation of the golden body state. As for Li Huai, Cui Dongshan said that this guy was a dog sh*t wherever he went. In addition to getting the psychic white deer, he had not been idle these years. However, Li Huai did not know how lucky he was. He kept adding to his belongings, buying antiques and treasures, or visiting Ma Lian's house as a guest. Ma Lian casually gave him a junk and a bamboo box full of treasures were all left there to collect dust. It was a waste of natural resources. Pei Qian asked curiously, "Master, why don't you hang up the wine pot?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Life is a pot of wine. When you think of something, you will drink." Pei Qian tried hard not to speak. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "If you want to say it, then say it." Only then did Pei Qian spill the beans from a bamboo tube. He quickly said, "Master, you're worried about the money for the wine. Look, I have money here. Copper coins, broken silver, small gold ingots, a lot of snow money, and a small summer money. I have everything. Master, take it all." Chen Pingan turned his head and looked at Pei Qian who was holding up the money bag. Chen Pingan smiled and held the little head and shook it. "Keep it for yourself. It's not like I don't have money." Pei Qian sighed and resentfully put away the money bag that Aunt Gui gave her. She carefully put it in her sleeve and accompanied her master to look at the sea of clouds. What a big cotton candy! The master and disciple arrived at the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. The streets and alleys were thick with snow. Pei Qian purposely picked the snow on the side of the road that had not been swept away. When she stepped on it, crunching sounds could be heard and every step left a footprint. The old man guarding the Cliff Academy recognized Chen Pingan and smiled. "Chen Pingan, I haven't seen you for a few years. Where have you been?" Chen Pingan bowed. Pei Qian, who was beside him, hurriedly shook the small bamboo box and did the same. He took out a genealogy record from his sleeve and handed it over. The old man took a look and smiled. "Good fellow. Last time it was the Tongya continent. This time it's the North continent. Where will you go next time? Will it be the Central Divine Continent?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "I don't have the chance to settle down and study. I can only rely on walking." The old man nodded and turned to look at Pei Qian. "Little girl, why aren't you so tanned anymore? You've grown taller too. Is it because you stayed in the school in your hometown?" Pei Qian beamed and nodded vigorously. You're very knowledgeable and have a good eye for people. The Maoshan Mountain Chieftain should really let you become a teacher in the school. Then the Cliff Academy will be amazing in the future. Today there will be a wise man, tomorrow there will be a gentleman. The old man laughed heartily and asked, Did you learn from Chen Pingan? Pei Qian was speechless. This question was not easy to answer. Chen Pingan smiled and smacked Pei Qian's head with a chestnut. Pei Qian felt that if he came to the Cliff Academy again in the future, it would be better to talk less with this old man. They entered the academy with familiarity and stopped at the guest house. However, Chen Pingan did not bring many things and there was nothing to put in the house. Pei Qian was reluctant to leave anything behind. The small bamboo box was for the Cliff Academy. The mountain walking stick was for Sister Bao Ping. As for the saber and sword at his waist, of course, it was for the 3 Jianghu bandits to see. He could not leave anything behind. Chen Pingan let Pei Qian go to Li Baoping's house first and went to Mao Xiaodong's place. The tall old man with a ruler at his waist stood at the door and asked with a smile, You're already in the golden body state. Chen Pingan nodded. I broke through the bottleneck of the 6th state at the Lion Peak in the North Continent. Mao Xiaodong was gloating. Li Huai's father must have put in a lot of effort, right? Chen Pingan smiled bitterly. It's all right. In the study, the two of them sat down. Mao Xiaodong went straight to the point and said, What books have you read over the years? I want to test you to see if you've been too focused on cultivation and neglected the study of self-cultivation. Chen Pingan first took out a stack of books from the objects in front of him and stacked them on his knees. Then, he recited a long list of book titles. Some of the books he took out just now were borrowed by Cui Dongshan from the Cliff Academy. After he finished reading them, he naturally had to return them to the academy. However, Luopa Mountain had already bought 2 sets according to the titles of the books. One set was kept as a collection, and the other set, which Chen Pingan knew how to outline and comment on, was placed on the table on the first floor of the bamboo building. Mao Xiaodong frowned. It's so complicated. Chen Pingan nodded. It's difficult to pass the mental test. Sometimes, it seems like you can't pass the test in a skill that used to work 100 times. In the end, you realize that it's not that the knowledge you rely on is not enough, but that you've learned too little. Mao Xiaodong slowly relaxed his brows. Very good. Then I don't need to test you. Chen Pingan asked about Li Baoping and the others' recent studies. Mao Xiaodong gave a concise explanation. Chen Pingan could hear that he was generally satisfied. However, Chen Pingan also heard some of the complaints that the elders in the family had towards their juniors. For example, Li Baoping's personality had to be changed. Otherwise, she would be too stuffy and not as cute as she was when she was young. Lin Shuyi's cultivation was too smooth. He was afraid that one day, he would simply abandon the books and go to the mountains to become an immortal. Yu Lu had read the writings of the Confucian sages thoroughly. However, deep in his heart, he did not recognize and respect the legalists as much as he did. This was not a bad thing. Xie had never been interested in learning, which was not a good thing. He was too focused on breaking through the bottleneck in his cultivation. He cultivated day and night without slacking off. Even when he was in school, his mind was still on cultivation. It was as if he wanted to make up for all the time that he had squandered in the past few years. More haste, less speed. It was easy to accumulate many hidden dangers. If he focused on cultivation today, it would be the crux of his cultivation in the coming year. Mao Xiaodong was the one that he felt most at ease with Li Huai. He said that this kid was not bad. Chen Pingan reached out and gently placed his hand on the book. He said honestly, Mr. Mao teaches and educates people. You have the demeanor of the sage of literature. Mao Xiaodong waved his hand and sighed. The difference is more than 100,000 miles. Chen Pingan smiled and stood up with the book. He was about to put down the book and leave, and Mao Xiaodong stood up but did not accept the books. Take them. I will buy books from the Academy's library to make up for it. Take these books as a gift for the completion of the ancestral hall of Luopa Mountain. Chen Pingan did not refuse and kept the books. After Chen Pingan left, Mao Xiaodong stretched out his hand and touched the corner of his mouth to prevent himself from smiling too much. In this winter, some words were quite heartwarming. Chen Pingan walked all the way to Li Baoping's school. He saw Pei Qian, who was looking up and talking excitedly to Li Baoping. Without the word little, the girl was wearing a red cotton padded jacket that would only make a girl have a rustic feel. But when she wore it, it was not tacky at all. She was slender and had a sharp chin. Her expression was tranquil, but the smile on her face was still familiar. Her pair of beautiful eyes were still. Besides being able to talk, it seemed that she also knew how to hide things. Seeing Chen Pingan, Li Baoping quickly walked over. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Chen Pingan was a little sad. He smiled and said, "Why don't you call me little uncle?" How did the girl with a round face and big eyes grow so big all of a sudden? Li Baoping suddenly smiled and shouted, "Little uncle." She had finally become the little girl of the past. Chen Pingan said, "There are some things that you don't have to think too much about, and you don't have to worry about causing trouble for little uncle. There won't be any trouble." Li Baoping was in high spirits. Chen Pingan suggested that they go to the guest house. Pei Qian was a little puzzled. Why did Master choose to go to the farthest place? Sister Baoping's school was right in front of them. Li Baoping did not say anything. She crossed her fingers and walked backward in front of Chen Pingan. She asked, "Little uncle, do you know how many days we haven't seen each other?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "It's been many years." Pei Qian reported an accurate number loudly. This was what she was best at. Memorizing books, knowing the way, and remembering things. When they arrived at the guest house, Pei Qian said that she would call Li Huai over. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. However, he asked Pei Qian to bring Li Huai directly to the guest house. It was spacious there. Pei Qian ran all the way to inform them. Li Baoping asked softly, "Little uncle, do you have wine?" Chen Pingan was stunned for a moment. "You want to drink wine?" Li Baoping smiled and nodded gently. "I'll be sneaky. I'll drink a little." Chen Pingan hesitated for a moment. He took out a bottle of glutinous rice wine brewed by Dong Shuijing and poured 2 small bowls. "It's not that you can't drink wine, but you must drink less." Li Baoping picked up the wine bowl and took a sip. "It's the taste of home." Chen Pingan sipped the wine and told Li Baoping about meeting her elder brother in the North Continent's Qinghao Kingdom. Li Baoping listened and held the white bowl with both hands. She nodded and said, "It's troublesome to write a letter to my elder brother. If I write a letter, I have to send it from the academy to my home. Then, I have to ask my grandfather to help me send it across the continent to an immortal mountain. Then, I have to send it to the Dongxian Street in the Qinghao Kingdom." Chen Pingan asked, "Are you unhappy about studying in the academy?" Li Baoping shook her head and said blankly, "I'm not unhappy." "Little uncle, did the Maoshan mountain chieftain say something?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "The Maoshan mountain chieftain thinks that you don't like to talk in the academy. He's a little worried." Li Baoping was puzzled. "I've always liked to play by myself since I was young. It's not like that only happened when I came to the academy. It's just that I feel that there's nothing to talk about, so I don't talk about it. One person went into the water to catch crabs, one person ran through the streets to watch the door gods, one person jumped on the bluestone floor of the Fulu street, one person waited for the peach blossoms to bloom in the peach leaf alley, and one person went to the old porcelain mountain to pick porcelain pieces. It had always been like this. Chen Pingan held back his laughter. It seemed that it was indeed so. Li Baoping laughed as well. Little uncle, what are you laughing about? Chen Pingan smiled and said, nothing. I'm just thinking about the first time we met. You were so small but sweaty. You ran so fast while carrying an old locust tree branch. Now that I think about it, I'm still impressed. Li Baoping was embarrassed for the first time. She raised her bowl and covered half of her face and eyes. However, she could not hide her smile. Chen Pingan smiled and said, let's go and thank them. The two of them walked side by side. Li Baoping asked questions and Chen Pingan answered them one by one. On the way, they met Pei Qian and the others. Other than the excited Li Huai, Lin Shui and Yu Lu were also there. Xia noticed the commotion outside and opened the door. She smiled when she saw the large group of people. Apart from Lin Shui, who would occasionally come here to cultivate, there were almost no guests in the house that Cui Dongshan had left for her. Pei Qian and Li Huai, who was carrying a small bamboo box, sat down in the courtyard and began to fight. Chen Pingan, Lin Shui, and Yu Lu stood and chatted. Li Baoping and Xia sat on the steps. In the end, Chen Pingan clapped his hands lightly. Everyone looked at him. Chen Pingan said, there's something I have to tell you. I already have my own ancestral hall at Luopa Mountain. The reason why I didn't invite you to attend the ceremony was not because I didn't want to, but because it wasn't suitable for now. You can go to Luopa Mountain as guests at any time. There are many empty mountains outside of Luopa Mountain. If you like any of them, you can pick one. I can help you build a study house. If you have any other requests, you can tell Pei Qian directly. Li Baoping already knew about this from Pei Qian. She was not surprised. Xia was the most shocked. She was once a direct disciple of the ancestral hall at the top immortal mountain of the Lu dynasty. Therefore, she knew very well what the appearance of an ancestral hall meant. Yu Lu congratulated. Lin Shui also congratulated with a smile. Chen Pingan smiled at Lin Shui and Xia. You are already immortals who cultivate on the mountain. The spiritual qi at Longquan County is still very abundant. Therefore, you too must not be shy. It's a free mountain. It's an extra place for cultivation. It's a waste not to take it. Then Chen Pingan said to Yu Lu, Luopa Mountain has many martial artists. Yu Lu, you can find someone called Zhu Lian. He's now in the far travel realm. You two can spar. Let him help you with your punches. Zhu Lian is more restrained. At this point, Chen Pingan's eyes were sincere. Yu Lu did not agree or refuse. He said, why do I feel a chill on my back? Li Huai was busy fighting with Pei Qian's subordinates on the table. After hearing this, he said angrily, Chen Pingan. It's fine if you don't tell Bao Ping and the others about such a big matter, but you even hide it from me? To think that we're brothers of different surnames. Are you looking down on me, Li Huai? Say, does Luopa Mountain lack a chief consecrator? If it doesn't, it's close at hand. You, Chen Pingan, can only invite me out tomorrow. Chen Pingan smiled and said, go away. Li Huai looked at the densely packed items on the table with Pei Qian. He had a pitiful expression. I can't live anymore. It's cold, and my heart is even colder. I didn't become a brother-in-law, and now I can't even be sworn brothers. Life has no meaning. Even if I, Li Huai, have the most troops in the world, and fierce generals under my command, what's the point? What's the point? Pei Qian slammed the table. All the items on the stone table shook. She said angrily, Li Huai. When did you follow my master to cut off chicken heads and burn yellow paper? What's the seniority? Li Huai shrank his neck. It's just for fun. When I was young, I had a grass competition with Qin Pingan. It's just like cutting off chicken heads. It's not accurate. Yu Lu saw this scene and was a little surprised. He couldn't help but look at Pei Qian. Yu Lu only felt incredulous. He remembered that when they first met, the little charcoal girl hadn't really started to practice martial arts. How many years had it been? There was a chess game left by Cui Dongshan in the house. After that, Chen Pingan asked for humiliation and was destined to play a game with Yu Lu. Li Baoping and Pei Qian sat on the left and right of Chen Pingan. Lin Shui and Xia Xia could only sit beside Yu Lu. Li Huai was furious. Why did he become the extra person? He sat on the side of the chessboard and was about to take off his boots. However, he was glanced at by Xia Xia. Li Huai reached out and wiped the green bamboo floor. He said, I'm afraid I'll dirty your house. There's no such thing as a gentleman watching a game without speaking. In the end, it became Yu Lu, Xia Xia, and Lin Shui. They worked together and faced off against Li Baoping alone. As the three of them were good at chess, they didn't play slowly. Li Baoping placed her chess pieces quickly. She only glanced at the situation of the game. Pei Qian felt that his side would definitely win. Baoping Jijia had already killed 3 of the opponents with her aura of a great master. However, in the end, Yu Lu and the other 2 won. As Li Baoping played too quickly, her opponents won cleanly while she lost without any hesitation. Li Huai, who had his little cunning thoughts exposed, could only change his approach, and he said with an aggrieved expression, if the 2 of you continue to work together to bully an honest person like this, then I'll really have to pull Lu Guan and Ma Lian out of the gang and establish my own sect. Pei Qian sneered. Forget it. Lu Guan, that fool, and Ma Lian, that bookworm. Without me, Pei Qian, to devise strategies, how can you make a name for yourselves in the Wulin Alliance? Families have their rules, gangs have their rules. I'll say this first. It's easy for you to leave the gang, but it'll be harder for you to join the gang in the future. Who am I? I'm an assassin who successfully assassinated the big white goose. I don't have feelings. I value rules the most. I'm impartial. Pei Qian probably felt that if he continued to argue like this, he would have to eat chestnuts again. Therefore, he immediately stopped talking and stopped. Anyway, he could still beat Li Huai in private. This guy was far worse than Zhou Mili. In fact, Zhou Mili didn't like to be arrogant. Lin Shui got up and sat cross-legged at the end of the corridor. He began to meditate. Xia Xia sat on the other side. They were already used to this and had a tacit understanding. Li Baoping suggested that they go to the alley outside the academy to eat delicious food in the capital. Li Huai and Yu Lu both followed. However, this meal was paid by Pei Qian. Li Baoping smiled and pinched Pei Qian's cheek. Pei Qian couldn't stop smiling. After returning to the academy, Pei Qian slept in Li Baoping's room tonight. The 2 of them chatted secretly. Li Huai had to hurry to find Lu Guan and Ma Lian to discuss important matters. Otherwise, he would lose his status in Jianghu. Chen Pingan and Yu Lu were fishing by the lake. Neither of them spoke. They had a good catch. It was a pity that it wasn't during their travels. Otherwise, the fish soup they cooked would be enough to fill one's stomach. When putting away the fishing rod, Yulu asked, "Are you in the golden body state now?" Chen Pingon squatted by the shore. He opened the fish basket and released all the lake fish. He looked up and smiled. "You sound a bit unconvinced." Yulu nodded and smiled. "Let's practice." Chen Pingon asked, "Aren't you afraid of delaying your studies?" Yulu was speechless. He put away the fishing rod and basket and took Chen Pingon to Xie's house. In the corridor, Xie was still holding his breath and sitting in meditation. Lin Shui had already left. Hearing the knocking, Xie was a bit helpless. He got up and opened the door. After hearing the two's intentions, Xie couldn't help but smile. "Can we watch the battle?" Yulu stood in the courtyard and smiled. "As you wish." Chen Pingon didn't say anything. He only asked Yulu to wait for a moment. Then he squatted down and rolled up his pants, revealing a pair of old cloth shoes that Pei Qian sewed. The needlework wasn't much, but it was thick and warm. Chen Pingon felt comfortable wearing it. Chen Pingon stood up and rolled up his sleeves. He looked at Yulu with a smile. Chen Pingon put one hand behind his back and opened his palm. "Please." Yulu suddenly said, "I'm not fighting. I admit defeat." Xie didn't find it strange at all. Yulu could do this kind of thing. Moreover, Yulu could do it without any awkwardness. Others didn't have Yulu's temperament or face. Chen Pingon persuaded. "Don't. It's just a practice. It's normal to win or lose in a battle of the same realm." Yulu smiled. "I want to maintain an undefeated record on your side. As for the battle, you can leave it to Luopa Mountain's senior Zhu Lian." Chen Pingon laughed angrily. "You're afraid of being knocked down by my fist, right?" Yulu turned to look at Xie. She smiled. The world is silent. There's no sound. Yulu gave her a thumbs up. "You're much kinder than some people." After the two guys who didn't fight left the courtyard, Xie lay down in the corridor and closed her eyes. It was good to have some noise and excitement here. Leaving the house, the two walked towards Yulu's dormitory. Chen Pingon said, "There's no point in practicing martial arts. It won't work." "But it won't work either." Yulu said, "I'll find an excuse to go to Luopa Mountain and stay for a while." Chen Pingon didn't say anything else. There's meeting and there's parting. Chen Pingon took Pei Qian and had a snowball fight with Li Baoping and Li Huai. They worked together to make some snowmen and left the academy. Li Baoping stood at the entrance of the academy and watched the two leave. Chen Pingon retreated and waved goodbye. Li Baoping waved gently. Pei Qian waved her hands vigorously. Li Baoping began to run up the mountain when the two figures disappeared around the corner. The old gatekeeper was a little emotional. He hadn't seen the girl run like this for many years. Now that he saw her again, he missed it very much. Li Baoping came to the peak of the academy and climbed up a tree. She stood on the most familiar branch and was speechless. Chen Pingon went to a jade shop. The shopkeeper was still the same shopkeeper. Chen Pingon bought a farewell gift for Li Baoping here. The shopkeeper gave him a carving knife, but now he didn't recognize Chen Pingon. Chen Pingon chose a jade seal and planned to carve the seal characters himself. Pei Qian wanted to spend money to buy a piece and ask her master to carve the characters so that he could give her a seal in the future. Chen Pingon bought an extra piece so that Pei Qian wouldn't spend money. His first disciple only had such a small purse. As her master, Chen Pingan couldn't bear to see it. After leaving the shop and standing on the street, Chen Pingan turned to look at the peak of Donghua Mountain. There was a big tree there. At this moment, there should be a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket whose small bamboo box no longer fit her. Li Baoping sat on the branch and swung her legs gently. They had just parted, but she began to miss their next reunion. She was not sad, but full of expectations. Her youngest uncle was the calmest. She should be the same. She was only worse than her youngest uncle. Chen Pingan looked away. Pei Qian was chattering at the side, talking about the interesting stories she heard from Sister Baoping and Li Huai. Chen Pingan listened to her with a smile. The two took the dragon boat back to the ferry of Oxhorn Mountain. Chen Pingan calculated the time and went back and forth between Luopa Mountain and Oxhorn Mountain. After packing up his belongings, he boarded the ferry of Linen Sect and began his journey south. On the ferry, there was Wei Yusung, a nascent soul cultivator who was in charge of money from Linen Sect, as well as Tang Shi, the god of wealth from Spring Dew Garden. Wei Pai also appeared. Luopa Mountain, Cloud Padding Mountain, Linen Sect, and Spring Dew Garden. The general framework of the four forces had already been set. On this journey south, everyone had to grind the many details of the cross-continent business. After the discussion was almost done, Wei Pai left first. He meant that Chen Pingan could help him with the remaining matters at Cloud Padding Mountain of Wei Pai. Then, on the way, at an immortal ferry that was relatively close to Book Lake, Li Fuyao boarded the cross-continent ferry on behalf of the True State sect. This was Chen Pingan's second meeting. They discussed the matter of Lotus Root Blessed Land. Besides Li Fuyao, Sun Jiaxu and Fan Air of Old Dragon City would also participate. Both sides lent Luopa Mountain a large sum of Guyu money and did not ask for any dividends. In order to hide as much as possible, Sun Jiaxu and Fan Air quietly left Old Dragon City. Before the cross-continent ferry entered Old Dragon City, they boarded the ferry at different crossings. When Chen Pingan saw Fan Air, the first thing he did was to give him a piece of porcelain that he had personally made. For this, Chen Pingan made a special trip to the dragon kiln where he had been an apprentice in Longquan County. This was the first time Chen Pingan had returned to the dragon kiln. After the cross-continent ferry landed at the crossings outside Old Dragon City, Chen Pingan did not go to Old Dragon City. The Fan family's Osmanthus Island ferry had yet to return from Inverted Hanging Mountain. The Sun family's cross-continent ferry, the mountain sea turtle that the Sun family's ancestor had captured, was about to leave. Therefore, Chen Pingan did not fork out any money and took the ferry for nothing. This trip to the sea was a long one. With each passing day, they were closer to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. (571) The cross-continent ferry of the Sun family in Old Dragon City is the mountain sea turtle. Its back is as big as a mountain and it has a lot of buildings. Apart from the cargo, it can still accommodate more than 2,400 people. On the other hand, the dragon boat of the Luopa Mountain can't compare to it. The mountain sea turtle and the Osmanthus Island of the Fan family are similar in that they usually cross the sea. However, the Osmanthus Island has the advantage of the ancestral Osmanthus tree. Once the mountain and river array is activated, it can resist many natural disasters on the sea. No matter how big the waves are on the sea, the Osmanthus Island will always be as stable as a rock. The mountain sea turtle doesn't have the unique advantage of the Osmanthus Island. However, the mountain protection array that is far inferior to the Osmanthus Island is enough to let the ferry sink in the water and avoid waves. Also, the mountain sea turtle has its own special ability, making the ridge town like an underwater city. The passengers on the ferry are safe and sound. This is probably the best example of a cultivator who uses immortal spells to conquer the sky. All the cross-continent ferry routes in the world are worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Apart from the ferry itself, every route that is painstakingly opened up by the cultivators of various factions is also worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Osmanthus Island can be traversed. For example, the flood dragon ditch where the Fan family's boat must spread rice to respect that mountain. However, the mountain sea turtle can't cross it safely, not even from a distance. Many weary dragons and thin flood dragons who follow the nature of flood dragons go to the South Saw Island to stir up trouble once they see the mountain sea turtle. However, by the same logic, the mountain sea turtle can pass through many dangerous places or the big demon's water area that can only be crossed after thousands of years of incense. Osmanthus Island will be blocked. In the long years of the several major families in Old Dragon City who have cross-continent ferry routes, many cultivators have died in the process of opening and stabilizing the routes. The mountain sea turtle sinks slowly because of the terrifying wind and waves on the sea. If it weren't for the circles of array ripples on the back of the big turtle, it would be no different from sailing on the sea. The buildings, flowers, and trees on the back of the big turtle are not affected by the sea at all. Chen Pingon was now an honored guest of the Sun family who had put aside their previous enmity, and they were also allies who had begun a long-term business relationship. Sun Jiaxu naturally arranged for Chen Pingon to stay in a high-class immortal mansion. It wasn't large, but it was brimming with spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, the Sun family would rather leave this mansion empty than hand it over to a great cultivator to rest in. There were many reasons for this. It was because this small mansion named Book Spirit was the closest to the turtle core that the mountain sea turtle had been refining for nearly 10,000 years. Therefore, it was naturally rich in water and the spiritual energy was the purest. When cultivators absorbed it, they would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, once a great cultivator who had a death grudge against the Sun family harbored ill intentions, they would inevitably cause great harm to the mountain sea turtle. Once they lost this cross-continent ferry, the Sun family's status in Old Dragon City would quickly plummet. After Chen Pingon boarded the ship, he still spent 12 hours a day cultivating and refining his qi. The spiritual energy accumulated in the underwater residence, the mountain shrine and the wooden house had almost been carefully sorted out and refined. The main problem was that the refinement of the 36 green bricks in the Daoist temple contained traces of water fate, especially the little bit of Dao meaning. The progress was slow. Fortunately, Chen Pingon had a breakthrough in his cultivation and martial arts at the Lion Peak at the same time. After advancing to the fourth realm of Qi Refinement Warrior, the time required to completely refine the 36 green bricks was 30% faster than expected. Chen Pingon sits on the futon. There is a chessboard in front of him. Together with the chess pieces and the chess pot, they are all carried by Chen Pingon. They are placed in the slightly empty space near him. This time, Chen Pingon didn't bring too many things with him. Except for the green shirt sword immortal and the flying swords number 1 and number 15, he only brought the golden necklace robe. The 100-eyed Taotai robe has been given to Zhou Mili. She is a little girl in black. She wears it very well. As for the snow flower robe that he took from the female ghost in the greasy city, he also gave it to Shiro. Regarding this golden necklace robe, Chen Pingon has a new plan. He can only let Lu Xianyang down. He sent a cross-continent letter to the mellow scholar Qin. In the end, he received a reply from Old Dragon City. At that time, Fan Er personally brought the letter to the Fairy of the Linen Sect. In the letter, Lu Xianyang said that he values love more than friendship. However, between the two of them, there is no need to be courteous. Chen Pingon is not loyal, but Lu Xianyang is not bad. In the letter, he directly asked Chen Pingon to change to something not too different from the golden necklace robe. Otherwise, this matter will not be over. When they meet, Chen Pingan will have to stand still and let him play a few tricks. At the end of the letter, he asked Chen Pingan to pass on a message to Lu Xianyang's sister-in-law, asking her to give birth to a child soon. Chen Pingan can only pretend that he didn't see it. Can he say something like that? Does he want to die? On this trip, Chen Pingan brought the white jade token and the Taoist wooden token. One was from Jing Dafeng's early years at the dusty medicine shop in Old Dragon City to pay back the debt. The other was from moving the giant caisson, which he earned with his own hard work. For a job like the bag shop, it is naturally done wherever he goes. Last year at the Taoist temple, Chen Pingan suffered greatly because he didn't have enough items. Otherwise, Chen Pingan would have been able to empty the Taoist temple's green bricks and leave behind a single piece. It can be considered that Chen Pingan's bag shop has not reached a higher level. He only brought 30 grain rain coins for the celestial money. This time at the inverted hanging mountain, compared to his first trip to the Lingji shop, our Mount Luo Po's mountain lord can at least take a few more glances at the treasures openly. He won't feel like he will be chased out if he takes an extra look. The items sold by the Lingji shop are indeed of good quality. Unfortunately, the price is really heart-wrenching. After Chen Pingan completed the ancestral hall, he took out all the surplus celestial money that he had diligently accumulated from being a bag shop year after year and handed it to Chen Rishu, who was in charge of the inventory record and operation of the ancestral hall of Luo Po's ancestral hall. He didn't expect that when Chen Pingan was about to leave and wanted to withdraw the money, Chen Rishu stood beside Zhu Lian with a guilty expression. Chen Pingan knew at that time that something was wrong. Sure enough, Zhu Lian only took out a dry money bag that only contained 10 grain rain coins. This was all the spare money that Luopa Mountain had pieced together. In fact, it couldn't even be considered spare money. Luopa Mountain now needed money everywhere. It was indeed the mountain lord who had gone on a long journey. Luopa Mountain could only bite the bullet and puff themselves up at their own cost to prevent others from looking down on Luopa Mountain. Then Zhu Lian considerately said that if the young master's heart was really uncomfortable, he, Zhu Lian, had a way to convert the 10 grain rain coins into small sum coins. The money bag would be full. When Chen Pingan held onto the money bag, he felt like he had smashed his own foot with a rock. What a good Zhu Lian, he even cheated me. Zhu Lian cheated Jiang Shangjin, cheated Wei Pai, he cheated everyone. If there was no way to cheat him, he would even dig a hole in the middle of the night. Even in front of others, Zhu Lian had the face to dig a hole. In the past, Chen Pingan did not feel anything, but when Zhu Lian even cheated him, the mountain lord, he knew the bitterness. He never thought that Chen Rishu would sneakily stretch out 2 fingers. Chen Pingan immediately understood, and shouted out a price of 50 grain rain coins, saying that the hanging mountain Ling Ji Zhai had many treasures, and that it was cheap and good, as long as he returned to the Aquarius continent, at the Oxhorn Mountain Crossing bag shop, he could casually resell and earn a few more grain rain coins. In the end, one shouted that he wanted to earn money for Luopa Mountain, while the other patted his chest and touched his conscience, crying that he was poor, and haggled with each other, before Chen Pingan obtained 30 grain rain coins. At that time at Oxhorn Mountain, after Chen Pingan boarded the hemp sex ferry, Zhu Lian patted Chen Rishu's head, and laughed, "Warm tree, you have done a great service." In Luopa Mountain, they still liked to call the girl in pink as Warm Tree. Cui Qing was like that, Zhu Lian, Jing Defeng, and Wei Pai were like that. Chen Rishu was confused. Zhu Lian laughed, "Actually, our Luopa Mountain still has 20 grain rain coins. If you take them all away, it will not affect Luopa Mountain, but in the black and white account books, it is hard to tell. Now that you are in charge of money, you can learn more in the future. Our young master is still very good at being an accountant." Chen Rishu asked, "Why don't you give it all to master?" Zhu Lian said, "Young master will not have any expenses on the way to Hanging Mountain Crossing Bag Shop, and when he reaches Hanging Mountain Crossing Bag Shop, he will not have any thoughts of being a bag shop. He is just trying to fool us, he is trying to cheat us, and more importantly, he is thinking of going to places like Lingjizhai, and choosing a good item, as expensive as possible, and then giving it to his beloved girl. Of course I am not being stingy with the 20 rain coins, but young master is still not experienced enough in the matters of love between a man and a woman. If a woman truly likes you, especially a woman that our young master likes, although I have never met her, but I am sure of one thing, as long as you rely on money, she will feel that you are tacky." Chen Rishu became more and more confused. "Then why did Mr. Zhu give me an extra 20 rain coins?" Zhu Lian laughed. "When it comes to love between a man and a woman, does being too experienced mean that it is good?" Chen Rishu was in a daze. Zhu Lian's body was stooped, and his hands were behind his back. The cool breeze caressed his face, and he allowed the mountain wind to blow at the hair on his temples. He watched the ferry take off into the distance, and said softly, "When a man is young, he always thinks that he will give whatever he has to a woman, and there is nothing bad about that. Different years, different love, each has its own merits, and there is no distinction between better and worse, good and bad. If one has no regrets in life, it is too perfect, and nothing goes wrong. Instead, it is not beautiful, and it is difficult for people to always think about it when they are old." Zhu Lian retracted his gaze, turned his head, and extended his pinky finger. "Pinky swear, you are not allowed to tell our hill master these words, or else with that narrow-minded hill master, I will not be able to bear the consequences." Chen Rishu hid his hands behind his back, a little angry, and complained, "Mr. Zhu, my master is not narrow-minded. You are not allowed to talk about master like that, I will really complain." Zhu Lian laughed. "What I mean by narrow-minded is not a derogatory term, but to remember the small matters of the world that no one cares about. How good is that?" Chen Rishu's face lit up, and then pinky swear with Zhu Lian. On the continent crossing ferry, Chen Pingan faced the chessboard in front of him, not playing, but looking at his own game. Luopa Mountain Ancestral Master Hall itself, the chess pieces congealed to form a chessboard, and was Chen Pingan's real property. In the Aquarius continent, there were many veins, and it was an even more dispersed chessboard, and for the time being, Chen Pingan only hoped that he would go with the flow. The relationship in the North Continent was the third territory, and it was relatively clear, Chen Pingan would work hard to manage it, such as the Hemp Sect, Spring Dew Garden, Cloud City, Sparrow Manor, as well as the potential Water Dragon Sect and Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven. They were all places that could be done with ease, and at the very least, Chen Pingan could act as a middleman, and provide a possibility for the various forces, and then let the various sects and mountains weigh the pros and cons. If everyone felt that it was profitable, then they could sit down and talk about their own business, and there was no need for them to feel that it was damaging their friendship, and if they felt that it was not possible, then it would not affect their future meeting, and they could drink and chat. Before Cui Dongshan left Luopa Mountain, he and Chen Pingan sat at the edge of the cliff, chatting and drinking, and suddenly said that he and his teacher were kindred spirits, and they were both weaving nets, and on this point, Cui Dongshan had to admit that the old elementary scholar had a better foresight. In the end, Cui Dongshan began to comfort himself. The old elementary scholar had a good eye for disciples, but unfortunately, his ability to find a teacher was not as good as his. Chen Pingan was curious, and asked who the old Mr. Wenxing's teacher was. Cui Dongshan laughed out loud, saying that the old Xiuzai did not have a proper teacher to preach the Tao, and only had a mediocre scholar in the marketplace. Since the old elementary scholar did not even have a teacher, how could he compare to him? Chen Pingan gathered the chess pieces one by one, and put them back into the white chess jar. Then, He took out the black chess pieces from another jar. There were many chess pieces with names and mountains engraved on them, and Chen Pingan placed them on different parts of the chessboard without looking at them. Chen Pingan looked at the crisscrossing chess pieces on the chessboard, and some of them were grouped together. Therefore, there were many names that he had only heard of and recorded. If their names were not engraved on the black characters by Chen Pingan, they were opponents or enemies. For example, the sword deity, ancestors of Xingyang Mountain, who had been suppressed by Li Tuanjing in the Wind Thunder Garden for hundreds of years, and the many guests of the Su family in Qingfeng City, as well as the Su family's in-laws, the Yuan family of the Upper Pillar country of Dali. Killing with force, killing with reason, and killing with one's heart. These were three completely different approaches. Chen Pingan was no stranger to them, because on his travels, he had personally experienced all kinds of conflicts, big and small. Chen Pingan covered his sleeves with his hands and leaned forward, carefully watching the chessboard. Shake the strong and destroy the strong, plan slowly. This had always been a saying that Chen Pingan highly respected, and a principle that Chen Pingan had buried deep in his heart. However, the slow and steady layout was to reel in the net quickly, and when he threw out a punch or a sword, there would be no after effects. During this period, he needed to use all kinds of small things to create a general trend that gathered at the right time, place, and people. Back then, Alliance would not have killed Zhu Lu in the corridor of Red Candle Town. As for the left and right sword Tongyi sect, it was even more so. Then, Chen Pingan later visited the ancestral hall of Misty Mountain for the sake of Mr. Fisherman, Zhao Wan and Zhao Shuxia. At that time, he also learned the essence. Lu Yundai and Lu Tingjiu, the father and son on the mountain, turned against each other and became enemies. In the end, after Chen Pingan returned to Luopa Mountain from the North Continent, he heard a piece of news. Lu Tingjiu, who was detained on Misty Mountain, secretly colluded with the military generals stationed in Dali. He roped in several guests on the mountain in an attempt to usurp power, and was killed by Lu Yundai in anger. After this battle, the vitality of Misty Mountain was greatly damaged, and it was announced to the outside world that the mountain would be sealed for 100 years. There were many tricks in the world, and even if it seemed like they had stopped, and the sword had clearly returned to its scabbard, the sharp edge of the blade would fall on the hearts of others for a long time. After 10 years or 100 years, the hearts of people would be hurt if they were slightly moved. Chen Pingan put away all the black pieces on the chessboard. He picked up an unengraved snow-white chess piece and casually placed it. Although it was a terrible chess player, he liked to hear the sound of a chess piece falling on the chessboard. Chen Pingan had nothing to do, so he played a game of chess with himself. They were evenly matched, and he was satisfied. He felt that this was how chess should be played. What was the point of letting someone else have a handicap? If the outcome was obvious, it would be meaningless. Chen Pingan was not in a hurry to put away the chess pieces. He leaned back and fell. Thinking back to those years, when he first saw the group of foreigners at the town gate, more than 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone had their own story. Fu Nanhua was now the next lord of Old Dragon City. After marrying the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family of Yunlin, the situation was set. It was said that Fu Nanhua and Song Jisin, who had been conferred the title of king, had a good relationship with each other. In the past few years, other than the fact that Kai Jinjian was able to break through the realms at a relatively fast pace, he had already built his own residence and rarely went out. Back then, when he was on his way to Qinghuan Kingdom, he had met the black-clothed youth in the famous alley of Beehive Fairy, Jiang Yun. He was the first to obtain the great opportunity in the small town's iron lock well. This person was the only direct disciple that Lu Laoqing had accepted outside of Palace Willow Island. Chen Pingan had a good impression of Jiang Yun. After that, at Book Slip Lake, he dared to go to Palace Willow Island to visit Lu Laoqing. Other than having the saint's jade token as a life-saving talisman, part of the reason was that Lu Laoqing would accept Jiang Yun as his disciple. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Gao Xian, had intercepted the Dragon King basket and the golden carp from Lier. However, Chen Pingan did not have any grudges against him. After the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao family and the Song clan signed an extremely high-level mountain alliance, Gao Xian was a hostage and rushed to Dali's Cloud Pagoda Mountain to study at Linlu Academy. Gao Xian did not deliberately conceal his identity. Previously, Chen Pingan had brought Li Baoping and the rest to the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy and had met Gao Xian. After that, Gao Xian studied at the academy. Both parties had some tacit understanding and did not deliberately meet or communicate. Otherwise, if it was too much of a taboo, it would not be a good thing for both parties. The mother and son of the Su family of Qingfeng City had obtained the ancestral Mingzi armor of the Lu Xianyang family. The master of the Su family of Qingfeng City was like a tiger that had grown wings. With this, he became one of the top few nascent soul cultivators in the Aquarius continent. Not only did he successfully eliminate his dissidents and firmly hold on to power, he also married the Su family's legitimate daughter to the capital of Dali and formed a marriage alliance with the Yuan family of the Pillar State of Dali. Other than the Su family's deep background, the master of the Su family's cultivation was also a key reason. For so many years, apart from the secret investigations of both parties, the only connection between Chen Pingan and the Su family of Qingfeng City was probably the fox skin beauty talisman. In the beginning, the Su family owned the Cinnabar Mountain, which occupied a large area and had excellent feng shui. Later, Chao Gui and Su Gaoshan's two teams of Dali cavalry were blocked by the border army of the Zhuiying Kingdom and the vassal states respectively. Coupled with the shadows of the 100 schools of thought behind the scenes, the situation of the continent suddenly became complicated. The Qingfeng city made a move that they regretted deeply. They sold the Cinnabar Mountain at a cheap price and the cultivators migrated away from Dali. If they had not sacrificed their dignity and married their legitimate daughter to the son of the concubine of the Yuan family, the Qingfeng city would have probably had a new master by now. The mountain-moving ape was still the guardian of Xinjiang Mountain and his responsibility was equivalent to Zhou Mili of Luopa Mountain. The little girl who looked like she was carved out of jade but was very scheming was named Tao Zi. Now, she had also grown into a cultivation genius of Xinjiang Mountain. When she had broken through to the cave-dwelling state, everyone congratulated her. The mountain-moving ape even moved an old mountain of a destroyed small country as a congratulatory gift. It was said that Tao Zi had hit it off with Song Jisin when they were in the small town. After they parted ways, they became closer instead of estranged. Her family's ancestor, one of the old sword immortals in charge of Xinjiang Mountain, must be happy to see this. Her grandfather was a young female cultivator who was the leader of the Tide Cavalry. She was in the worst situation because she had accidentally killed the old woman in Apricot Blossom Alley. Ma Kuxuan had used all his merits, such as killing 2 golden core sword immortals of the Zhuiying Kingdom and borrowing some military merits accumulated by the cultivators of Jinwu Mountain. According to a certain rule set by the imperial tutor, Cui Dong and Dali, the Tide Cavalry fell apart and was absorbed by Dali. The old man who retired was killed by Ma Kuxuan on the way back. The woman was given the humiliating name of Shudian. Perhaps in the eyes of many onlookers, the destruction of the family and the betrayal of the sect while the woman continued to live an ignoble life. What else could it be other than forgetting her ancestors? These people came to the small town of their hometown. Many people from their hometown also left the small town one after another. For example, Li Baoping and the others went to Cliff Academy. A young girl with pigtails, Jia Chuanjia, followed her family to Dali's capital. The 2 shops in Dragon Alley passed to Chen Pingan. Dong Shuijing stayed in Longquan County and started his own business, which grew bigger and bigger. Li Shixing from Fulu Street went to the North Continent. Zhu He and Zhu Lu went to Dali's capital after they parted ways in Red Candle Town. There was no news of them after that. Lu Xianyang's ancestor was the tomb keeper of that branch of the Qin family. The mellow Qin family was nostalgic and let the woman, Chen Wei, take Lu Xianyang to the South Whirlpool continent. They agreed that Lu Xianyang would return to Ruanting after 20 years. This was what Qin Pingan admired the most about Lu Xianyang. Lu Xianyang learned everything quickly. When he was an apprentice in the dragon kiln, Lu Xianyang was accepted as a disciple by Old Man Yao, who taught him all his skills. Later on, the two of them worked as odd job helpers in the blacksmith shop that Ruanting built beside the Dragon Whisker River. Ruanting was unwilling to accept Qin Pingan as a disciple, but he favored Lu Xianyang. Qin Pingan did not have a knot in his heart about this. He was just happy for Lu Xianyang. In Qin Pingan's mind, Lu Xianyang should live a better life. Song Jisin and Gutkin from Mud Bottle Alley, Ma Kushuan from Apricot Blossom Alley, Xiao Yao from Fulu Street, and many people of the same age that Qin Pingan had not interacted with among the 4 major clans and 10 major families should have also left Lizhu Grotto Heaven in the past and walked towards a wider world. Each of them had their own joys and sorrows, and fought for the Great Way. Regardless of friend or foe, each of them had walked out of Lizhu Grotto Heaven. Deep in Qin Pingan's heart, there was also a private thought that he had never spoken of. Not only the Aquarius continent, but the entire vast world in the future should have to remember the words Lizhu Grotto Heaven because of these juniors on the path of cultivation. Qin Pingan sat up, and 4 flying swords flew out from different acupuncture points. They were EE and 15, which were refined into Qi cultivators but were not real sword cultivators. The other 2 were imitations of Hateful Sword Mountain. One was given to him by Xian Feng Yuan Ling Hall, named Song Zhen. The other was entrusted to Qi Jinglong, named Shui Lei. Qin Pingan controlled the 4 flying swords with his mind, and the room was filled with sword light. Qin Pingan stretched out 2 fingers and pressed lightly on the chessboard. Many intertwined black and white chess pieces instantly jumped up. At the same time, he controlled the 4 flying swords and gently knocked on the chess pieces that were about to fall off the chessboard, lifting them up one by one. There were waves of clinking sounds in the room, crisp and clear like the sounds of nature. On the path of cultivation, the scenery was pleasant. However, the most moving scenery was still Lady Ning. It was a pity that he only dared to think so, and did not dare to say so. The cross-continent ferry of the Sun family had 2 stewards, one in the light and one in the dark. The one in the dark was a consecrated cultivator who secretly came out from the ancestral home of the Sun family. He was no stranger to Qin Pingan. However, Qin Pingan did not leave the small house, and this consecrated cultivator did not want to disturb his cultivation, so he did not show up. Otherwise, he would be really curious. How could a young man who was only a martial artist of the 3 realms be able to break through so quickly on the path of martial arts? It could not be like the Jianghu imagined by those destitute scholars in the marketplace. Did he eat some elixir that could increase one's inner strength by 100 years, or was he instilled with a lifetime of skills by a hidden expert? It was not until the mountain turtle approached the inverted mountain that this consecrated cultivator saw Qin Pingan walk out of the house. He could go there often in the future. The sword immortal of the Wind Snow Temple, Wei Jin, was now at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The sword immortal of the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, Xia Kai, should also be rushing to the inverted Hanging Mountain after asking the Taihui sword sect. It was a pity that Chao Xi was no longer on the city wall. He did not know if the little cottage that Chao Ci had left there and the cottage of the sword immortal Chen Qingdu were still there after the two battles. There were many cultivators from other continents near the viewing platform. Most of them were conversing in the language of the central divine continent. In their words, there was no respect for the mountains of the Aquarius continent. When they mentioned the Dali Iron Cavalry, there were no words of praise. They only said that it was okay. It was considered good in the Aquarius continent. However, if it was in the central divine continent, it would not be so smooth. It was not that these outsiders were arrogant. Cui Dongshan himself had said that the Aquarius continent lacked ascendant realm cultivators. This was a huge worry. After a few decades, when the situation was at hand, there was only one old bastard who had secretly ascended to the ascendant realm. It was not enough. What to do? Borrow. Fortunately, he did not have to beg. Otherwise, he, Cui Dongshan, would vomit blood and die. Chen Pingan pretended that he did not hear the heavenly secret that Cui Dongshan revealed. The imperial tutor Cui Dong had first created the Beko Keikyong building, and then let the Dali Iron Cavalry take over a continent. Since he dared to do this, he naturally would not wait for death. He was just sending the entire Aquarius continent to its death. Chen Pingan collected his thoughts and looked around. Most of them were here to admire the magnificent scene of the inverted mountain peak. Outside the inverted mountain, there were rivers that looked like clouds and water, hanging in all directions between the mountain peak and the sea. The inverted mountain had a radius of 100 miles. On it, other than the main peak that was overseen by a great heavenly lord, there were 8 other scenic spots. Chen Pingan had visited all of them. When climbing the inverted mountain for the first time, one had to pass by the arresting pavilion. It was a plaque written by the invincible Taoist second brother of the Qingming world. At that time, Chen Pingan and Liu Yuzhou of the Baijin continent parted here. Liu Yuzhou went to the famous Yuan Rua mansion. There was also the venerating sword pavilion, where Lu Chuan wanted to offer incense to the elder ancestor but was kicked out by the Daoist boy who was guarding the door. There was also the Thunder Lake Terrace where the female martial god Pei Bei refined her sword. There was also the Lingji Zhai where Chen Pingan accidentally bought the ancestral Du armor. There was also the Dharma Glabella Hall, which was also known as the Hall of Missing One. There was also the Elk Cliff with the beautiful scenery. The Crown Princess Lu Boqi, who was married to Lu Qingshan of the Azure Phoenix Kingdom, was born in the Saber Master's room in the inverted hanging mountain. There was once a sky-high reward for Song Chongjing and Su Ruo on the wall. The ferry followed a river and docked at the inverted mountain. Chen Pingan thanked the manager of the Sun family's ferry and then climbed the inverted mountain alone. Chen Pingan did not choose the Lingji Zhai that sold things and opened an inn. Instead, he chose the Stork Inn at the end of the alley. The manager was stunned for a long time. Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan smiled and nodded. The manager clicked his tongue and said, "Didn't Jean Su from the Osmanthus Island come with you this time? Now that the people of the Aquarius continent have become stronger, what do you think, child Chin? Please take care of our business and choose a superior room." Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "Let's go to the same room as last time." The man was helpless. He took out a key from the drawer and gently threw it to the young man in green with a sword on his back. Chen Pingan, you really have to change your stingy habit. If you are not generous when you are outside, how can you achieve great things? Chen Pingan was not in a hurry to go to the room. He leaned against the counter and looked at the familiar alley outside. He smiled and said, "I am a Qi refinement warrior of the lower 5 realms. How much money can I have?" The man counted with his fingers and joked, "It's been almost 10 years, right? You haven't earned any money, and your cultivation hasn't improved by much. Young Master Chin, what have you been doing since you left Inverted Hanging Mountain? Chen Pingon smiled and said, wandering around. The man whose ancestors had been guarding this inn for generations shook his head and said, no wonder you have to patronize my small place after returning to the Inverted Mountain. You made me happy for nothing. Chen Pingon took out 2 pots of wine and handed one to the manager. Hometown wine. The manager opened it and smelled it. He scolded jokingly, ordinary glutinous rice wine. Chen Pingon, you are really shameless to take it out. Chen Pingon smiled and said, drinking those immortal wines in the Inverted Mountain is not something to be proud of. Only by drinking this can I show my character. The manager felt that it made sense. The 2 of them drank slowly. Chen Pingon asked about the recent situation in the Inverted Mountain. The manager said that it was the same. The only difference was that behind the lone peak of the Inverted Mountain, the great Lord of Heaven had joined forces with 2 sword immortals to open up a new gate to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Those who did business would all go there. There was no choice. In less than 10 years, there had been 2 extremely tragic battles. Just relying on the original mirror gate to transport goods inside was not enough. However, now that the management was strict, the travel was cut off. Therefore, it was difficult for those who were not involved to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi to see the scenery. Without any connections, they could forget about it. It was no longer a matter of money. Because previously, the city behind the Great Wall of Sword Chi had a huge mess because of the mixing of good and bad people. As for the details, the Inverted Hanging Mountain had banned the news. Anyway, it was not a small matter. Otherwise, Inverted Hanging Mountain would not be so strict back then. There was even a never-before-seen night curfew. With the cultivators from the Saber Division as the lead, they inspected the waste tokens of all the cultivators in Inverted Hanging Mountain within a day. The 4 private residences including the Yuan rural residence were no exception. In the end, there was another brainless conflict. Chen Pingon asked when the 3rd battle would start. The manager smiled and said that this kind of thing, not to mention the heavens, even the heavens did not know. In the end, the manager drank his wine and lamented, Inverted Hanging Mountain is not peaceful. The 2 previous battles had been very strange, and had been just as bitter as the previous ones. However, they had been rushed, and had resulted in massive casualties on both sides. That was especially true of the demon folk of the wildlands, who had paid an even greater price than they had in the past. In the past, the battles between the 2 sides had been sporadic, and had lasted for 20 or 30 years. These 2 battles happened in a short span of 10 years. The Sword Celestial, one of the leading figures of the sword cultivators in the North Continent, died in the 2nd battle. Chen Pingon said, it has not been peaceful for 10,000 years even though we are so close to each other. The manager smiled and said, that's true. The 2 of them gently clinked their wine pots and drank the rest of the wine. Chen Pingon went to the room. The furnishings were the same, the scenery was the same, it was clean and refreshing. There was nothing to put. Chen Pingon sat quietly for a while before leaving the inn and the alley. He went to the lonely peak that was like the center of Inverted Hanging Mountain. There was only one gatekeeper left. It was the young Taoist priest who looked like a child but was very senior. He was still reading there. As there was almost no one coming in or out of this place, there were more and more children playing around in Inverted Hanging Mountain. It was still the same scene as before. Once a child got close to the Taoist priest, he would suddenly fly away on a cloud. Some naughty children deliberately did this and did not get tired of it. After landing on the ground, they would continue to fly in that direction. The Taoist priest did not mind. Chen Pingon circled around the lone peak and headed to the back of the mountain. According to the innkeeper of the Stork Inn, the sword-hugging man who had imparted the incantation to Chin Pingon was still a criminal. However, he had moved to another location and was now in charge of the entrance. After Chin Pingon left, the little Taoist priest who was dipping his saliva and flipping through the book raised his head and looked at the back of the young man in green. There was a strange expression on his young face. Chin Pingon saw the man who was sleeping soundly on the stone pillar beside the door. It was different from the mirror at the front of the lonely peak. There was only one Taoist priest left to guard the entrance and exit of Inverted Hanging Mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The man who carried the sword and dozed off was still guarding the back. He was in charge of watching everyone who returned from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The person in charge in front was an old Taoist priest of Inverted Hanging Mountain. The streets were bustling with people and carriages. They were all groups that crossed the border and went to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The gatekeeper was not the familiar old Taoist who used the dragon's whiskers to make the unique demon-binding rope in the world. Chin Pingon did not make a sound. He stood quietly beside the stone pillar with his hands in his sleeves. It was much quieter here. There was almost no one there. After about half an hour, the man opened his eyes and smiled. "Kid, I think you don't like Little Ning. You've been gone for so many years. Now that you're here, you don't seem anxious at all." Chin Pingon felt relieved. He clasped his fists. "Greetings, Senior. You're still as elegant as ever." The man waved his hand. "I have two pieces of news. One is good news and the other is bad. Which one do you want to hear?" Chin Pingon said, "The bad news first." The man curled his lips. "That's boring. I'll tell you the good news first." Chin Pingon smiled. "Senior, you have the final say." The man sat cross-legged on a stone pillar that was taller than a person. He looked at the young man and said, "The good news is that the little girl Ning was lucky enough to survive 2 great battles. Her cultivation isn't low now. I heard that she's become increasingly beautiful. It's not strange that you like Little Ning. It's strange that Little Ning likes you." Chin Pingon waited for the man to continue. The man gloated. "The bad news is that the rules are very strict now. Many people who don't follow the rules have died. If you don't have some connections, you can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Don't expect me to make an exception and send messages for you. It won't work. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat my last bowl of rice. That's why you can't get in, and the people inside can't help you with the operation. You can just stand here and stare. That's good. You can chat with me, and I'll let you carry the wine and make a few dishes to go with it. The two of us can spar and bask in the sun every day. This simple life will really be like the days of the gods." Chin Pingon thought for a moment and said, "Now, who can speak on this matter in the Inverted Hanging Mountain?" The man stretched out his finger and pointed behind him. "The great heavenly lord of the Inverted Hanging Mountain is really invincible. Of course, his words are useful." Chin Pingon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This great heavenly lord of Taoism once fought with his left and right on the sea. It was already very kind of him not to make things difficult for Meng Qi. The man continued, "That baby-faced old neighbor is also good. But this guy has a weird temper. He's not someone who can be reasoned with. Then there's that guy who has a golden demon binding rope. Then, you can only find the right path and the right money. For example, if someone from the Yuan rural residence is willing to pay for you, it's not something that can be solved with money. You'll also have to break the rules and bear the risk. Plus, you'll be remembered by the Inverted Hanging Mountain." Chin Pingon kept silent. The man smiled and said, "I advise you not to think about it. Those who are qualified to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi will definitely not do anything even if they accept your money. They'll only make your money go down the drain. The Osmanthus Island of Old Dragon City doesn't have enough influence. No one is qualified to go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Moreover, the Osmanthus Island can't bear the consequences. Not to mention that many people will die. Even the entire Osmanthus Island will be sunk by the inverted hanging mountain. Chen Pingon smiled and said, since I'm at the inverted hanging mountain, there's no reason why I can't go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The man smiled and said, wow, you're indeed a level 4 Chi refinement warrior. You talk big. Chen Pingon smiled and said, I'm also a level 7 martial artist. Senior, just take it that I'm a level 7 martial artist. The 4 levels can be counted as 11 levels. The man clicked his tongue and said, let's not talk about other things. Just talking about your skin, compared to that shabby young man back then, you've really become much thicker. Why? Have you cheated a lot of girls in your travels over the years? Chen Pingon's face darkened. Senior, you really can't say things like that. The man smiled and said, you know very well whether there's such a thing or not. Chen Pingon twisted his wrist and took out a pot of immortal wine. The sword-hugging man was about to make up for it or simply snatch it, but he did not expect that the cunning young man had already put away the wine pot at lightning speed with a smile on his face. The man rubbed his chin. Chen Pingon, this is very hurtful. Chen Pingon smiled and said, then I'll have to trouble Senior to give me a straightforward answer. The man looked around and said softly, you walk around first. I'll think about it and see if there's a way. Chen Pingon nodded and understood tacitly. He turned and left. The man was anxious. He shouted, you brat, you want the horse to run but you don't want to give it grass to eat. At least throw me a pot of wine to satisfy my cravings. Chen Pingon turned his back to the man and waved goodbye. Chen Pingon went to Lingji's shop. Without saying a word, he directly bought a plain white jade token that he had taken a fancy to in the past. There were no inscriptions on it. It was only because the material of the jade token itself was too rare that it was marked with a sky-high price. Chen Pingon saw that it was still not bought by anyone and his smile brightened. Lingji's shop did not bargain. Chen Pingon took out 20 grains and carefully put it away. After leaving Lingji's shop, he looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky, and his mood of not being able to go to the Great Wall of Sword energy for the time being improved. Chen Pingon then went to Jingjian Pavilion. Like a foreigner visiting this place for the first time, his footsteps were slow. He looked around one by one and finally stopped at the 2 hanging portraits for a long time. Then he looked as usual and silently walked away. When he returned to the Stork Tavern, Chen Pingon took out the Lingji Temple jade token, and then took out an ordinary jade token that he had used to practice. Following the engraving on the latter, he took a deep breath and began to concentrate. Using the 15th flying sword as a carving knife, he gently engraved words on the plain white jade token that was worth 20 grains of rain money. In the dead of night, Chen Pingon blew on the jade token that was engraved with the words. Then he gently wiped it with his palm and slowly put it in his sleeve. Chen Pingon left the inn and went to find the man holding the sword. The sword immortal stood beside the stone pillar, holding his sword. He asked with a smile, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Chen Pingon did not say anything unnecessary. He threw out the 8 bottles of osmanthus wine that he had already prepared. They landed on the stone pillar one by one and were arranged neatly. They were all given to him by Fan Air when he boarded the ship. The man looked a little embarrassed. The good news is that I plan to send you to the Great Wall of Sword Chi. The bad news is a little hard to say. I am a thin-skinned person. Chen Pingan smiled and said, as long as it doesn't delay my journey to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Senior, just say the word. The man nodded and instantly came to Chen Pingan's side. He grabbed the latter's shoulder and threw him towards the door. Then he laughed and said, the bad news is that you gave me so much good wine for free. Are you stupid? We are already at the inverted hanging mountain. Are you really going to be blocked by those messy rules? I was just teasing you. If you didn't come here, I would have gone to the inn and begged you to scram. Chen Pingan's body floated and faced the man outside the door. His lips moved slightly, and then his body entered the mirror and disappeared in a flash. The man reached out and grabbed a bottle of wine. He took a big gulp and smiled, your father is still your father. Beside a door of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. An old woman from the saber division opened her eyes and smiled, you are not a sword cultivator, but you carry such a good sword. Are you the son of one of the few powerful families in the Central Plains? Your realm is not high. As expected of a young man from a big family. Your foundation is not bad. Ordinary earth immortal cultivators in the vast world are not as stable as you. Have you been here before? Chen Pingan did not answer any of the questions. Instead, he asked, Senior, are you Lu Boqi's teacher? The woman nodded, you know my crazy disciple who ran off to get married? Then the old woman suddenly realized, you are that guy called Chen Pingan from the Aquarius continent. Chen Pingan was confused, Senior knows me. She smiled playfully, that's unnecessary. The sword immortal on the other side of the door snorted, you are not even a sword cultivator. At such an old age, you are still a cultivator of the lower 5 realms. I think Lu Boqi's insanity is far inferior to Ning Lasse's. Chen Pingan turned a deaf ear to him and kept a smile on his face. For other matters, Chen Pingan would definitely be sincere and respect these seniors with their stories. But for a certain matter. Who the F***ck do you think you are? Inside the city. On a large street, Chen Pingan came to the door of a large house and knocked lightly. He purposely did not look at the row of heads on the wall. They were all acquaintances, but they did not speak much in the past. The door slowly opened. She asked, who are you? Chen Pingan hugged her and said softly, Vast Worlds Chen Pingan has come to see Ning Yao. "572, Chen Pingan gently let go. He took a step back and carefully looked at her. She was still dressed in dark green robes. She was a bit taller, but not by much. She was no longer as tall as him. Her face was slightly red. All the mountains and rivers in the world added together couldn't compare to her beautiful eyes. Chen Pingan could even see himself in her eyes. She arched an eyebrow. Chen Pingan, you've grown up. Chen Pingan didn't answer her question. He softly said, I haven't dared to think about you in these past years. Ning Yao was about to speak. Behind her, someone whistled. It was a fat man squatting on the ground. Several heads were hidden behind the fat man, like a peacock spreading its tail. All of them stared at the entrance with wide eyes. Ning Yao was about to move, but Chen Pingan grabbed her hand and held it tightly. Since I'm here, I won't leave even if you chase me away. A woman said in a low voice, Big Sister Ning's ears are red. Ning Yao suddenly pulled Chen Pingan in front of her. Her elbow smashed into his chest and she broke free from Chen Pingan's grasp. She turned and walked towards the screen wall, leaving behind a single sentence. I didn't agree. Chen Pingan grimaced. This was really heavy. He rubbed his chest and quickly followed. There was no need for him to close the door. An old servant with turbid eyes smiled and nodded in greeting. Then, he quietly closed the door behind him. The people at the corner of the screen wall had already stood up. Chen Pingan and Ning Yao walked side by side. They smiled and greeted those people. Yen Zhua, Dong Zhufu, Stack Zhang, Chen Sancho, how do you do? The fat man was called Yen Zhua. He was a direct descendant of the Yen family. The Yen family's status in the Great Wall of Sword energy was equivalent to a mortal dynasty's Ministry of Revenue. Apart from the private channels of those large families, the Yen family was in charge of nearly half of the transportation of resources. Simply put, the Yen family was rich, very rich. Dong Zhufu, this surname was enough to explain everything. He was a dark-skinned young man. His face was covered in scars and he had a wooden expression. He didn't like to speak and only liked to drink. Her sword, however, was a very rouged and powdery woman. He had an older sister. Her name was Dong Beard. But, as she was a rare sword embryo in the Great Wall of Sword energy. She looked weak, but when she fought, she was a madman. It was said that there was a time when she was in a frenzy of bloodlust. It was a slender, one-armed woman with a huge sword on her back. She was born in a shabby alley in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She didn't have a surname and was just called Dai Zhang. When she was young, Liang met her and often asked her to help him buy wine. After a while, they became familiar with each other and gradually became friends with Ning Yao and the others. The sword in the scabbard was called Sutra. The fat man in the lead pinched his throat and imitated Ning Yao. Who are you? Ning Yao stopped and glanced at the fat man. She didn't say anything. Chen Pingan asked Ning Yao softly, a golden core sword cultivator? Ning Yao didn't say anything. Chen Sancho smiled and said, anyway, Fatty Yen is not a level 4 Qi refinement warrior, nor is he a pure martial artist. Chen Pingan smiled. It's okay if you look down on me. But you can't look down on Ning Yao's taste. Fatty Yan's but bumped Dong Haiten behind him. Did you hear that? You were already a level 4 martial arts grandmaster back then. You don't seem happy. Ning Yao frowned and said, are you done yet? Fatty Yen raised his hands and glanced at the sleeves of the young man in green. He said, Chen Sancho urged me to stand out. I don't have anything against Chen Pingan. How many pure martial artists can fight with Chao Ci 3 times in a row at such a young age? I can't even admire him enough. However, I really have to say something fair. Apart from pure martial artists, the cultivators of the talisman school are the most despised heretical path in our world. Chen Pingan, next time when you go out, don't bring so many talisman cards with you. No one here buys these things. There's no choice. The Great Wall of Sword Qi is a poor and remote place. We haven't seen the world. Ning Yao looked a little angry. Fatty Yen immediately shrunk his neck, which was already almost invisible. They didn't have a good impression of Chen Pingan. They didn't think he would bully others. But Ning Yao was too special in their hearts. There was also a natural barrier between the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the vast world. Yen Zhua, Chen Sancho, and the others all knew that Chen Pingan didn't do anything wrong. But everyone of the same age at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, as well as some elders close to the Ning and Yao surnames, didn't think Ning Yao would have a future with a foreigner. Besides, the biggest story left behind by the youth who practiced martial arts on the city wall was losing to Chao Ci 3 times in a row. Moreover, the cultivators of the righteous realm had a much more stable life compared to the cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Ning Yao's growth was extremely fast. There had only ever been one type of marriage in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and that was between a man and a woman. Their cultivation levels were similar, and their killing power was equivalent. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "If there's a chance, let's learn from each other." Yen Zhuo glanced at Ning Yao and shook his head like a rattledrum. "I wouldn't dare." Ning Yao said softly, "You're only at Realm 6. Don't mind them. These guys have nothing better to do." Chen Pingan held back his laughter. "It's a bit difficult to pretend to be a far-wandering cultivator. What's so difficult about pretending to be a Realm 6 martial artist?" In the end, Ning Yao elbowed him in the waist again. She said angrily, "Is it fun to lie to me?" This time, she was really angry. Yen Zhuo and the others kept quiet out of fear. Chen Pingan grabbed her hand and said softly, "I'm used to suppressing my realms and traveling. If we were in the vast world of Sword Qi, I would be a Realm 5 martial artist. Normal far-wandering cultivators wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Our 10-year promise was that I would only come to see you when I reached the Golden Body realm. Do you think I can't do it? I'm very angry." Ning Yao looked at him. "You're angry at Chen Pingan? Then what's with the smile on your face? You think you're in the right when you're the one in the wrong." Ning Yao stared blankly at the strange yet familiar Chen Pingan in front of her. They hadn't seen each other for nearly 10 years. He wore a jade hairpin, wore a green robe, and carried a sword on his back. She had to raise her head slightly to look at him. How could she not be aware of the local conditions and customs of the vast world of Sword Qi? Back then, she had traveled through most of the 9 provinces by herself. Didn't she know that a slightly better-looking man who walked a few more steps on the path of Jianghu would always meet such a soulmate? Especially such a young Golden Body realm martial artist. It was rare to see one in the vast world of Sword Qi. With Chen Pingan's stubborn temper, he might just be the favorite of some shameless women. Although Chen Pingan didn't know what Ning Yao was thinking, his intuition told him that if he didn't do something or say something, he might not be able to keep his life. But when Chen Pingan carefully looked into her eyes, he didn't say anything. He just lowered his head and touched her forehead, softly calling, "Ning Yao, Ning Yao." There was nothing else in the world. There was only Lady Ning. Ning Yao turned her head and slapped Chen Pingan's head away. She glared at him and said, "Chen Pingan, are you possessed by a ghost?" Chen Pingan was also somewhat embarrassed. Yen Zhuo turned his head and said with a sullen face, "This old man admits defeat. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore." Chen Sancho rolled his eyes and muttered, "I have an ominous feeling. It feels like that dog of a alliance is back." Dong Zhuofu opened his mouth and said, "If you like him, then you like him. Cultivation realm doesn't mean anything." Dai Zhang nodded. "I also think he's not bad. He's a good match for Big Sister Ning. But what will they do when they go out in the future? There's no war to fight now. Many people are bored and can easily cause trouble. Could it be that Big Sister Ning will take him to hide in the residence or secretly wait at the city walls? That won't do." Chen Pingan suddenly said to them, "Thank you for always staying by Ning Yao's side." Chen Pingan clasped his fists. His eyes were clear and his smile was as bright as the sun. "I should have said this when we were at the city walls. I owe you nearly 10 years. Dai Zhang smiled and didn't say anything. Chen Sancho said, "It's a pity that Ning Yao didn't like me since we were young. Otherwise, you would be crying outside the door this time." Yen Zhuo raised his hands and patted his cheeks gently. He said with a smile, "At least you have some conscience." Dong Zhuofu asked, "Can we drink?" Ning Yao said, "Drink what?" Dong Zhuofu said, "If he doesn't drink, I'll drink." Ning Yao took Chen Pingan to a square and saw the stone cliff of the beheading dragon platform that was as big as a house. There was a flight of stairs carved by the sword immortal. Everyone climbed up one by one. There was a small, crude pavilion at the top. Ning Yao glanced at the one-armed girl who carried the great sword Jinyu on her back. Dai Zhang blinked. As soon as he sat down, he got up and said he had something to do. Chen Sancho and Yan Zuo also found excuses. Only Dong Zhuofu was still sitting there stupidly, saying he was fine. In the end, Chen Sancho grabbed his neck and dragged him away. Only the two of them were left sitting opposite each other. Chen Pingan clenched his fists and gently placed them on his knees. Without Yan Zuo and the others, Ning Yao felt a little more at ease. Ning Yao asked, "Have there been any girls who liked you over the years?" Chen Pingan nodded and said, "Yes. But they were never tempted. It was so in the past and in the future." Ning Yao asked again, "How many?" Chen Pingan was dumbfounded. Ning Yao continued, "Which ones?" Chen Pingan was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Ning Yao said, "I don't care." Chen Pingan was speechless. Ning Yao turned to look at the bottom of the beheading dragon platform. "Grandma Bai, is this guy really a martial artist of the golden body state?" In Ning Yao's sight, in addition to the old servant who closed the door, there was also a tall old woman. The two old people stood side by side. The old woman nodded with a smile. "Child Chen is indeed a martial artist of the seventh realm, and his foundation is excellent beyond imagination." Chen Pingan said softly, "I didn't lie to you, did I?" Ning Yao ignored Chen Pingan and said to the two elders, "Grandma Bai, Grandpa Nalan, you can go about your business." The old woman hesitated for a moment with a smile in her eyes, as if she was asking something. Ning Yao shook her head slightly. The old woman nodded with a smile and left with the old man who was staggering. Chen Pingan asked, "Grandma Bai is a Grand Master of the Peak State?" Ning Yao nodded. "She used to be in the Peak State, but later she fell because of me." Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "Is there anyone here who is about the same age as you and has already become a nascent soul realm sword cultivator?" Ning Yao sneered. "I'm not a nascent soul realm sword cultivator for the time being." "Who can?" Chen Pingan nodded. This answer was very suitable for Miss Ning. Ning Yao frowned and asked, "Why are you asking this?" Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Nothing." Ning Yao reminded him, "The sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi are not comparable to those of the vast world." Chen Pingan nodded and said, "I know. You used to say that the North Continent was worth a visit. Before I came here, I had just been there and experienced the abilities of the sword cultivators there." Ning Yao nodded and her brows relaxed slightly. In the eyes of a certain someone, perhaps it was the view of the moon above the willow tree. Chen Pingan twisted his wrist and took out a thick book that he had bound himself. He was about to get up and sit beside Ning Yao. Ning Yao said, "Sit over there." Chen Pingan scratched his head and gently tossed the book to her. "Back then, when I carried Boss Sword Immortal Sword to the Tongya continent, the old senior reminded me that it was best to bear with it and not to send a letter to the Great Wall of Sword Qi casually. It would distract you and I was worried that I would accidentally implicate you because of me. That's why whenever I have time, I will write down what I have seen and heard over the years. You can flip through it. I have written down everything big and small. Some of the records are more detailed, while some of the records are only general." Ning Yao took the book and began to read it. It was a travel book written by Chen Pingan himself. Chen Pingan sat for a while. Seeing that Ning Yao was engrossed in the book, he simply lay down and closed his eyes. In the small pavilion, there was only the sound of flipping pages. At first, Chen Pingan was still thinking about things. Later on, unknowingly, he really fell asleep. Ning Yao occasionally raised her head and glanced at the familiar guy. After she finished reading, she placed the book on the bench and used it as a pillow. She gently lay down, but kept her eyes open. In the night, she quietly turned her body and stared at him. Ning Yao raised her head slightly. She clasped her hands together and gently placed them on the book. She pressed her cheek against the back of her hand and said softly, "Back then, after you left, I found Grandpa Chin and asked him to sever the marriage strings that were arranged between us. Grandpa Chin asked me if I really wanted to do so. What if I really didn't like him? What if I, Ning Yao, didn't like you and you, Chin Pingon, didn't like me? What should I do? I said that it wouldn't happen. If I, Ning Yao, didn't like someone, no one could control me. If I liked someone, no one could stop me." Grandpa Chin asked me again, "What about Chin Pingon? If there were no marriage strings holding him back, he was tens of thousands of miles away from the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Would he go further and further away and never come back?" I answered for you. It's impossible. Chen Pingon will definitely come and look for me. Even if he doesn't like me anymore, he will definitely tell me personally. But I'm actually very afraid. I like you more, but you don't like me anymore. Ning Yao didn't speak anymore and slowly fell asleep. Chen Pingon opened his eyes. He gently got up and sat beside Ning Yao. When he raised his head, he saw the 3 moons in the sky. When he lowered his head, he saw his beloved. "573, Chen Pingon quietly left the pavilion, walked down the dragon-slaying platform and came to the old woman. The old woman smiled and said, "Greetings, child Chin. My surname is Bai and my name is Lian Shuang. Child Chin, you can call me Grandma Bai like Mississippi." Chen Pingon called Grandma Bai and did not say anything else. The old woman took the lead and moved silently. Her chi was restrained like a dead ancient pond. Chen Pingon followed the old woman's footsteps. The old woman was silent for a moment. After taking more than 100 steps, she smiled and said, "It seems that child Chen's travels in the vast world have not been easy." She was only at the peak of the mountain now, but she had the insight of a martial artist. No matter how hard a junior tried to hide it, in the old woman's eyes, it was nothing more than a child carrying a heavy load across the river. She knew exactly how much strength he had. However, the young man beside her was at the 6th level of martial artist. This meant that the young man did not just come up with the idea on the spur of the moment after arriving at the Great Wall of Sword Chi. He had been doing it for a long time and was used to it. That was why he could be so perfect. Chen Pingon nodded and said, "It was not very smooth, but I made it here." The old woman stopped and asked with a smile, "Among the enemies, what is the highest level of Qi cultivator and what is the level of a pure martial artist?" Chen Pingon answered honestly, "Cultivator, Ascendant. Martial artist, 10th level." However, the former was a mortal enemy. Of course, I did not take it on myself. I ended up in a sorry state. The latter was taught by a senior on purpose. He suppressed himself at the 9th level and made 3 punches. Even the old woman, who was born and raised in a place like the Great Wall of Sword Chi, could not help but be surprised. She said directly, "Child Chin, you did not die." The old woman smiled and said, "I was a little rude. I hope Child Chin can forgive me." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "My luck is not bad." The old woman shook her head, "That is not right. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, we are most afraid of the saying of good luck. Those who seem to be lucky usually die early. You cannot be too lucky. You have to save up a little every time to live a long life." Chen Pingon nodded and said, "I will remember. I will be careful with my words in the future." The old woman waved her hand. Child Chin, you don't have to be so reserved. It's not a good thing to be too easy to talk to here. Chen Pingan smiled and said, it's easy to talk here. Once we're out, I might not even talk anymore. The old woman grinned from ear to ear. These words are to my liking. But there is still a small problem. I am an old woman with poor eyesight. In my entire life, I have only wandered around the Yao family and Ning mansion. I haven't gone anywhere else. I haven't even been to inverted Hanging Mountain once. I haven't even gone to the city walls or the southern regions. Now that young Master Chin has entered the house, there are many people watching us from outside. It's not that I'm looking down on young Master Chin, but it's the opposite. You're so young, yet you're already so accomplished in martial arts. That Nailan guy and I are both very pleased. I'm still alright, I'm a bit cold-hearted. That old guy who looks like he's half dead has already secretly gone to offer incense. I reckon he's shed a lot of tears. He's already so old, yet he's not ashamed. Chen Pingan said, Grandma Bai only needs to throw a punch. If I can't block it, then I'll just stay in the house. The old woman stepped forward in a straight line. There was no movement of qi. She threw a punch. Chen Pingan used his left elbow to press down the punch. At the same time, his right fist was aimed at the old woman's face. However, he suddenly withdrew his fist intent and stopped the punch. The old woman had no intention of withdrawing her fist. Even if Chen Pingan's elbow pressed down on her fist still smashed onto Chen Pingan's body. Chen Pingan slid back several feet in the corridor. Using the peak fish stance as the foundation of his fist intent, his seemingly collapsing ape body suddenly stretched out his fist intent. His back was like a dragon. In an instant, he stopped his body and stood firmly. If it wasn't for the fact that the old woman only threw out a fist of the far-wandering boundary, Chen Pingan could have gone against the flow. He could even take the punch and not retreat half a step. The old woman nodded with a smile. I'll take it as a gift from Child Chin. Then, I won't disturb Child Chen's moon viewing. Chen Pingan cupped his fists and said goodbye. The old woman's punch was at the peak of the far-wandering boundary. Previously, when Chen Pingan withdrew his fist, she also withdrew some of her fist intent. She was no longer at the peak of the far-wandering boundary. She was just an ordinary golden body realm cultivator. If he took the punch of a far-wandering boundary cultivator, he probably wouldn't be able to enjoy the moon tonight. The old steward came to the old woman and said hoarsely, "Why are you nagging me?" The old woman smiled and said, "Why? Do you feel embarrassed in front of the future son-in-law? You, Nailan Yeshing, have no face." The old steward sighed. When Chen Pingan returned to the pavilion, Ning Yao had already sat up. Chen Pingan said, "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" Ning Yao sneered and said, "I don't dare." Chen Pingan said aggrievedly, "In all honesty, I'm not that kind of person." Who did Pei Qian learn the most from? Chen Pingan was either blind under the light or pretending to be stupid. Ning Yao turned a deaf ear to him. She held the book with one hand and twisted open the pages with 2 fingers. She twisted open another page. The woman in the picture was on the right side of the Sui dynasty. After a few pages, it was Sun Yao Jinji from the Great Spring dynasty. Chen Pingan sat across from her and craned his neck to look at Ning Yao flipping through page after page. He was the one who wrote the book, so he had a rough idea of what kind of scenery he had written on each page. He immediately felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles. "Miss Ning, you can't read the book like this. There are so many extremely long pages of strange landscapes. I've written down each and every stroke with great care. How can you skip over them and only grab hold of some minor details to do something that destroys the meaning of the book? Ning Yao glanced at Qin Pingan and said, I've heard that when scholars write, they pay attention to leaving space and aftertaste. The more concise and to the point a sentence is, the more one can see the skill and the deeper the meaning. Qin Pingan said in all seriousness, I've never heard of it, so I don't know. Anyway, I'm not the kind of scholar who goes around in circles. If there's 1 to say 1, 2 to write 2, and 3 to think 3, they're all written clearly in the book. Ning Yao continued to flip the book and asked, Are there any women who didn't appear in the book? Qin Pingan said without hesitation, No. Raising her head, Ning Yao asked with a smile, Then, do you think that I'm purposely making trouble and being overly suspicious? Qin Pingan shook his head with a smile. Ning Yao nodded and was finally willing to close the book. She closed the coffin and said, Over at the water deity temple in the northern Reed continent, you dealt with the fairy Gu Qing in the treasure cave wonderland very cleanly. Keep up the good work in the future. Qin Pingan said, There won't be such an opportunity again. Ning Yao raised her eyebrows and said, Qin Pingan, who did you learn how to talk from? Qin Pingan said without hesitation, If I really learned something bad, it must be Zhu Lian or Jing Dafeng from Luopa Mountain. Ning Yao nodded. It's hard to say about Zhu Lian. After all, I've never seen him. But that Jing Dafeng really doesn't seem like a decent person. However, Ning Yao continued, but Jing Dafeng's battle in Old Dragon City made me look at him in a new light. Although he doesn't seem like a decent person, he's actually the most decent person. Jing Dafeng cut off his martial path. It's a pity that he helped you guard the door at Luopa Mountain. You can't neglect him. As for some men, they all look decent but are actually full of devious thoughts. Qin Pingan looked at Ning Yao and Ning Yao looked back at him. Qin Pingan whispered, Are you talking about me? Ning Yao asked, What do you think? Qin Pingan said, Of course not. Ning Yao smiled. Qin Pingan felt that he was wronged. He walked the Jianghu righteously without the slightest bit of makeup. Ning Yao didn't intend to return the book. She put the book away and stood up. I'll take you to the place where you live. The mansion is big. Over the years, it's just me, by Mama, and Grandpa Nalen. You can pick a house that's pleasing to the eye. Qin Pingan also stood up. Where do you live? Ning Yao stopped and turned to look at Qin Pingan. She smiled and clenched her fist. Speak louder, I didn't hear you clearly. Qin Pingan said helplessly, I want to pick a house that's closer to you. Ning Yao was a little embarrassed. She glared at him and said, You'd better behave yourself here. Granny Bai is my mother's personal maidservant. If you dare to be careless and disobey the rules, the fists of martial artists in the peak stage will make you eat until you burp. Just speaking of this, Ning Yao remembered the records in the book. She felt that Bai Mama's fist couldn't scare him, so she changed her words. Grandpa Nalen was one of the sword immortals who were best at hiding and assassination on the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Although he was seriously injured and his nascent soul was half destroyed, causing his soul to decay, his combat capability was still equivalent to a sword cultivator in the Jade Raw stage. If he targeted you in the dark, then Grandpa Nalen could be regarded as a sword cultivator in the immortal stage. Qin Pingan was relieved and asked, Grandpa Nalen's realm fell in order to protect you. If it were someone else, Qin Pingan would never ask so directly, but Ning Yao was different. In his early years in Pearl Grotto Heaven, Qin Pingan learned a lot from Ning Yao's way of doing things. Ning Yao nodded with a calm expression. Just like Grandma Bai, they both did it for me. However, Grandma Bai stopped an unidentified assassin in the city. Grandpa Nalen stopped a great demon that was hiding in the dark on the battlefield in the south of the city. If it weren't for Grandpa Nalan, I and Di Zhang would have died. Ning Yao paused for a moment. Don't feel too guilty. Don't think too much about it. The only useful thing is to break through the realm and kill the enemy. My Mama and Grandpa Nalan are already good. If they couldn't protect me, think about it, how regretful would the two of them be? You have to think on the bright side. But whether you think about it or not isn't the most important thing. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, if you don't break through the realm, don't kill demons, and don't dare to die, then you are just a piece of trash with a cultivation realm and a life-flying sword. In the Great Wall of Sword Chi, everyone's life can be calculated. That is, in their life, at the time of their death, their cultivation realm, how many demons they killed, and how many great demon swordsmen ambushed and killed. Then, their cultivation realm is deducted, as well as the retainer swordsmen who died along the way. Whether they profited or lost, it can be seen at a glance. Chen Pingan said, every young genius in the Great Wall of Sword Chi is a bait thrown out in the open. Ning Yao nodded and said in a deep voice, yes. Me, Di Zhang, Yen Zhua, Chen Sancho, Dong Huafu, the already dead little cricket, and of course, those of our age, all of us are well aware of this. But this doesn't stop us from doing our best to kill the enemy. Every one of us has a book of accounts in private. Under the premise that there isn't much disparity between our realms, whoever's back is harder will earn money first. The head of a demon is the only money in the eyes of the sword cultivators in the world. Ning Yao casually pointed in a direction. Fatty Yan's family has a lot of immortal money from the world. But when Fatty Yan was young, he was the one who was bullied the most because everyone looked down on him. The worst time was when he put on a brand new robe and wanted to go out to show it off. In the end, he was stopped by a group of people his age in an alley. When he returned home, the little fatty was wailing and had the smell of urine all over his body. Later, Yen Zhuo followed us and things got a little better. Fatty Yen didn't disappoint us. Other than the first time he went to the battlefield and was despised by us, after that, he was the only one who despised others. Chen Pingan looked around and sighed softly, this is a good place where you won't be lonely even if you die. Ning Yao asked, have you chosen a house yet? Chen Pingan smiled and said, not yet. This will take some time. I can't be careless. Take me around again. Ning Yao complained, you're the most annoying. Although she said that, the girl who was full of heroic spirit didn't walk fast. Chen Pingan thought about some things. Some things that were actually related to the two of them. She also asked about the recent situation of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Suddenly, Chen Pingan's foot was kicked by Ning Yao. Chen Pingan came back to his senses and told her the address of a house. Ning Yao told him to walk there and she left alone. Chen Pingan went to the house he chose. It wasn't far from Ning Yao's place, but it wasn't adjacent either. The elusive old woman, by Lian Shuang, opened the door for Chen Pingan and gave him a bunch of keys. She told him the names of the houses. Obviously, these were places where Chen Pingan could open the door at will. After the old woman gave him the keys, she joked, young Master Chin, I really can't give young Master Chin the keys to your house. Chen Pingan felt his scalp go numb. He quickly said, no need, no need. After entering the secluded house with 2 courtyards, Chen Pingan chose a side room. He took off the sword immortal on his back and took out the golden wine robe, placing them on the table. Chen Pingan sat by the table and caressed the robe. If one said that the sword celestial had somehow become a celestial artifact, then Chen Pingan was the clearest about how the mage robe golden wine had returned to the celestial artifact grade. Every account was refreshing. The answer was simple. It was the result of feeding the golden wine robe. The golden wine robe was once the dragon robe worn by the evil flood dragon in the Flood Dragon Valley. In fact, it was a relic left behind by a heavenly master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain who failed in seclusion in an overseas immortal mountain. When it fell into Chen Pingan's hands, it was only a magic weapon. After that, it accompanied him for thousands of miles and ate a lot of golden wine robes and gradually became a half-immortal weapon. Before rushing to the inverted hanging mountain this time, it was still a half-immortal weapon. After that, Chen Pingan used the remaining glazed golden body fragment to secretly make a deal with Wei Pai. Lord Beiyu, who had just received 100 golden wine robes from the Dali Imperial Court, made a big bet with the Lord of Luopa Mountain based on their skills and eyesight. Chen Pingan used the glazed golden body fragment as the price in exchange for the golden wine robe to upgrade to a half-immortal weapon. The glazed golden body fragment was only expected to appear after the death of an Ascendant Realm cultivator. Wei Pai's need for this item was far greater than the golden wine robes. Wei Pai bet that he could upgrade the golden wine robes with a strange origin without needing to empty out the 100 golden wine robes. Finally, it could become a legendary half-immortal weapon. In the end, Chen Pingan did not ask how many golden wine robes Wei Pai spent, and Wei Pai did not say. As the first mountain god in the history of the Aquarius continent to ascend to the upper 5 realms, it was natural for Wei Pai to receive this congratulatory gift from the Emperor Dali. There were rumors that the Lord of Zhongyu, Jin Qing, who left the territory and went to the capital to meet the emperor, also received 50 golden wine robes. Then, the other 3 new mountains of Dali should also receive 50 golden wine robes. It was hard to say whether Wei Pai would be able to gain anything else. After all, the mountains and rivers forbidden by the Dali Iron Cavalry, and the shattered golden body of the gods, were all destined to be destroyed. It was impossible to drain the pond to fish for the golden body of the 5 mountain gods, wantonly killing the various gods, as it would only attract unnecessary resentment and anger. Especially now that the situation had changed, in all parts of the Aquarius continent, large and small, the remnants of the fallen countries had joined forces with their sects to destroy the cultivators on the mountains who had become wild cultivators. Although it was not a big deal for the time being, it was not enough to exhaust the Dali Iron Cavalry. This was destined to involve the various mountains and rivers gods of the various countries. Some of the heroic spirits did not forget the kindness of the country, and were willing to use their golden body to fight against the hooves of the Dali Iron Cavalry, but some of them were just fish in the moat. But the Dali Iron Cavalry had already sorted out the remaining gods, and would definitely prioritize to appease them. Chen Pingan's expression was dignified. There was something that he had to meet with the eldest sword celestial Chen Qingdu, and it had to be a secret discussion. Back then, at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the eldest sword celestial personally took action and killed the traitor of the upper 5 realms in the city with a single sword strike, and the situation almost deteriorated. The heroes gathered together, and the patriarchs of several major surnames showed up. At that time, Chen Pingan was watching from afar, with an expression that said, "I want to see the elegance of the sword celestials, and broaden my horizons." In fact, he had already noticed the undercurrent surging at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The gap between sword celestials and sword celestials was not small. But Chen Pingan had to endure and find a reasonable opportunity to meet the eldest sword celestial on the city wall. Previously, he heard a piece of news from Ning Yao, which might prove Chen Pingan's idea. This group of geniuses who were about the same age as Ning Yao, in the 2 extremely tragic battles, there were very few who died on the battlefield. And the young people of Ning Yao's generation were recognized as geniuses, and there were as many as 30 children who were known as sword celestials. Without exception, Ning Yao was the leader. Now, all of them had joined the battlefield, and they had successively ascended to the middle 5 realms. This was a great year that the Great Wall of Sword Chi had never seen in 10,000 years. Therefore, the Great Wall of Sword Chi might have noticed some clues, so they began to make preparations. Chen Pingan was both worried and relieved. All kinds of feelings welled up in his heart, and his mood was complicated. It was like even if Chen Pingan traveled far and wide, and walked to the inverted mountain, and saw the sword celestial who was sleeping with a sword in his arms, he would still stand quietly by the side, waiting for the man to be willing to speak. When he was young, love and disgust were written on his face, and his mouth told the world what he was thinking. After he grew up, it was difficult for him to do as he pleased. Chen Pingan stood up and went to the courtyard, practicing his boxing stance to calm his mind. Now, it had nothing to do with those worrying matters. Chen Pingan was always calm, steady, and able to endure. It was just that he missed Miss Ning. And the girl that Chen Pingan missed was sitting by the table, resting her chin on her hands. She opened a page of a book under the light, and she was unwilling to turn the page for a long time. On the densely packed pages of the book, there was a hidden sentence. She was like a shy child hiding in the corner of an alley, only daring to poke her head out to secretly look at Ning Yao, who had flipped through the book and met that child. She would never get tired of looking at it. The book said that it was Chen Pingan who said it. At that time, he didn't drink, but when he saw Miss Ning's side profile, her eyelashes trembled slightly, and the Great Wall of Sword Chi that had stood tall for 10,000 years seemed to sway. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.